I am on a mission to expose and eliminate all the fake real estate education on the internet, and I'm doing this by giving you my entire $15,000 real estate investing course all for free right here on YouTube. And trust me, this is not a webinar, this is not a teaser, this is not you will get the rest later kind of gimmicks that all these real estate gurus are using to funnel you to their coaching program. And by the way, this is the exact system I normally reserve for my high-paying clients. I'm talking about clients that are paying me $20,000, $40,000 for one-on-one personal coaching. I'm giving it all for free right here. And this is the same framework I have personally used for myself to build my 7 to 8 figure rental portfolio. I've also used the same framework to help over 400 new and experienced real estate investors to start and scale their rental portfolio while they are working full-time. And again, I am giving it all for free right here. But before we dive in, let me be very clear with you. If you are just here to watch a video and not take any action, this is not for you, because this is a 5 to 7 hours long real estate investing course that can change your financial future forever. And by the end of this course, two things will happen. You rather make up the decision to go all in on real estate investing, or you will realize that real estate investing is not for you. But if real estate investing is for you, this course will give you all the confidence and the momentum and the right guidance you need to buy your first or your next rental property in as little as 60 days. So if you are meeting me for the first time, I am Wale Lawal. I'm a real estate investor and an investor-focused real estate broker based in Houston, Texas. I've been actively investing in real estate for the last 7 years, and I've sold over $150 million worth of real estate. And I've also helped over 400 new and experienced real estate investors to start and scale their rental portfolio without all the complication and without all the confusion. Also, personally, I currently own over 30 rental units with my focus in multifamily investing and also helping busy, high-achieving professionals to get into rental property investing for the first time or help them to buy the next property. And I help you achieve this by eliminating all the confusion, all the things that overwhelm you, by making sure the right guidance. And I put it in a very simple framework of what I call the buy box, running the numbers, and offer approach. This is the simple framework I use to help people every single day, and that's exactly what I'm giving you right here. And if you follow what I'm teaching right here, you will confidently close your first or your next cash flowing rental property in as little as 60 days. So as you can see, everything you're about to learn here, it is based on a real life, real deal, real number, real people, and real execution, not just a random theory that I got somewhere. So over the next 5 to 7 hours, because I really don't know how this video is going to take, I'm going to show you exactly what it takes to become a real estate investor from start to finish without all the confusion. I will be covering buy and hold strategy, fix and flip, real estate financing, wholesaling, among other strategies that you can think of in real estate investing. I will also be helping you to decide, or to point you to the direction that will help you to decide which real estate investing strategy will actually fit your personal situation or your goal. Depending on your amount you have, the time you have, or any other resources you may have, going through this course will definitely give you all the clarity to come with that conclusion that this is the strategy I should go for and this is how I should go about it. Now, I will be walking you through how to find the best deal possible, how to analyze them in minutes, not in hours, how to vet contractors and real estate vendors, how to vet real estate lenders, agents, and actually know who know their stuff and who is just showing you fluff. I will also be showing you how to screen tenants and how to work with property managers the right way. I will also be showing you how to structure a win-win offer without overpaying for that property. And more importantly, I'll be helping you with the mindset that you need, that you must have for you to succeed in rental property investing or real estate in general. So I will be pulling back the curtain and show you exactly what works in today's real estate world and not just theory. Because like I said at the beginning, I am cutting all the fluff. I am really trying to expose all these real estate gurus. I'm cutting all the nonsense and I'm getting straight to what actually matters to you and what actually works in today's real estate investing landscape. So the purpose of this course is very simple: to help you get your first or your next real estate deal done in as little as 60 days. So if this is your goal, I want to remind you that this is not an entertainment video, this is not a Netflix show, this is not a theory, this is a practical real life situation, real life operating system that so many people have used to successfully close their first or their next real estate deal. And I'm going to be very honest with you, real estate is not easy. This is not stock, this is not cryptocurrency, this is not day trading. There are so many moving parts when you are investing in real estate, and there are real people, real numbers, real money involved involved, and also there are some risks to be aware of as well, but I'll walk you through how to manage these risks or how to mitigate them completely. And because of some of these perceived risks, that's exactly why most people never succeed in real estate, or why they never even got started in the first place. So if you are willing to pick one strategy and follow that one strategy for 1 month and follow a proven roadmap, take note and take action, this course can change your entire generation. And if you are looking for hype, or you're looking for shortcut, or you're looking for motivational video, this video is not for you. Now, before I dive into the course, here is what most free real estate content never give to you. They don't give you the support. And inside this program, you will get all the free support you need to make sure you are succeed. I will give you the free real estate step-by-step training. I will give you the tools, the template, the calculator, and the connection that would really help you to fast-track your real estate investing journey. I will also be able to connect you with other investors I've helped, so that way you can learn from them and get results faster. More importantly, you will be joining the free community that I put together that will be helping you to understand your situation and make sure you are on the right track to close your first deal in the next 60 days. Because in this community, I even have a live coaching program we do every single month to make sure we answer your questions and make sure that you are not trapped in the analysis paralysis. Again, the goal of this course is to make sure you close your first real estate deal in as little as 60 days. And I'm giving you all this for free because I know that information is easy. There's so much of information out there, but properly executing it and getting the right support while you are doing it is actually what gets you the results. And again, this my community is 100% free for now, but it will not be free forever. So I recommend you click on the link in the description below to join the free community today. Now, let me be clear again. I am not giving up this real estate course for free just because I am very generous. I'm doing this because I want serious action takers, not people that are just sitting on the fence, or they're just dabbling into real estate, or they are not sure what they even want to do with their life. So if you are one of the serious people, I want you to grab your notepad, get comfortable, sit in a very quiet environment or quiet room, and get ready for serious education. Now, quick tips here is that you can actually watch this video in 1.25x or 1.5x speed. You can go to your YouTube settings and click on the playback speed, and you can see that you can change it to 1.2, 1.5, 1.25, thereabouts. So that way, if you think you can assimilate things faster, then, or maybe I'm talking too slow for you, you can definitely do that. So that way you can knock out this real estate course faster. Now, again, this is not Netflix. This is real estate, and let's get started right now. All right, welcome to Module 1. This is how to build generational wealth through real estate investing, and I want to thank you for being here. If you made it to this module, I want to personally acknowledge you because you're an action taker, because this tells me something about you. It tells me that you are serious about real estate and you want to learn how to use real estate to build a long-term generational wealth for yourself and for your generations to come. So this first module is important because it set the foundation for everything you're about to learn in this real estate course. But before we go deep into strategies, the numbers, and the execution, you need to understand why real estate actually work, how this course is structured, and how you can get the most value from this real estate course. So how do you use this course? This is not a course you want to rush through or just binge watch it on a casual mode. This is a course you want to take notes, you want to pause where it's needed, you want to rewatch any section, any part of the video you don't fully understand, and you want to move at your own pace, because this is not a competition. The goal here is to get results by closing your first real estate deal in the next 60 days. So you are not in any competition with anybody. You are in competition with yourself. So you might be wondering, what is this course all about? This course is called How to Build Generational Wealth Through Real Estate Investing for a reason, right? So because it's how to build generational wealth, we are not here to chase the hype. We are not here to jump from one strategy to another strategy, or we are not just here to talk about story that never turns into real action. We are here to help you understand real estate investing at a deeper level while still keeping it really basics. We're also here to help you pick the right strategy for you based on your situation. And we're also going to help you to execute with confidence and avoid all the costly mistakes that slow a lot of people down from ever getting into real estate investing. You see, real estate is one of the most proven vehicles to build a long-term wealth, but only when you approach it with the right mindset, the right system, and the right support of the people that can help you get it done. So with that being said, here is a full course roadmap, what you will need to learn and what you will need to know in order for you to get results using this course. So I want you to fully understand what is coming next so you can mentally commit to the process. So here is how I've structured this course. I've structured them into different modules. Module 1, which is the one you are watching right now, and I call this one how to build generational wealth through real estate investing. Module 2 is the overview and roadmap that you will take to succeed. Module 3 is why smart people actually invest in real estate. What is making everybody to go into real estate? You keep hearing that 90% of millionaires are made through real estate. Why? You're going to find out in this module. And from there, I take you to module number 4, which is the mindset and expectation that you should have in order for you to succeed in rental property or real estate investing in general. So from there, I take you to module number 5, which is comparing passive income to active income. What is the difference? You'll find out in this module. Module number 6 takes you to factors to consider when you are investing in real estate. And this one is majorly focusing on the strategy and the location of where you should buy your property. From there to module number 7, you will see single family and multifamily investing comparison. Which one should you go for? And from there, we move into the strategies about execution. Now I gave you the fundamentals, right? We can now get to the next phase of the course, which is execution of any strategy that you have picked. And that is where we go to module number 8. Module number 8 is now going to talk about buy and hold rental property investing, which is my favorite. From there, I take you to number 9, which is house hacking real estate investing, which I've done a lot of as well. From there to module number 10, which is fix and flip houses. If that's a strategy for you, you're going to find out. I walk you through the pros and cons and the pitfall you should be aware of. From there, I take you to module number 11, which is wholesaling real estate. This is where a lot of people get started when they don't have a lot of money or they don't have a lot of education, but they have a lot of time. Wholesaling might be the right strategy to go for. Again, you're going to find out if wholesaling is for you or if it's not for you, because again, I gave you all the pros and cons and what you should watch out for. And from there, we're going to move to module number 12, which is building your real estate team. This is very, very important because you continue to hear that real estate is not a solo sport. It is a team sport. And if you have the right team by your side, you can go faster. You will learn a lot in this module number 12. Please pay attention to that module because that's one of my favorite modules in this course. And from there, I take you to module number 13, which is how to find an investment property. This is very important. I walk you through so many options for you to find the best deal because what every investor is looking for is a deal. So in this module number 13, we'll definitely cover that and more and many things that you are not aware of. You're going to learn it in this module. From there, I take you to module number 14, which is now the roadmap. I lay out the exact step-by-step, the roadmap for you to follow to close on your first rental property investing or your first real estate deal or your next real estate deal if you have done a couple of deals in the past. And from there, we go to deal analysis where most investors either win or they lose money. This is the module you want to pay attention to. So the module number 15 is how to analyze a buy and hold rental property. Module number 16 is how to analyze a fix and flip deal. You want to do a fix and flip. This is how to analyze it. You'll find it in the module number 16. From there, I cover the financing so you can understand your financing option because one of the things that stop a lot of people from taking action is that they just don't know how to finance the deal. They find a good deal, they find a good opportunity, then they are stuck. Financing, how do I take it down? How do I buy it? They don't know. This module number 17 will definitely help you out. In this module number 17, I actually broke it down into different modules. So I have 17A, 17B, and 17C. In module 17A, we're going to talk about conventional financing, what you should be aware of. Module 17B, we'll talk about government loan option. I'm talking about your VA loan, your USDA loan, your FHA loan, among other government programs that's available. I cover them and more in this module 17B. So please pay attention to that one. Module number 17C, I cover creative and non-conventional financing that you're going to find out, talk about your seller financing, your loan assumption, among other things in that module. And from there, we move into offer and ownership. This is where you now start putting everything together because if you learn everything from the beginning to module number 17 and you never submit an offer, you can never own that property or you can never get your deal done. So it is very important you submit offer and start thinking about ownership. And that is what module number 18 is all about. It's all about how to write and structure a win-win offer that the seller will love without you overpaying for that property. This is very important, without overpaying for the property. From there, we get to module number 19, which is property management, tenant screening. How do you pick the right tenant? How do you work with the right property manager without them, stealing your money or screwing you up? Among other things, you will learn that and more in module number 19. So you can see this video is packed with a lot of strategies that, again, if you follow this from A to Z, there is no reason, there is no excuse for you not to buy your first rental property or do your first real estate deal in as little as 60 days because I pretty much lay everything out for you here and I'm giving it all for you for free. I'm giving it for free. I'm not charging you anything. So please, there's no excuse. Now, from there, I will take you to module number 20 where I walk you through the other real estate investing strategies that is out there that you probably know aware of or you're aware of them, but you don't really know how to navigate them. Now, this might be a little bit advanced for some people, but if you know, hey, I know a couple of things, I think I can do this, absolutely feel free to, implement them if that's for you. And finally, we're going to close with execution and support. Module number 21 is where you will now find the action items and the next steps that you can take, including how you can work with me one-on-one. And module number 22, it will be the tools and resources for you to download, because I gave you a lot of tools. I'm talking about my calculator, my deal analysis template, how I vet deal, how I vet property managers, among other things. Plus, I also get you into my private online community of like-minded investors where we can even further support you. And that takes me to the last module, which is the final module, module number 24, which is where we wrap things up and walk you through the next steps that you should take. Again, this also includes you working with me one-on-one, or working with one of my referral partner, or working with my team, or maybe even you might want to join my private online coaching program where I can personally support you one-on-one. And at the end of you watching this course, you will have a clear guidance on how to take action, how to assess everything I have in store for you, and move forward with confidence. So here is my advice to someone like you. You don't want to do everything at once. You want to make sure you pick one strategy and follow the roadmap and the steps I've laid down for you right here. Trust me, it's going to save you a lot of time and money and headache, because I've done this multiple times for myself. I've done this multiple times for several people, and I'm telling you that if you follow this framework, it will definitely help you to get results faster. So I want you to take action on everything I have discussed here, because I am not holding anything back. I'm giving everything to you for free. I'm cutting all the fluff. I'm cutting all the mistakes for you, and I'm telling you exactly what is going to work if you follow them. And as you already know, real estate reward people who are consistent but not perfect. So I'm not expecting you to be a perfect person. I'm not even expecting you to implement the strategy with perfection, because nobody is perfect, including myself. I am not perfect. We are human. Now, once you go through this course, or as you are going through the course, I want to invite you to join my online community, as I've mentioned earlier, because this is where I can continue to support you and give you the accountability that you need to actually implement all the strategy you've learned here. And you can also get support from other people like yourself who are on the same path to real estate investing or building long-term wealth through real estate. And I would love to invite you to the community. You can find the link to join my private online community of like-minded people in the video description below. Also, inside the Network Builders Academy online community, you will be connected with like-minded real estate investors who are in the same shoe as you, who are going through the same journey, who are at your experience level. And you guys can connect and maybe possibly share one or two ideas together, maybe even do a deal together in the future. You never can tell. So these are many more for you in the community. So I strongly recommend you join the community right now, because that is where we can give you all the back-end support after you've gone through this course. And again, you can find the link to join in the video description below. All right, that's the end of module number 1. I am genuinely excited that you are here, and I can't wait to see what you do with real estate. My goal with this course is not just to educate you or give you a bunch of information without any implementation. I genuinely want to help you find out your first or your next property to make sure you become a rental property investor or a real estate investor in general. So you need to take your time, take a lot of notes, make sure you are watching this in a very quiet environment, maybe even when the kids have gone to bed, or when you are, or during the weekend or late night, as however is comfortable for you. Just make sure you are in a very quiet environment, ready to assimilate valuable information. And again, because this might be what you've been missing, that this could be the missing piece that you've been missing for you to build a long-term wealth through real estate. And I hope you find value here, as I have, in putting this program together. So if you are ready for module number 2, where I talk about the overview and the roadmap you should follow to success, I am ready as well, and I can't wait to see you in module number 2. Peace. Hi there, welcome to module 2 of this mentorship program. So on this module, I want to go over a view of what you can expect from this course. You will expect all these items I've mentioned, I've listed here, and even many more, because there are so many things I would like to cover with you, but I put it together just to kind of give you the roadmap, or a broad overview of what you can expect from this. So number 1 is you need to download the ebook I put below for you. This is pretty much the ebook about this, how to build wealth, and generational wealth through real estate. Pretty much it will walk you through what is real estate, how do people invest in real estate, all kind of strategies available in real estate. So I put that ebook together for you. So please make sure you download it, and that is actually where to start from. You want to start from there. It will walk you through how to build generational wealth via real estate, and it will mention so many strategies. That's number 1. Number 2 is that I will be telling you why smart people invest in real estate, like I mentioned in the introduction part, so you can see why those, top people that you respect a lot, talk about the Jeff Bezos, the Warren Buffett, the McDonald, all these successful people that we all look at. And maybe even, in your own immediate circle, maybe 1 or 2 real estate millionaires. You can see, oh, now I see why Uncle Joe
or Sister Sally was putting all her money in real estate. You're going to see all that one. Number three is that I will discuss how you can overcome your fear and also help show you some things that can help you reduce your risk because there are risks in real estate. Every investment comes with risk, and I will not be it will not be good for me to tell you that there is no risk in real estate. There is risk, but there are ways and several ways to mitigate those risks so that way you can set up yourself for success. Uh, Big part of this is that I will show you those things that I've lost money on, the mistakes I've made, and I will tell you to avoid them so you don't have to repeat the mistakes I've made. Now, I will also be explaining to you the difference between passive and active real estate investing. There are two different buckets or different category, and I will definitely explain that to you. We're going to be setting proper expectation and timeline here because, like everything in life, you have to have your mindset right. You need to have your expectation right. If you're coming in with the wrong expectation, you will be disappointed and you think that, hey, this is just not for you, or it doesn't work, or real estate is overrated and all those stuff because you're coming in with the wrong expectation. So we're going to be setting your expectation right and also your timeline. Is it going to be 60 days for you? Is it going to be 90 days? Is it going to be 120 days, 6 months, 18 months, 2 years, 1 year? Whatever the case may be, you will determine your own timeline. But, either it's quick or either it's going to be medium level or, long term. Make sure you set that goal and timeline. So now, number 6, on this, before the end of this module, you will be asked to pick a strategy. Real estate is very, very wide. There is a lot of things you can do in real estate. There's a lot of ways you can make money in real estate. But eventually you need to pick one and you need to stick to that one for at least 1 year. And I will tell you the reason why I'm saying that when I get to that model. So now, single family or multifamily, this is a very common topic. It's a common debate. Should I start with single family? Should I start with multifamily? I will explain what is even a single family, what is a multifamily, and where you should start from. I will explain that to you. Now, major topics or major strategy I will be covering in this module is going to be focusing around buy and hold and fix and flip. Those are the two major strategies I will be covering. So please stay tuned. Again, as you can see, this is going to be a lot of information for you. I do recommend you have your notepad and be taking notes. If I say something too fast, please slow it down and understand what I'm saying before you move on to the next one, because it doesn't help you just watching this and you are not getting what I'm saying. You should definitely not continue if you don't understand what I'm saying. So number 9, fix and flip. I will talk about fix and flips. I will show you some of my deals I've done and I will tell you what to avoid. Number 10, we're going to be building your team together. Yes, we're building your team. When I say your team, I'm referring to real estate professionals that will help you to actually close on your first or your next real estate. If you're new, you have not bought anything before, I will show you, I'll give you those team members that will help you to do it. Number 11 is a roadmap to close your first or next deal. If you have not closed anything, like I said, we'll show you the roadmap, exactly what you need to do, how you need to do it. And most importantly, I'll be there for you to support you to do them. So that way, if you run into any roadblocks, I'm there helping you to remove those roadblocks. Now, we will also be telling you how do you even find a deal? How do you find a property? We'll discuss that. How do you analyze the property? We'll discuss that. There are many ways to analyze property. I will show you how I like to do it. And you can, see if you like it or you want to do it another way that maybe you've learned somewhere else. Number 14 is that I want to help you understand loans and financing options available for you when you're buying real estate, because there's a lot of financing available when you are buying real estate. I want to help you understand different loan products, what to use them for, what not to use them for, which one is the best for you, which one is not the best for you. We'll talk about that. That's a very, very big topic, financing, because this is what's stopping a lot of people from actually investing in real estate. So number 15, I'll show you or tell you and advise you on how you can write and submit an offer that will get accepted or that will get you a counter offer from a seller. So not the lowball offer. So I will show you how to do that. Now, property manager is a big one. Should you hire a property manager and how do you screen tenants? We'll talk about that one. Now, 17, other strategies and scaling your portfolio. So once you fully understand buy and hold concept, fix and flip, maybe you've done 1 or 2 deals. How do you buy the next one? How do you scale it up from there? How do you start, getting creative? We're going to talk about that in that module, which is going to be called other strategies and scaling your portfolio. Now, you will be getting ongoing support from myself and other team members. And that's why we have a group and you'll be definitely invited to that group. So that way you get help in real time, either directly from me or from another team member. But most likely should be coming from me most of the time. But if somebody has actually done what you're trying to do, they're going to answer the question, and you can implement whatever they have advised. And also you will be, there will be an opportunity for you to network with each other, maybe potentially partner together and all those stuff. So now number 19, I'll give you the action plan to close on your first or your next property within 60 days, which is still, tying to the 11 because I need to really emphasize this. The goal is for you to close on your first or your next real estate. The goal is not for you to just watch these modules or just watch it like a movie. No, the goal is to ensure you actually do something. You actually do something with this mentorship program that you have purchased. You actually get results. That is very, 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 very important for me. And I cannot stress that enough because I've seen people buying several mentorship programs, several coaching, several mastermind, and they are still yet to do a single deal. That really, really breaks my heart. Man, what do you spend this money for? So I don't want that to be you. I will be there to help you. My goal is for you to close on your first or your next property within 60 days, within 90 days, within 120 days. But ideally, not more than 6 months because I know it can be done in 60 days. So if you want to take times 3 of that, which is 180 days, absolutely, that's fine. But I will not recommend you take longer than that because the longer you take, the more you forget all this material, all this information, the more life gets in the way, and eventually you will not do anything and it will fade off. I don't want that to be you. So set your mind to get this done within 6 months, nothing more than that, which is 180 days. Now, number 20 is I'll be giving you resources, the tools, and some download, and also connections to people that really help you. So the downloads is going to be like the ebook I'm talking about, the vendors list, the tools I use, the tools you should be using, and other resources generally that will definitely help you be able to crush that your first deal. I will be telling you, I'll be showing you all that one. And lastly, I have frequently asked questions here because being a real estate investor myself and also being a real estate agent that focus on real estate investors, I've seen it from both sides. Hey, what are the questions a lot of investors or especially the new one usually ask? So I put, few frequently asked questions together here that will be like a guide for you that can answer some of your high level questions. And of course, this cannot cover all the questions anyway. So it covers at least some of the basics. Any other question you have, you bring it to the, to the mastermind, or you call me, we get it answered, and problem solved. You can continue to move on. So this is the overview of what you can expect from this mentorship program. Like I said, I will probably put more, but for now, this is what I have. And I do recommend you take notes. I do recommend you take this very seriously. I don't recommend you watch this or you listen to this, these lessons on your bed or on your phone. That is not recommended. I do recommend you be on your desk, sitting down in front of your computer with a pen and paper or your notes and taking serious notes. So that being said, if you are done with this one, you understand what I've mentioned, let's go on to the next module. Thank you. See you on the next one. Bye-bye. All right, welcome to module 3. So in these modules, I want to walk you through few reasons why the smart people or those billionaires, millionaires, you probably know or don't know why they choose to invest in real estate. So I will walk you through these few bullet points that mention why they invest in real estate. Number 1, they like to leverage their money. Real estate is one of the asset class that I am aware of where you can put 5% of your own money down and borrow or leverage the 95%. I don't know of any other investment vehicle. You can't do this with stocks. You can't do this in most businesses and all those stuff. So leveraging your money is one of the biggest factors why people invest in real estate. They can put 20% down to buy an asset that worth, 100%. So for example, putting $200,000 down to buy an asset of $1 million, or putting 5% down, putting $50,000 down to buy an asset worth $1 million. You get the gist, right? So that's number 1 reason. Number 2 is that people love passive income. Of course, they want to make sure that they invest their money and they can get what we call mailbox money. So where money is coming into their bank account every single month because they invest in real estate. We call it cash flow here in real estate. And I will have to warn you about this. This is just about 15% half of the benefits of real estate. Cash flow is just about 15% of the benefits. because I've seen a lot of people being hung up like, hey, if it doesn't cash flow, I'm not going to buy that property. So I'll tell you the pitfall on this once I get to that section. But just know that cash flow is one of the reasons why people buy real estate. Even though some people already cash flowing in other assets, they still like to add real estate to their portfolio so they can still cash flow from that as well. So number three is the appreciation. Now, this one is two-phase. There is a forced appreciation when you buy underperforming assets or real estate and you add value to it, like a distressed property in a terrible shape, and you go in there, you show it some love, you show some, tender love and care, TLC, and you make it beautiful again, you make it nice looking again. That is a forced appreciation. The second appreciation is the market appreciation. What happened in the year 2020, 2021, and 2022, where the market exploded because of the COVID-19. So that is market appreciation, whereby your value of your home just go up, due to external factors, which is the market economy. Now, the number four one is that edges against inflation. Real estate is one of the best asset I know that has a massive hedge against inflation. If you're looking for where to park your money and protect it from inflation, trust me, real estate is one of those places. And as you already know, if you have your money in your bank account, you're probably losing money because, it cannot keep up with inflation. Whatever the bank is giving you cannot even, meet inflation. So you get the idea. Now, the next one is investment diversification. People have other investment, maybe stocks, maybe they are business owners, maybe they are very busy, self-employed, maybe they are medical doctors, CPAs, accountants, engineers. They're already making good money. They already have some kind of like retirement, but they want to diversify because, hey, what happened to the employment tomorrow, or what happened to the economy, in this sector? They want to make sure they're not just one sector focused. They want to diversify their source of income. Like you already know, a smart person will have at least 5 to 7, sources of income. So that way, if one doesn't feed you, the other one is going to feed you. The next one is 100% control over your asset. Again, real estate is a tangible asset. You can sell it. You can, leverage money on it. You can borrow money against it. Among other things, you can do whatever you want with your real estate. Tomorrow, you can say, you know what? I don't want to rent this thing again. I want to move into it myself. You can do that. Hey, I don't want to deal with tenants again. I'm going to sell it. You can do anything you want to do with your asset. That is 100% control over it. Some assets also give you control, but they are not 100%. You are still at the mercy of whatever happened in the market. For example, let's pick the cryptocurrency or the stock market. If anything happened, somebody says something, Russia and, Ukraine are fighting, Afghanistan is doing this, it can affect you. You get what I'm saying? So, but real estate, it's local, it's tangible assets. You can do whatever you want to do with it. That is the 100% control over what you can do and cannot do with it. Now, the next one is freedom, financial freedom, and generational wealth. Of course, people have seen real estate because of all the benefits it has. They have seen it as a way to build wealth, as a way to build financial freedom and generational wealth, which is why, again, you are in this program to show you exactly how to do it. So people understand that, like, hey, I can pass that house to my kids, and my kids can pass it to their own kids, and their kids can pass it to their kids' kids, and you get the whole idea, right? So generational wealth. I've seen many people where, hey, Wale, we inherited this property from our great grandparent. Now we don't want to be a landlord. Can you buy from us? Something like that can happen. So generational wealth. Now, location independent and freedom, location independent and location freedom. You can buy real estate from anywhere. You can buy real estate from anywhere. You can manage it from anywhere. It is location independent. So let's say your market is too expensive and you want to invest somewhere else. Hey, go out of state. You live in California, invest in Houston. You live in New York, hey, invest in Atlanta, invest in Dallas, somewhere like that. So you get the idea. Now, the tax advantage is a big issue or is a big benefit. Why? I've seen a lot of high-earning individual invest in real estate. Now, real estate has several benefits. I mentioned all this in at the top. You do have to know your own major reason. What is like a tool? You need to know, what do I want to use? What part of this tool do I want to use for my own life? Not everybody will need the cash flow. Not everybody will value the appreciation. Of course, people value it, but not everybody will need it immediately. And not everybody even know what inflation is, among other things. So you need to eventually know what aspect of real estate do you want to apply to your own life. So tax advantage is one of the things I've seen, or one of the benefits I've seen a lot of high-earning individuals apply. to their life because they make a lot of money. Talk about those, those dentists, those medical doctors, surgeon, highly, highly paid net worth, professional accountants, athletes, people that play a lot of, soccer, baseball and all these things. They make a lot of money, so they have to find a way to shield or to reduce that tax liability on their money. And of course, real estate is always something they run into. That's why you see all these your celebrity have a bunch of real estate everywhere because they understand that, hey, I know I make a lot of money in royalty. I can reduce that if I buy some real estate. So they use it to write off some of their income. They do what we call depreciation on it, like cost segregation and among other things where, you can talk it to your CPA about this. Of course, I'm not a CPA, but of course, I know one or two things about it and I apply it to my own life as well. Now, the last one could be, hey, I just want to help other people learn about real estate. I want to provide housing. It could be one of your own reasons why you are actually investing in real estate. For example, like what I'm doing with you right now, I'm impacting you with what I know so you can also learn it, help yourself, then help other people as well. At the same time, like what I'm doing, I'm providing housing to people that for one reason or the other, they cannot just buy a house on their own. Or they used to own a house, but something happened. Now they don't have a house again. I'm providing housing for them. Now, while I'm providing housing for them, I am getting all the benefit that real estate has to offer, including that tax advantage. Because when I provide housing to people, the government reward me for helping them to do part of their responsibility, which is providing housing to people and keeping people off the street. So there are other benefits of real estate, but I want to keep it short and pick this very, very most common reason why people invest in real estate. And like I said earlier, I hope this is one of the reasons why you are jumping into this space. I'm super happy for you. Please don't forget to continue to take your notes. This is extremely important and start putting all your questions together so you can have the opportunity to ask me those questions. Thank you. I will see you on the next module. Bye-bye.
All right, I hope you're finding value in the video. As much as I have put it together for you, make sure to click on the link below in the video description. You will see all the resources I have for you. I do want to make sure you're able to implement everything you are learning from here, and I don't want you to get stuck. If you need my help, you can easily see my link to my calendar in the video description below. You can even join my private online community, or if you want to work with me one-on-one, you will see the invitation to complete a quick survey in the video description where you can work with me one-on-one, and I can be able to get you results a lot faster. Again, don't forget to click the link in the video description below, and I will see you inside. Peace.
All right. Thank you for joining me again on this module. This is module number 4 of the series. On this one, I'll be talking about mindsets, expectations, and the fear and risk involved when you are investing in real estate. You see, like every other thing, real estate has its own risk, and I will get into that. So to start with, real estate investing is not complicated, but I will be the first person to tell you that it's not easy. And it's not easy for a reason I've mentioned earlier. Also, you need to understand that you have to take action and you cannot just keep blaming everybody or anybody for anything that go wrong. You have to practice the 100% ownership, 100% of ownership of your action and inaction. So this is very important because I need to lay this foundation before I start telling you all the strategies that you can actually implement to build wealth through real estate. If you don't have the right mindset, whatever I'm teaching you, it's probably not going to help you. So that is number 2. You have to take action. You will not have to blame anybody for anything that didn't go right or that went wrong. So now you also will not be able to blame the economy. You can't blame your background, the interest rates, the markets, or on any other thing you can, want to put the blame on. It is 100% your fault and 100% if you succeed as well. So please have this mindset because this is definitely going to set you apart and it's going to make your life easier talking about real estate investing. Now, everybody would like to blame something. I keep mentioning this because I see this all the time. People just want to blame somebody or something for things that didn't go right. But if anything, everything goes right, they actually pat themselves at the back. Like, hey, I did it. I made it. So why not take responsibility as well for something that didn't go as planned? Now, you need to have the 100% control over your success and failure. Again, this is me saying the same thing in a different way, that you have to be, responsible for your success and your failure. Now, you also need to understand your risk tolerance, and you have to act accordingly. You see, like I mentioned, real estate has some risk, and it's always risk versus reward. How much risk you are willing to take would directly affect how much opportunity you are willing to go after, and will also affect what kind of property you should be pursuing if you are, looking to buy some different kind of assets. So understand your risk tolerance and act accordingly. Now, if you know you don't have so much risk, then you might want to go for newer properties. If you know you can take on some risk, then you might want to go on to some maybe a little bit of a distressed properties. But I would say for your first one, keep it simple, keep it easy on yourself so you don't lose money. Now, you have to implement at your own pace. You don't have to move at the pace of somebody else. We are not created equally, and we will achieve results at a different pace. So you need to understand yourself, know how you learn, know how you do things, and just implement them at your own pace. But you have to be consistent with it, and you have to eliminate excuses. Nothing is going to happen if you are not consistent with what you say you're going to do. And nothing is going to happen if you keep giving yourself excuse on why things did not go right. So be aware of this, go at your own pace, but be consistent with whatever you say you're going to do. If you say you're going to analyze one property in a day, then make sure you do it. If you say you're going to analyze two property in a week, make sure you analyze it, because if you don't do that, then you are definitely responsible for the outcome, not anybody else but yourself. Now, another thing I need to tell you is that you have to focus on one thing at a time. And if you probably see behind me, you see that book, The One Thing. So that is a book that I try to read that book at least twice a year, because it keeps me focused on one thing at a time. Focus on one thing, get the result from that one. Once you get result, then you can move on to the next thing. So do not model things together. Don't try to combine 4, 5 strategies together. You will just not get anywhere, and you will have wasted a lot of time. So now, talking about fear now, fear, it's normal. It is very, very normal to be fearful, to be afraid of what can go wrong, to be afraid of what you don't know. But with a proper education and network, you can easily dissolve any fear and any roadblocks you're running into, because people are afraid or they are fearful because they don't know what they don't know. But now that you are getting the proper education, you are partnering with somebody that has done what you want to do, then you can be rest assured that 99% of your fear has already been resolved by you being in this mentorship program, because this is definitely my goal to help you remove all those roadblocks, all those limiting beliefs, all those things that may never happen that you are thinking on your head. You can voice them out to me, and I can help you remove them as much as humanly possible. So that is what I want to tell you about fear. Now, talking about fear, you also have to keep reminding yourself your why. Why do you want to invest in real estate? Why do you even start this in the first place? Why are you doing it? Are you looking to build the generational wealth that your family didn't pass on to you? Are you trying to escape your regular job? Are you looking for a consistent passive income? Are you trying to help other people by showing them exactly how to invest in real estate like I'm doing right now? What is your why? Why are you doing this? Are you trying to buy some property so when you retire, you can live off of those cash flow and the appreciation? Are you trying to get a tax benefit or by reducing your high income by buying real estate? What is your why? You have to keep reminding your why. If you keep up your mind with the why are you doing this, trust me, any fear, any roadblocks will easily be overcome, because you will keep reminding yourself why you are doing this. Why? Why do I want to buy real estate? This is very, very fundamental, but it's always overlooked by a lot of people, because once they run into a roadblock or a minor challenge, they just run away. You know what? This is not for me. I'm out of here. I'll just go back to, trading stocks, or I'll just go back to doing cryptocurrency, and all those other stuff. So know why you're investing in real estate, and stick to it on the long run. You'll be happy you did. Now, the next one is that you have to be disciplined with your investment criteria. I've seen this over time. People are just getting started. Today they are into buy and hold. Tomorrow they are into fix and flip. Next week they are now into a multifamily syndication. Just mobile home storage, self storage, among other stuff. They just like everywhere. It doesn't work that way. You have to be disciplined with your criteria and stick to that for at least 1 year. Once you now get 1 or 2 results using that criteria that you set up for yourself, then you can start tweaking your criteria. But until then, please stick to that criteria and make sure you close on 1 or 2 properties before you start changing them. Now, real estate is a teamwork. You always have to reach out for help. This is why, again, you are in this mentorship program. So you can ask for help. You can talk to other people that are doing it. you can hack someone how they navigate that same problem that you are facing right now. Because I can tell you that whatever problem you're facing, somebody else has faced that many, many times. And, you will be saving yourself a lot of headaches and a lot of time, a lot of money by simply asking for help. That will save you a lot of time and energy and save you all the stress. So this is the module on mindset, expectations, fear, and risk. Real estate has some risk. Fear, it's normal. Set your expectation right. Don't expect to crush it in your first 1 or 2 weeks of joining this mentorship program. Allow yourself to learn and digest as much information as possible before you start getting the results. This is a domino effect. When you start, you're going to have to start slow. But as you learn something, as you know what you're doing, you start moving faster. So understand that. Also, expectation in terms of the kind of property you're looking for. If you're looking for distressed property, don't complain about the kitchen, how it looks. Don't complain about the interior. Don't complain about the foundation, about the roof, about the HVAC, because you know you are buying a distressed property. And if you're buying a newer one, also don't complain about the cash flow. Don't complain about, hey, I'm not going to make any money, because you're trying to play it safe. That's why the reward will be very less. Understand that real estate is a risk and reward. How much risk you're willing to take will set you up for what kind of return you can expect. If you're willing to take less risk, then you know that you might not get those cash flow, but you're buying a peace of mind, you're buying a decent neighborhood, and on the long run, you will still win anyway. But if you're buying a distressed property, of course, you're taking on the risk. If you go fix it up, everything looks good. Now you can sell it and make some decent money, right? But also you are taking on the risk. So don't be shy away from the risk, but you want the reward. It just doesn't work that way. So please, this is very, very important. As we go through the module, I will mention 1 or 2 things again, still bringing you back to this module, because I see this all the time. People just want to complain, blame somebody, afraid of the fear, afraid of what they don't know, and they don't want to take on risk, but they want the reward. Risk and reward are just opposite. The more risk you're willing to take, the more reward you can get. The less risk you're willing to take, then the less reward you can expect. This is extremely important. Don't forget about this one. Please always come back to this module and remind yourself why you start this journey in the first place and what are the risks involved. That being said, I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye. All right. Thank you for joining me again. So in this module number 5, I will be discussing what is a passive real estate investing and what is an active real estate investing. I will be differentiating them. I will be telling you what they all entail. I will also mention what is not a real estate investing. In my opinion, I've seen a lot of people mixing, some things together, and I think this will probably help you as a real estate investor that you are working to be or that you already are, can help you differentiate what is passive and what is active investment. So let's get started. Now, anything that is active, from the word active, it means that you're going to be busy. You're going to be, be in the weeds. You're going to be the one looking for the deal. You're going to be the one analyzing it. You're going to be the one, working towards closing on it, going through the loan process, managing it when you close, dealing with the tenants, dealing with anything and everything that has to do with the property. That is hands-on real estate investing. Of course, it is more rewarding for the same reason, because you are doing more work, you are more involved, you are putting all your time, energy, risk, and all the stuff into it. That's why you are getting more. It's going to be more rewarding for you. Now, it's going to take your time. It requires skills. It requires a lot of resources. Of course, a lot of money as well. All depend on the kind of property you are going after. It may not require money, or it may require little money. Of course, you are taking all the risk 100%, but you're also having 100% of the control. So this is active real estate investing. A good example of that would be flipping houses. It is active, real estate investing. You have to manage the contractor. You have to source for the deal. You have to analyze it. You have to deal with all the disappointment that come with it, among other things. Wholesaling is another one, even though wholesaling is not really a real estate investing, which I will get into that very soon in my subsequent models. But it is still considered very active real estate entrepreneurship, if you want to call it that way, because that's what I see it as. You're going to be working actively in that. Medium term, short term rentals, these are also not really passive. They are very active kind of real estate investing strategy. Talk about other ones that involve your time, your energy, your skills, you taking on risk, going through the loan process, negotiating. These are all active real estate investing. Now, on the flip side, what is a passive real estate investing? Passive real estate investing simply means that you are hands off. Hands off means passive. Hands on means active. So if you're going to be investing in somebody else's opportunity, let's say multifamily syndication, or a kind of lending your money that doesn't require you to do so much work, it is considered passive real estate investing. Now, some of these might require a little bit effort from you. Maybe you doing your due diligence on that opportunity before you actually put your money into it. It requires a little bit effort or some due diligence from you before you invest your money, but very, very minimal. You don't take on the risk. You don't also have the control, little to no resources, little to no skills, little to no time, but you have to, of course, invest your money to be able to expect a return. So that is what passive investing is. Example of that will be private money lending. If you have some money, you can definitely lend it to somebody else to go and do the active, lending your money. So that person can go and do the active investing, like flipping houses or buying a short-term or medium-term rental, something like that. But you are passively lending your money and you get a return based on whatever you agree with the investor. You can also invest in what we call REIT, Real Estate Investment Trust Fund. This is like a stock, but it's backed by real estate. They invest your money in real estate, but they pay you or give you a return similar to stocks. Now, long-term buy and hold can also be a passive investing. Again, this one requires a little bit of time from you because even when you hire a property manager, you still have to manage the manager. So that's why I say a little bit of effort from you. But if you buy in a good place, good property, you take your time to find a good tenant, it can be passive. Passive with very minimal effort from you just talking to your property manager. Now, it does take some work to buy it and, get it stabilized. But again, after you stabilize it, it can be passive. Now, should you do only passive real estate investing or active real estate investing? My simple answer is you can do both. You can do both because if you have the little bit time and you're willing to take some risk, you can definitely invest actively by yourself, buying single family homes, buying multi-family homes, maybe small multi like your duplex, triplexes, fourplexes, like that, while you are also investing passively in somebody else's large multi-family. It could be a syndication, or you are also doing something like a short-term rental, which is, active, or you are also doing some kind of flipping houses, which is active. So you can do both together. It all depends on how much resources you have, how much time, how much risk you are willing to take, and what are your expectations from active and expectation from active real estate investing. So that is the difference between active and passive real estate investing. Now, having understand that, what is not real estate investing? A lot of people confuse some things together that I think really help you. So there are some real estate professionals. So you see, when you are a real estate agent, you are not a real estate investor. Of course, you can be both. You can be, you can wear many hats, several hats. You can be a realtor and be a real estate investor as well, just the way I am. I am an investor agent. I sell a lot of investment houses or, fourplexes, duplexes, large multifamily, all those kind of stuff. I sell them, but I'm not just a realtor. I'm not just an investor agent. I'm not just helping investors make money. I'm also investor myself because I am consuming my own products. I'm taking my own advice and I'm implementing them, of course, to help myself and my family, which is exactly what I'm, teaching you in this course. So being a real estate agent is not a real estate investing, but you can be both. You can be an investor and you can be an agent. That's number one. Also, loan officer. You are not an investor. You are simply a real estate professional. Home inspector, appraiser, insurance agents, property managers. They are not real estate investor, but they can also be both. They can be actively doing their job as a real estate professional and still invest in real estate. Again, just the way I'm doing. There is, as a matter of fact, that's the best because you can easily tell people, hey, this is what I'm doing. Do you want to do it with me? And people can make their decision based on doing that. And from my experience, people follow people that are doing what they preach, right? You are here because you see me doing it and you believe I can help you. So just get that clear. You can be a real estate professional, but that doesn't qualify you as a real estate as a real estate investor. It is two separate hats. Of course, you can wear both. You can wear the hat of an agent or a loan officer or inspector, any other real estate professionals you like. And you can also be a real estate investor. So I just hope this really helps you. And if you see anybody mixing that together, please tell them that, sorry, you are not a real estate investor and you are simply a real estate professional. Now, while we are here, I want to tell you that Being a wholesaling, it's an entrepreneurship. You are not really an investor because investing simply means you are investing your own money. Wholesalers most of the time don't invest their money. It means that you are taking some kind of risk. Wholesaling, little or no risk, also involving it, and it's a job as well. So you have to understand that anybody that doesn't own property in your name or in your company name, I do not consider them a real estate investor because what are you invested in? Property is not in your name. This is my opinion. Somebody can have a different opinion, but I just believe that if you don't own that property in your name or in your LLC, or you don't have any kind of control on that property on the long run, then you are not really a real estate investor. Of course, it can be different if you are doing some kind of syndication, limited partners, and all those stuff. But high level, if you don't own the property and you are not investing your money into it, you are not considered a real estate investor. So get this straight. I hope this really helped you. Thank you, and I will see you on the next one. Bye bye. All right, welcome to module number 6. First of all, I want to thank you for getting this long or getting this far. This is very, very good thing that you're doing, and I'm happy that you are sticking along with me. So, in this module number 6, I want to educate you or show you or tell you what I believe about factors that you should be considering before you actually choose your real estate strategy or real estate niche. Before you actually get started, in my opinion, this is one of the most important module in this mentorship program because I believe you need to know what exactly you're looking for. Because if you don't know what you're looking for, then you waste a lot of time, you get frustrated, and you give up. So please pay attention to this module. This is a module you really want to watch or listen to, come back to many, many times because this will keep putting you back in line. Anytime you are derailing, just come back here and you get back on track. Now, I have two sides here. I'm going to start with the first side where I'm moving my mouse here. I will tell you 9 top factors to consider before you choose an investment strategy. Investment strategy is what strategy do you want to start with? There's a lot of ways you can build wealth in real estate, and you will be so confused if you don't choose one to start with. So you need to start with one. It could be buy and hold, fix and flip, wholesaling, short-term rental, mobile home parks, fix and flips, among other strategies that you can start with. But I want to give you other factors so you can now choose one to start with one. So let's focus on this one first. After that, I'll go on to the next factor, which is a factor you should consider before choosing a location. That one is location specific, but this one would be overall. What should you even be considering before you even choose a strategy? Once you now choose a strategy, we go to the location. So let's start with this. Number one is the experience and skills. This actually goes hand in hand. How much experience do you have in real estate? If you are in this program, I will assume you're probably a little bit new and you are looking for some kind of guidance. So you need to weigh yourself in terms of the experience level. How much do I even know about real estate? And what are the skills do I have? Do I like to fix something? Do I like to manage property? Do I like talking to people? Am I somebody that doesn't even like talking to strangers? Or, all those kind of stuff that you have to know. What are your skills? Then that will shape your kind of investment strategy you should go for. If you like to fix stuff, you're very handy, obviously go for fix and flip. If you want to play it safe, you don't really want to talk to so many people, then you might just be a passive investor or a long-time buy and hold, something like that. So I will tell you more in the subsequent model. So that's number one. Number two is that what is your short-term, medium-term, and long-term goal, even after life, goal? What kind of legacy do you want to leave for your family, for your generations to come, for your kids' kids and your, family to talk about for several decades to come? You have to think about that. If you're thinking about the long-term wealth building, well, then, buy and hold long-term might be a way to go, or multifamily, might be a way to go. But if you're looking for short-term profits, then fix and flip, wholesaling, short-term rental, those might be a way to go. And you can blend this together, of course, based on your skills and other factors I will still mention here. So the number 3 is the location. And location is very big. Everything you hear in real estate, they will say location, location, location. There is a reason why they tell you location, location, location. And even at that, you can see that I dedicated a separate, separate discussion for location because this is extremely important. If you get the location wrong, no matter how good of an investor or how good of a person you are, you will still lose money. I'm so sorry to be keeping it straight with you, but this is just the truth. If you get the location wrong, you will still lose money. Now, There are several things you're going to consider when you're choosing the location, and I will help you to understand that once I get to this one. So location is very important. Choose the location wisely, and you'll be fine. Number 4 is available time you have for real estate investing. Are you a very busy medical doctor, CPA, real estate attorney, or a general attorney, that do all that kind of stuff? You're a business owner, you run a restaurant business, or you are just a regular project engineer, W-2 employer, or a factory worker, or a store worker. You have to know, how much time do I have for real estate? This is very important, because I see so many people that want to bite more than they can chew. They like the fact that people make more money when they do a lot of fix and flip, or a lot of kind of creative way to get it done, but they don't just have the time to do it, and the risk, which I'm going to get into next. So you have to know, how much time do I have to invest, to dedicate for real estate? If you don't have so much time, obviously you know what to do. Now, number 5 is how much capital you have available. Some people don't have so much. Some people have so much, but they don't have the time. It is always very difficult to see somebody that has so much capital and that still have the time. So you need to know, hey, I have the capital, but I don't have the time. What is the best way to use my capital? It might be passive investing. It might be long-term buy and hold, among other things. But some people have the time, they don't have the capital. So you have to also find a way to see, hey, okay, what can I do with my time? And you can go from there. So the number 5 of that is the number 6, is the risk tolerance. The risk tolerance. So the risk tolerance means that how much risk are you willing to take? You see, real estate investing comes with risk. And I will be deceiving you if I'm telling you that, hey, it's going to be all smooth. You're not going to find any challenges. I will be lying to you, unfortunately. So it comes with risk. How much risk are you willing to take? If you're buying distressed property, you're buying properties that are very old, you're buying property in an up-and-coming neighborhood, definitely you are playing with some risk. And if you're not comfortable with that, then you know what to do. Move on to the next one. So now, number 7 is passion and interest. Where is your passion? What kind of passion do you have? What kind of interest do you have in real estate? Like I mentioned, real estate is very, very wide. It's very, very broad. You need to know yourself and where do you want to channel your interest in real estate, so that way you can perform better. Generally, people do better when they do what they love. That's why before you start any business, you have to make sure you are passionate about it. If you are not passionate about it, you will quit quickly, and you will get frustrated, and you will say that, hey, real estate sucks. It doesn't make sense. I think it's overrated, but this is not true. It's simply because you are not pursuing what you love doing. So make sure you understand, what parts of real estate do you like. Again, if you like to, host people in your house, you like to make sure things are organized, you focus on the hospitality, you like to leave people with a good, staying experience, then you might just go and be a short-term rental host, which is means go and buy a short-term rentals, Airbnb, something like that. If you don't like to talk to so many people, then do a long time where you don't talk to your tenants, property manager, deal with all that one. So that might be something you need to set yourself and know, what am I actually passionate about? What do I have interest in? Now, if you love to talk to people, you are an outgoing person, and you don't mind facing some rejection, then you might want to do some kind of creative real estate, like, wholesaling or creative financing, among other stuff. Now, the next one is personality type, which is kind of tying to the number 7 of your passion. You have to understand your personality type. Are you an introvert or extrovert? Are you a go-getter? You like to swing it and just don't care how much rejection you face or that you encounter? Then you have to know what kind of strategy to go for. And as I continue, I will show you some of those strategies that involve, putting your personality into a check big time. So number 9 is your strength and weakness. You have to know, what are you very good at and what are you not good at. Whatever you're good at, trust me, that is what you should focus on. Anything that I'm not very good at this, please leverage that on somebody else or a company. Let them do that for you, because you want to spend your time on something that gets you more results. Now, moving on to the second part is the factors to consider before choosing a location. Location again. Location is extremely important. If you choose the location wrong, no matter how good you are, you will lose money. And if you don't even know about real estate investing, you just buy in the right neighborhood, the right location, you will still win. So that is how important location is. So these are the factors I typically consider when I'm looking to invest in an area or in a neighborhood or in a place I don't know. First of all, is the population growth. I want to see the population of 50,000 or more. And I don't like to see a declining population. So it has to be growing, not coming down. Now, I also like to buy in an established neighborhood, and I would definitely recommend this for you as well. If you're getting started, buy in an established neighborhood. It's very difficult for you as a new investor to be a pioneer of the new neighborhood up and coming. You may think it's going to grow in the next 2 years. It might take 10 years to grow, and that might definitely affect your experience. Also, number three, landlord-friendly states or landlord-friendly community. And this is one of the reasons why some people will say, I don't like to buy in HOA, because sometimes they can limit what you can do and cannot do. But if you're doing a long-term buy and hold, most of the time, the HOA doesn't really affect you because people are going to be staying there for at least 1 year or at least 6 months. So landlord-friendly state or landlord-friendly neighborhood for sure. Number four, jobs and employer diversification. You have to make sure there is just not one type of employer. There are many kind of employer in the manufacturing, tech jobs, maybe in the IT, maybe in the health sectors, consulting, among other things, that e-commerce, where there is a diversified employer and employment. Because if people are just in one employment industry, then or in one particular industry, then what happens to that industry? If, for example, that industry is not performing, then there is a high chance that your tenant will not be able to pay your rent. Now you have to struggle to come out of the your pockets to pay your mortgage yourself. So that is not something you want. Number five, I like to see the median annual income of the household or the household annual income to be $50,000 or more. So why? Because property management or even you as a small landlord should definitely be looking for 3x or more of a monthly rent. So if you're renting a property to keep it simple, right? If you're renting a property for $2,000, then you want to make sure that the monthly income of that tenant that you're going to accept is at least 3 times, you know, of the rent. So if you're renting for $2,000, then make sure they're making $6,000, which means they have to make minimum of $72,000 per annum. If they are not making that, then that means that's not a tenant you should consider. You should look for somebody else. To bring it even more simpler, if you're renting a property for $1,000, make sure that tenant make at least $3,000 every single month. If they make less than that, obviously, if they have any minor issue in their finances, they will default on your rent, and definitely that will affect you negatively because you have to continue to pay your mortgage on that property. So that's why you want to make sure the median income of the place you're buying is also high, because if you buy an expensive property in a place that they cannot support the rent, then you're going to have a hard time finding a qualified tenant, which means vacancy for you. And even if you eventually find one, there will be higher chances they will default on their monthly rent payment. So be aware of this, please. Very, very important. Number six, highly rated schools. You want to buy in a good school because, see, I know a couple of people that they don't even know anything about real estate. All they are looking for is, hey, I need a A school rating. If it's not A rating, I don't want to buy. Worst case scenario, I'll buy in a B rated school, because they know that everybody want to keep their kids in good schools. And if they want to put their kids in good school, obviously the neighborhood will be good because it's A class school, right? That means A class school, you can expect A class property, and you can expect A class neighborhood and A class people. So that is how it works. Now, it doesn't mean you have to buy an A class, but make sure the school is at least a B, when you are trying to buy, because that will automatically keep you safe. Number seven, I want to see a rent growth of at least 3% annually. So if you're renting for, $1,000 for now, by next year, I want to at least see, take 3% increase in that, and on and on. So that is what I always like to see. Minimum, of course, the more I can get, the better, but I like to see minimum of 3% annual rent growth. I also like to see minimum of 3% annual appreciation. I want to see the property appreciating in value, minimum of 3%. In the Houston area, in most part of the country, is about 5% right now, but that can fluctuate over time. So also, number nine, I like to make sure the property is kind of like, very close to amenities like stores, hospitals, fun places, places that people just like to visit. So that way I can make sure that my tenants have a good staying experience while they stay in my property. That way they can stay longer, and I can also avoid vacancy and keep them happy as long as I can, because at the end of the day, the tenant is your customer. If you're a landlord, if you're a short-term rental, your guests are they're your customers. So you have to make sure they're happy, or else you're going to have vacancy, and vacancy means you're losing money. Now, I put these sources of data. You can look at Google, definitely is your source of data. You can quickly look up a neighborhood or what does something mean. Niche.com is a very good website to know about the neighborhood, the zip code, the schools, and other stuff. There's another one that is called greatschools.org. Greatschools.org. You can also check that out. Of course, your local MLS. So MLS means multiple listing services. So if you're in the Houston area, obviously you probably will have heard about HAR.com, which means Houston Association of Realtors. That is local MLS. MLS again means multiple listing services. Now you can look at Redfin. You can look at U-Haul. This is a good indication, of where there's a lot of job growth and population growth. Because if you see a U-Haul moving to a particular direction, it tells you that hey, people are moving there. If you also see where a U-Haul is moving from, let's say they are moving from, let's say county X, or let's pick let's call it A. They're moving from state A to state B. Then you know that state A is not really good for you as a landlord. Then you have to go look at state B, and you can look at the city as well, maybe city X, and they're moving to city Y. You have to avoid city X because they are moving from there. You don't want to go by where people are moving out of. You want to buy where people are moving to, because that's already tell you they will be easy to rent there. Also, there is van lines. You can look up van lines. They always have a report annually where you can read their report and see where they are, where people are moving into. You don't need to do most of this thing, but definitely if you want to, play with it, you can visit all these websites and see what they have to offer you. But I will carefully warn you not to, waste too much time on this, because most of the time, if you buy in a good schools area, in a good neighborhood, most of this has been checked for you automatically. The reason is not far-fetched. The builders always spend a lot of money to do their own due diligence, to do their own research before they start building homes in those neighborhoods. And that has lifted 99% of your risk has been eliminated if you're buying in a good neighborhood with a good schools, with a good amenities. Now, if Bright Investor, MSC.FEMA.gov, and Bigger Pockets, these are your source of income. Source of your data where you can find the information from. So this is a little bit longer than I anticipated, but I definitely want to make sure you read it or you visit this module over and over, because it answers a lot of questions. What should I do when I do this? What should I do with it? This, I believe I've covered this. And if there's any other more question, obviously, you know how to get hold of me. But this is very important. So niche means, what do I want to focus on? Strategy is kind of broad. Like buy and hold is a strategy. Niche means you're actually even going deeper. And I always advise people, be a little bit of an inch wide, inch from the word niche. Inch wide. Don't go too wide, but be a mile, 2 mile, 3 mile deep. So inch wide and mile deep, meaning that if you're picking one strategy, go deep into that strategy. Let's say you want to be a buy and hold landlord and long-term is your thing, then go deeper into how can I actually make more money as a long-term buy and hold investor. If you're choosing a short-term rental, then make sure you go deeper into short-term rental. Don't jump from one strategy or niche to another. You waste a lot of time, you get frustrated, and most likely you will not even get any results. So I hope this really helped you. Again, I do want you to come back to this module and watch it and take notes as many times as you need to. Thank you, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye.
All right, I hope you find value in this video. So make sure to click on the link below to see all my resources I have for you. And make sure to join the private online community where I can even further support you. And if you want to work with me one-on-one, you will see the invitation to apply to join my private one-on-one real estate coaching program. That is where I can fully support you. That's where I can understand your situation. And that's where I can get you results faster. So again, make sure to click on the link below and see all the stuff I have for you there. And I will see you inside. Peace.
All right, welcome to module number 7. I'm very happy that you are going this far. So in this module, I want to talk about the difference between single family and multifamily and where you be investing in. A lot of people has called me and, jump on my calendar many times. Hey, Wally, I'm not sure if I should start from single family or multifamily. So you are not alone. And that is why I'm putting this here to help you understand single family, multifamily, what are the things to consider, then where you should start from. So where should I start from, single family or multifamily? It's always a very, very common question. So here, this will help you to know where to start from. Now, I have this column here. These are the areas I'll be comparing them. And you can see what is applicable to single family and what is applicable to multifamily. I do want you to slow down and rewind this and watch them and listen to it over and over again until you fully grasp the information I'm trying to pass along. Now, let's start with this. The property type, obviously, single family means it's standalone and it's, more privacy, right? You have your privacy to yourself. The tenants can definitely enjoy their privacy and most likely will stay longer. Now, for multifamily, it's a building of multiple units and, of course, less privacy. You know what I mean. Investments, initial investment, of course, there's always a little bit of a lower, down payment. If you're buying a single family home, let's say, $200,000 and you put in, 20% down, that is about what? Let's say 25%, that's about $50,000, right? But if you are buying a multifamily, let's say fourplexes, and you are buying, $800,000 of a times four units, then it simply means that you are going to be, 25% means you have to cough out $200,000. Some people just don't have that. So they like to just automatically say, okay, you know what, I'll just start from single family. So again, this slide is to help you understand where you should start from, right? Should you start from single family? Should you start from multifamily? I will give you all the, what is involved. And you can eventually look at yourself, okay, based on what, he has mentioned here, I just see myself, succeeding if I start from here, either from here or here. You decide. I will not make that decision for you because only you know yourself better than I do, right? So next one is the cash flow. Potentially, you can get a higher cash flow per unit because there is more privacy. If it's even in a very nice schools, you can charge higher rent. Potential for lower cash flow per unit, but multiple units can offset this, right? You see, if you have 4, 5 units. If one unit is vacant, then you can make more money from the other unit. So you can get the idea from that. But typically, a single family home will rent more than a multifamily, except it's a luxury multifamily in a very nice neighborhood and all those stuff. So appreciation potential, they just appreciates at slower rates for multifamily most of the time because they are comparing it with comparables like comps, your neighbors. What are they selling for? And similar houses with similar amenities. That is how they value single family home. In the multifamily space, the appreciate can go very, very high because if you improve the net operating income, which is NOI, you can definitely expect your value of your house of your property to go up because multifamily, especially the large multifamily, when I say large multifamily, anything above 5 units, they are looking at anything above 4 units. So 5 and upward, they are looking at it in form of a business. You are buying a business. So what does that mean? It means that they want to make sure that the income is good. So based on the income, that's how multifamily is valued. If you're buying your duplex, triplex, fourplexes, these are still considered residential. They are still, even though they are multiple units, they are still in the residential space. Financing is still the same thing. Everything in single family is still most likely applicable for small multifamily. But once you get above that 4 units, which is 5 units and upward, then you can expect for things to start getting a little bit complicated. Now, management complexity, easier to manage for single family, more management intensive in a multifamily because now you are dealing with multiple people with multiple characters and different personality you have to navigate. Of course, you don't have to, do that by yourself. You can hire a property manager to do that for you. They will deal with all that stuff. So risk diversification. In single family, you are the only one taking the risk, unfortunately. But in multifamily, you can share some of those risks among all the units. So in single family, it means you only have one unit, right? But in multifamily, it means you have more than one. So if one unit is vacant in multifamily, another one is going to be occupied. So even though you're going to still be short or, from your cash flow and all those stuff, but you're not going to be totally negative. But in single family, if that one unit is vacant, then your income is zero. But if in multifamily, your income can be, be reduced by 10%, 20%, 40%, but you hardly go to zero in income in multifamily because there are many units. One is not paying you, the other one will pay you. One tenant is moving out, the one other tenant is still there. So that's how it works. Now, vacancy impact. I think I've mentioned it multiple times already. This is a big factor. People lose a lot of money in terms of vacancy because they don't really know how to navigate this. So anytime a tenant is leaving your property, you will have to clean it up, maybe paint it again, do some touch-ups, get it ready for the next tenant. In single family, this is very common when they move out. Multifamily, vacancy do happen as well, but the income from the other side again can offset that vacancy that you have. You're not going to, beat yourself too much if you have a vacancy in 1 unit out of 10 units. But if you have 1 unit vacant out of 1 unit, then you know that, your vacancy is 100%. So among other ones, so financing options. It's easier to finance single family home because there are several mortgages you can use, which I'm going to talk about financing in the subsequent models. But in the multifamily space, it's a commercial loan and it's a specialized financing. It's a little bit more complicated. They ask you for more stuff. And most of the time, they are financing you based on the performance, like the NOI I talk about here, of the property, not 100% of you as a borrower, but in a combination of you, the borrower, and the income the property is producing, NOI, net operating income. So we use that a lot in the commercial space. And multifamily is considered commercial because commercial is very wide. If you read the ebook I ask you to read, you will have understand that real estate is divided into two. You have the single family, you have the residential, and you have the commercial. So now moving on. So you have, financing option for multifamily. A lot of them can be very specialized and they require additional more stuff. Your net worth comes into play here, liquidity reserve, and all those things comes into play here. So exit strategy. You can easily sell, a single family home because it's just one house, right? And a regular home buyer will buy from you. A small investor, a small landlord like yourself, getting started can easily buy that from you and you move on to the next thing. But for multifamily, it can be a little bit difficult to sell because you are now selling to a specialized kind of buyer, people that know what they're doing. Hopefully, you get to that point in your journey. So people that know what they're doing, they're going to be looking at the ROI, when selling when where they want to buy from you. And of course, you can potentially make, larger return on your investment when you are selling as well, because now you are selling it as a business. You are selling it based on the income that is producing. Some of these are not really applicable to your duplex, triplex, fourplexes, but once you get above 4 units, you can expect all these complex things to start kicking in for you. So somebody buying a fourplex probably would not be looking at the NOI so much. If they are very savvy, they should look at it, but most of the time they're not very savvy, they're not gonna bother with that. But when you're talking about 10 units, 20 units, 100 units, definitely that is how they are being valued. And of course, there will always be a broker involved to guide the transaction. So now market cycle impact. How does market cycle affect single family? In the single family world, the market is kind of vulnerable. Single family is kind of more vulnerable to market fluctuation because people are buying with a lot of emotions. People that want to live there. People are buying based on the comparables, based on the comps in the neighborhood, on the same street, on the next street, similar square foot, similar bedroom, similar bathroom, similar amenities. That is how they are buying single family. But in the multi-family space, market fluctuations may be more stable during market downturns. That is, if the market fluctuates, provided the property is still occupied, tenants are still paying their rent, then multifamily owner don't have to bother because, hey, just continue to hold it. You just don't have to sell it. You wait until market looks good, then you can now calculate your NOI, then come up with your cap rate and your sales price and all those stuff. So that's how market value affects multifamily real estate. Again, most of these are for larger multifamily. I'm talking about 5 units and upwards, not for your duplex, triplex, fourplexes. Now, in terms of the starting points, it is very easy to start with a single family. From my experience, I've seen a lot of people start from there, including myself. I started from single family. And for multifamily, it's a little bit more difficult to start because there's a lot of moving pieces and there's a lot of checks and there's a lot of more players for it. So you might consider yourself, hey, based on all this stuff, where is the best place for me to start? Major reason why I see that stuff that I determine which buckets will eventually fall into is the financing. How much do you have? This is number 2, initial investment. How much do you have to actually put down as a down payment? If you're buying an investment property, that is, you will not live there, most lender will require you to put at least 20% down. At least 20% down. So if you're buying a $1 million multifamily, 20% of that is $200,000. The question is, do you have the $200,000? If the answer is yes, and you really like other features that multifamily has to offer, then start from multifamily. If you don't have that, obviously you fall into the single family. That is where I fall into because I don't have that initial large capital and I want to get started. I started from single family, and over time, I improved my finances and eventually I started buying multifamily. So the biggest factor that stops a lot of people or that determine where you're going to fall into is the initial investment. How much do you have to invest to start with? That is very important. I hope this really helps you. If you still, see that I've moved too fast, please come back here and watch this again and start somewhere. and get it going. Eventually, you will figure out so many stuff, and you can start getting creative by partnering with people to raise the down payment and all those other creative things. But to get it started, to keep your life, to keep this thing moving, start where you can start from, based on your risk tolerance and based on how much you have to invest right now. Thank you, and I will see you on the next one. Bye bye. All right, so we are now getting into the strategies now, and this is module number 8. So in this one, I will be talking about one of my favorite real estate investing strategy, and this is buy and hold rental properties. I will be telling you what buy and hold entails and how you can go about it, what are the best practices, and what I am currently doing. Now, it's one of the strategy. You don't have to really do this in my way. You can tweak it a little bit, but in my opinion, buy and hold real estate as a landlord, it's one of the best way to build a long-term wealth. So this is my favorite strategy, and I do recommend you try to buy within $220,000 to $300,000 purchase price. From my experience in the Texas area, this is where I've seen a lot of success. This is where I've seen a lot of people, making the best decision, because it's a very average price point for most first-time home buyers, and also for most single family homes, rental property. They fall within this $220,000 to $300,000. Now, if you're in more expensive market like Austin, Texas, or some places in Washington D.C., California, or some part of New York, of course, this might be not work for your market. But in the Houston area, $220,000 to $300,000 seems to be the purchase price that I've seen a lot of people find profitable and works for them. The reason is this: once you step above $300,000, the rent to purchase price ratio will no longer make sense. Rent to purchase price ratio simply means that, let's say you're going to rent it for $2,000 divided by the purchase price, which is $300,000. So that will be not make so much sense, because now you are further away. You want to be as close to the 1% as much as possible. That is, if you're buying it for $200,000, you want to make sure it will rent for $2,000. Of course, this is very difficult to find, especially with the interest rate that is kind of high. So it's a little bit not going to work. So you want to stick within, anything above 0.75% in the rent to divided by purchase price ratio. It's a win for me. That's what I've been doing lately. So now you want to buy in a decent neighborhood, decent single family or multi-family property, and keep there for as long as you want to. You want to buy in a Class A or Class B neighborhood. I don't recommend Class C or Class D, because these actually come with a lot of headaches. And don't forget, we discussed about the location, right? If you buy in the wrong location, you will definitely regret it, because there's no amount of magic you want to do. The location is just not going to help you. So now you want to buy in a great condition, or we call it rent ready, or maybe you want to buy something that needs some work, that needs some repair. Maybe it has a foundation issue, it has a roof problem, the siding is falling apart, it need a new, framing, among other things. So this is where your risk tolerance will come into play. Do you want to play it safe and buy a rent-ready property, or you want to buy something that needs some work? Now, in terms of that, these are strategies or niches, if you want to call it like a niche, NICHES, niches within the buy and hold strategy. So the common one a lot of people will tell you is the BRRRR. The BRRRR is a strategy whereby, or let me tell you the acronym first. It means the buy, rehab or renovate, you rent, you refinance, and you repeat. That's the BRRRR. It's a very common strategy in the investment world, because people that just getting started, that they don't have so much money, but they have some time and they want to take on some risk, they start from here. So that way they look for property that needs some work, they buy it, they renovate it, another hour they rent it to a good tenant. The next hour means they refinance it, because most of the time they are buying it with kind of like a short-term loan, like a hard money lending or private money, or even their personal cash. But this has to be refinanced, because they need to free up that cash to go do the next one, or they need to pay off the hard money, because hard money comes with a higher interest rate. And the last one is they go repeat it again, repeat it if they are successful. But if you don't have the time, you don't have the risk tolerance, this is probably not something you want to do, because there's a lot of moving pieces, and some people losing money, including myself, trying to do the strategy as well. So now the SRR, SRRR. This one is S means subject to. You are buying the property subject to the seller's existing mortgage. or subject to seller financing, or subject to any other terms that will prevent you, that will not require you to go to the bank or use your own personal money or use other people's money directly, that which will be a direct effort of you going to raise the money. So subject to seller's current mortgage, subject to seller financing, subject to any terms that will, save you the headache of going to find the money, pretty much. That's what it means, subject to. Now, you're still going to go ahead and renovate it if it needs to be renovated, which is the R, and you're going to rent it to a good tenant, and you repeat the process again. If it doesn't need any renovation, you can just, change it to rent it, refinance, and go and repeat it again. So this is a creative financing, or this is a creative way to acquire property. Of course, anything creative in real estate, they are not very easy to do. I will not be here to tell you that, oh, you can just go and find a seller that will just sell their house to you on seller financing or subject to. It's not very easy to come by. And when you eventually see that seller that want to sell it to you, they want to get premium for that because you are buying it on your own term, correct? They want to also sell it on their own terms. And if you guys cannot come together on the terms, then there is no transaction. So this is another way you can acquire it, BRRRR or SAR. The next one is conventional purchase. You talk to a investor realtor that know about real estate investing, and you buy it on MLS, on anywhere, but through a realtor. You can also go through a turnkey. Turnkey simply means rent ready, nothing to be done, is ready to go. I do a lot of, this because my time is more valuable these days than chasing the very distressed property around and dealing with contractors. So I just play it safe, play it easy, and, do as much as I'm able to based on the cash available. So turnkey means it's ready to go. It can be a new construction. It can be maybe 1 or 2 year old. It can even be 10 years old, depending on the condition that everything is done. You don't need to do anything. It's rent ready, tenants moving ready. Now, you can also buy below market rents because it's a value add as well, right? If you're buying below market rent, let's say you know that this property should be renting for $2,000, but the current owner is renting it for $1,800. So you can come in there, buy it, and increase the rent to $2,000. So you just added value. So that is another way to do that. And you can do this both on the market through your realtor or off market. Also, you can buy below market value as well, not just market rent. You can buy below market value as well. So moving on. Now, this can be rented as a short term, which is your Airbnb, in a medium term rental, like Furnish Finder, like rent by the room, like like part splits and all those ones. You can rent it to a travel nurse worker or travel healthcare professionals, construction workers, people that run into issue with their house. Now they are getting some insurance claim to have a short-term stay in a place before their house is ready to move back into their house. So you can do the medium-term rental, or you can do long-term rental to market tenants, like a regular tenant that just need a place to live. They cannot buy a house yet, so they will call them market tenants. Or you can do a Section 8, rent it to a Section 8 voucher holders. These are people that the government is kind of subsidizing their housing expenses for them. And most of the time, the government will pay all their, if the house is supposed to rent for $1,200, the government will pay for that. But some cases, maybe they're only paying for $1,100, then the tenant will cover the difference of that $100. So that is what Section 8 voucher holder mean. It means that you're renting to somebody or any kind of program that has some government or a private influence into the rent, whereby the tenant is not directly responsible for the rent. That is what kind of Section 8 or government housing program means. So you can also maximize the tax advantages by doing a long-term buy and hold. So 1031 exchange is a very common one. And if you're doing the fix and flip, the wholesaling, anything that is kind of short, you might not really get all these advantages of tax benefits. But if you do a long-term buy and hold, definitely that is where you maximize all the benefit of investing in real estate. Now, there's a lot of benefit of investing in real estate. So you have to know what aspect of real estate benefits do you want to apply? Do you want to go after? I know a couple of people that they simply invest in real estate only for the tax benefits. And I know a couple of people that only invest in real estate only because they know that, hey, the tenant is going to pay my mortgage for me over the course of 15, 20 years. So eventually I will own this property free and clear, and tenant will have paid that for me over the years. So you have to know what is your own strategy. What do you want to focus on when you are investing in real estate? So tax advantages definitely is one of the reasons why I prefer the buy and hold long term. Now, like I mentioned, it can be short term, it can be long term, it can be medium term. But for me, I do mostly long term because I just believe that my time is valuable and I want to do something else instead of dealing with the short term and all those things. But in the future, I might, do some short term rentals. But for now, I just simply do long term because again, short term means it's a little bit of a work. It's a little bit of an hospitality business and you have to get to review. You have to keep people happy and any kind of algorithm or any kind of negative experience or negative review can really impact your occupancy rates in your short-term rental. So just be aware of that. I'm not discouraging short-term rental in any way. I'm just letting you know that there are pros and cons to all this strategy. You just have to know yourself and go for what you think you can do. But they are still considered buy and hold. Buy and hold simply means you're buying the property, you are holding it, but while you're holding it, you can use it to do so many stuff. Short-term, long-term, medium-term, among other stuff. So now the last one on the list is that, in my opinion, is the best way to build a long-term wealth because again, you just buy that thing, make sure you buy in a good neighborhood, in a good area, and tenant will pay it for you over the years, and now you have that house free and clear, and now the mortgage on it is now zero, and you enjoy all the benefits of real estate. So yeah, that's on this one for buy and hold. Definitely one of my favorite strategy, and I will strongly recommend you take a deeper look into it. Short-term rental, like I mentioned, medium term is still considered buy and hold because it's the end use. But the go buy the property with the goal that I want to keep this property for a long time. What you use it for while you are keeping it can vary. You can jump from long term to short term to medium term to long term. Among other things, you can do it for. You can rent to pensionate tenants, and you rent to regular tenants. You can even say, hey, you know what? For the next 6 months, I don't want to rent it out. Whatever you want to do with it while you are holding it, but we want to make sure the property is generating income for you because it is an investment property, and you want to make sure is not burning your hand, that you are not losing money or regretting why you purchased the property because of vacancy. So be aware of that. But long-term buy and hold is my favorite real estate investing strategy. Now, this can be done with a single family, it can be done with a multifamily, it can even be done with a mobile home park, self-storage, among other things. But make sure buy and hold means I'm buying it, I'm holding it for as long as I can. And if you have to sell it in the future, maybe 5 years down the line, of course, you can sell it, move the money to something bigger, do a 1031 exchange, and go buy something bigger, among other stuff. I also know a couple of people that invest in real estate simply because they make so much money in their W-2 or in their 1099, and they want to write off some taxes. And buying real estate is one of the ways they can do that. Of course, I'm not a CPA. I recommend you talk to your CPA so you can get a professional advice. But this is something I've done myself, and this is something I see many people do. So this is about buy and hold investing. I'll talk about fix and flip on the next one, and I hope you find this valuable. Thank you. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. All right, welcome to this module. In this module, I want to talk about the house hacking real estate. You see, one of the strategies to invest in real estate is called house hacking. And this one actually involves you buying some kind of property whereby you can live in one of the units or one of the rooms and rent out the other rooms or other units as the case may be. Now, you can do this with a single family home. Maybe you buy a four bedroom house with a 2 bathroom. You live in one of the rooms, maybe the master bedroom, and you rent out the other 3 rooms to roommates, and they kind of pay your rent they pay you rent, and you use that rent to pay your mortgage, and you can live in that property for free. Of course, your privacy is going to be limited. You have to live with sometimes some stranger in the house, among other things. So most people don't really like to do with a single family home. But if you are single and you don't care about, hey, those, short-term inconvenience for the long-term benefit, it might be a way to start, especially if you don't have a lot of down payments to buy multifamily like this one. Now, you also can use a 3% down payment or 3.5% FHA to buy multifamily, maybe 2 to 4 units, where you live in one of the units and you rent out the other 3. Now, I need to warn you, there is something they call, or the lenders calls FHA self-sufficiency test. FHA self-sufficiency test. This is a test that will kick in once you step above 2 units. If you're doing with a single family and a duplex, you should be fine. But once you step above duplex and you want to buy triplex, fourplexes with that 3.5% down payment, you might run into some what they call FHA self-sufficiency test. Now, also, if the purchase price is low in the Houston area, if it's less than $400,000, You can still do that FHA 3.5% down payment to buy that fourplexes. But once you step above that $400,000 and it's not a duplex, then you might risk that FHA self-sufficiency test. So what is even FHA self-sufficiency test? It means that the income that you are getting from the other units has to be enough to pay your mortgage obligation and your other expenses, which is very, very difficult to find because you are putting little money down. You're putting just 3.5% down, and they still want the other units, excluding the one you are living in, to cover all the mortgage expenses and other minor expenses you can have on the house. So this is very, very difficult to find. It means that you have to buy the property at a very huge discount. It doesn't just, just work. Except you want to go buy a distressed property, and distressed property, most of the time will not even qualify for FHA 203B, but you can use FHA 203K. I'm going to get into all those when I get to the financing option, but just know that you can house hack, live in one room or one of the unit and rent out the other one. You can do this with a new construction, relatively new home. You can do it with a fourplex, with a single family home, with a duplex, or even with a distressed property like this one. You can buy something that needs some work. While you are living there, you fix it up. You can use that 203K to do it. Of course, this is not very easy, but it is doable. I've helped people to do it, but they understand that it takes some work and, they do it. So that's one thing you can expect. So moving on, you can do this with single family or multifamily. You live in one room or the one unit and you rent out the others. You also can enjoy all the benefits of owning a property because now you are being a landlord and you're also living in there for free. And you start building wealth through real estate, but it's only 3.5% down or 5% conventional loan to buy a 4 units. This is a no-brainer, and I've helped many, many people to do this because it just makes sense. Hey, I don't have a lot of money, but I still want to be an investor. I'm currently renting. I want to stop renting. I want to become a homeowner. Hey, okay, let's use one stone to kill two birds. And we buy, duplex, triplex, fourplex, based on their situation and based on what the lender will approve them for, and they do it. Some people have also done it with single family home. They buy something like this. They live in the master bedroom. They rent out the other rooms. But in my opinion or in my experience, this is a little bit inconvenience to do because I don't think I want to live with a stranger in the house or I want my privacy. Then, do it. I even tell them if you are just getting started and you are currently renting a home, the best way to even start your real estate investing is to buy your primary residence first. Don't talk about real estate investing when you are still a tenant, except you have a valid reason why you are still renting. Other than that, you should buy your primary residence first before you even talk about real estate investing. And you can move out of your primary residence after 1 or 2 years and go do it again. Now, the one you move out from, you rent it out as an investment property, as a rental property. You can use it for medium term, short term, long term rental, and you go put another 3.5% down to buy the next one. If you even do this over the course of 5 years, you're already a millionaire because you can buy houses that worth $300,000 every single year, every 2 years. You move out, turn them to rental, go to the next one. Of course, it comes with the inconvenience of moving all the time. But again, if it's something you're willing to do, it might be a way to go around that 25% down payment that is always required for an investment property. So I hope this will help you. This is house hacking. It's a very good strategy. I've helped people to do it. I strongly recommend it for people that don't have so much money to get started and they really want to use one stone to kill two birds. So that way you are learning about being a landlord. You are also investing in real estate and you are living in there for free and you are building equity on the property as over time. So it's a no-brainer. Again, I strongly recommend house hacking. If you want to really discuss that, absolutely talk to your realtor. If you're working with me, absolutely let me know. I will be able to get it going. Thank you, and I will see you on the next one. Bye-bye.
I hope you're finding value in the video. As much as I have put it together for you, make sure to click on the link below in the video description. You will see all the resources I have for you. I do want to make sure you're able to implement everything you are learning from here, and I don't want you to get stuck. If you need my help, you can easily see my link to my calendar in the video description below. You can even join my private online community, or if you want to work with me one-on-one, you will see the invitation to complete a quick survey in the video description where you can work with me one-on-one, and I can be able to get you results a lot faster. Again, don't forget to click the link in the video description below and I will see you inside. Peace.
All right, thank you for joining me again. This is module number 10. On this module, I will be talking about fixing and flipping houses, or you call it flipping houses or fix and flip. These are all the names they call the same thing. So now what is fix and flip? Fix and flip simply means Are you buying a property at about maybe 30 to 40% below the fair market value? And you go in there, you fix it up, and you bring it back to shape, and then you sell it. When you sell it for profit, it's called fix and flip. Now, if you don't sell it, you keep it as a rental. We call it a bar. That is, you buy, you renovate, you rent, you refinance, and you repeat. A bar, BRRRR. That is a bar. But if you sell it, it becomes a flip. Now, this comes with some level of risk, of course. Like I mentioned to you, anything that is creative, anything that you are going to be able to force some appreciation into it, it means there's some level of risk. Some of the risk could be that you bought something that is too distressed than your level of experience, and you can eventually lose money or lose a lot of time or lose some sleep on that deal because you buy it more than you can chew. Now, it can also be a job or a business if you run it properly and you put some system in place, you hire the right people, you can run it as a business. I know a couple of flippers that make a lot of money flipping houses, but they didn't just start like that. Of course, they, learn a lot of stuff. They made some mistakes. They lost some money. Eventually, they figure it out and they, systematize it, put people in charge of stuff, and now it's a profitable business for them. So now that is something you can definitely do, but just be aware and set up your expectation right from the beginning, so you are not disappointed if your first flip took you 6 months, 1 year. I've even seen people do it for 2 years just to flip one house. So I mean, like everything else at the beginning will be very challenging for you because you are learning what you don't know and you are trying to figure it out as you go. Of course, you partner with someone like me, I can help you cut through the chase and tell you what to avoid quickly. And you can flip your first house, maybe if you're very serious, within 3 months. Of course, depending on the level of distress of the property. And if it's something I think is just too much for you, based on what I know about you, I will tell you to avoid it and move on to something else. So definitely, it can be a job or it can be a business. And also, it's very challenging to actually find somebody that want to discount their house for you for up to 30 to 40% of the market value. So, for example, if the property worth, let's say, $100,000 to keep it simple, you want to buy it for $70,000 or less. That can be very challenging to find because, I mean, why would they just lose that money? But it is doable, of course, because these are property. Most of the time, they are very distressed. They need some love. They need some care. And the seller sometimes understand that. Some of them also not really open to reality. They want to still get more for their house. So depending on how much of negotiation and how patient you want to be with that seller, you definitely can get a property for 70% of the true market value or 30% below what they actually worth after fixing it. Now, the simple calculation is that if you want to buy a flip, now I'll go back to that very simple calculation of $100,000. It's very easy for anybody to understand. It doesn't mean you should be targeting property of $100,000. It's just simply telling you that, hey, let's keep it simple. So the property, when it's all fixed up, it worth $100,000, right? How much should you be buying it for? How much should you pay? Now, how much should you pay? There are two things you have to know before you can determine how much you should pay. Number one, you need to know what is the ARV, after repair value. After repair value. After repair value simply means when it's all fixed up, now it's looking good. How much is this property worth? What is the value after repair value? Once you know that, let's say the ARV, which is after repair value, is $100,000. Now, the second thing you need to know is how much repair is needed. For you to know this, you need to grab a contractor and talk to them and take them to the property. They will look at the property, both the interior and the exterior and the foundation, and tell you, hey, based on this property, and this is what it's going to cost you to fix it up for it to actually worth that $100,000 that you are planning to sell it for. Now, your realtor will be the one giving you the ARV, which is the after repair value. Your contractor is the one that will give you the estimates for repair. With these two information, now you can go back home and work and calculate, or maybe even on your phone. Hey, if I'm going to fix it up for $10,000, and I know if it's all fixed up, it's going to worth $100,000. So how much do I need to pay? The calculation is very simple. You multiply 0.7 times the purchase price, the after repair value. So 0.7 times $100,000 means $70,000 minus that repair, $10,000. So you should be paying $60,000 to buy this property. That is what it means. Now, this can be purchased with your cash, private money, hard money. You can partner with somebody to buy it where you are the one doing all the work, but they are simply putting the money down. among other things. So there's a lot of ways to buy it, and we're going to talk about financing in the subsequent modules. Now, you have to pay a short-term capital gain on the profits, that you made to IRS. So I'm not a tax expert. I'm not a CPA, but on the houses I flip, I can tell you that the taxes I pay on them is very heavy. It's also one of the reasons why I don't really like focusing on flipping houses. I just like the buy and hold for long term because I don't want to pay the capital gain, or you call it short term gain on flipping houses. But if you run it as a business, you can write off a lot of stuff that can maybe offset those taxes you are paying, right? So that's one of the reasons. But you're going to pay capital gain if you're only flipping one houses in a year. Probably not something you want to do. But if you're doing it in volume, now you're running it as a business, then it can make sense on the long run. Now, this can be a very stressful strategy, especially for a new investor if you don't have a system and processes in place, because I mean, it's a job. There's a lot of moving pieces. You're going to manage the contractor. You're going to manage some of the other vendors. You're going to know what are they doing, what stage are they in. You're going to deal with some material issues. The first one is definitely a learning call for you because there's so many things you have to figure out, and you have to be open to dealing with disappointment because you will face disappointment from your contractor. It's always happen. Now, the big one is that you also can risk going above your budget. In the example I used, I said $10,000. Your budget can easily go 40%, 30%, 20% over your initial budget. That is, now you go above budget. Also, you can go beyond the time limit you say you're going to take to rehab it, to renovate the house. Let's say you say it's going to take you only 2 months. It can take you 3 months, 6 months, depending on how you manage your contractor and depending on how distressed, how complicated the renovation is, and depending on the skills of your contractor. So if you don't check all this in very well, you can see yourself trying to flip one house for 6 months, for 1 year, simply because you just didn't do your homework very well. So again, that's why you're partnering with someone like me. I can recommend contractors to you. I can tell you what to do. And I can, most importantly, tell you to run away from that property. Sometimes you have to run away. It doesn't mean you are not taking action. It just simply means you have to wait to take the right action. And the last one is that you can potentially lose money flipping houses. I have, seen people lose money by flipping houses because they bought more than what they can chew. They don't have the right guidance, and eventually they lost money. So don't be that person. Now, I want to show you this quick example. This is actually my own project. So I purchased this for, this one is in Spring, Texas. I purchased it for, I think, $195. Yeah, right. See the price, $195, and I renovated it for $46,000 to $30. And I have an holding cost because I use some kind of private money. I partner with two people on this. They borrow me the money. I use it to purchase it, and I use my own personal money to fix it up. Now, I sold it for $272,000 within 14 days. Of course, because I'm an agent, I'm able to pull that off. But this is the downside, right? I did a good job. I think I spent about 2 months of, let's see, maybe about 5-6 weeks or so to renovate it, and I sold it for profit. Now, this was not the profit I was planning to make. I was planning to make, this is the completed picture, of course, right? You see how it's looking nice. You see the before and you see the after, right? Before, after. Now, it looks good. I mean, the buyer was very happy. They enjoyed the house, but it was not very good for me because I was projecting to make around $27,000 to $28,000 on this project, but I only made 15,552. 15,552. Because that happened because the same week the property is going on the market for the public to see it and start making offer, that was the same week the federal government increased the interest rates. What does this mean to me? It means that my buyer pool of buyers, number of buyers that's supposed to come forward to buy my property are now reduced because, as you all know, higher interest rates limit the purchasing power of any buyer. If somebody's supposed to qualify to buy a house of $400,000 at 3% interest rate, at 7% interest rate or 6% interest rate, they probably will only qualify for like $250,000 to $300,000 property. So it means about $100,000, about 25% more of their purchasing power has been eroded because of the interest rate. So that was what happened to me here. I was trying to sell it for 290 something. Eventually, I sold it for 272. You see that? That was the biggest risk for me. So again,
I don't say you should not flip houses. Just be aware that they come with risk. If this is a strategy you want to do, I will give you contacts to people that can help you navigate this. It doesn't replace you doing your own due diligence. It doesn't replace you doing your hard work. It doesn't replace you managing the project to make sure it's a successful one. But just be aware that flipping comes with some level of risk, and you can potentially lose money flipping houses, especially on your first 3 flips. You can potentially lose money. I'll see you on the next one. Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, welcome to Module 11. In this module, I'll be talking about what is real estate wholesaling, who can do real estate wholesaling, and who is not for. I will tell you that this might not be a very comprehensive, everything you need to know about wholesaling, but it will give you about 95% of what it's all about and how you can go about it. So first of all, you need to understand yourself before you implement any real estate strategy. For this one, you definitely need to be able to identify a great deal, a great opportunity, and you have to put it under contract either in your name or in an LLC. Then you will go around and look for what we call an end buyer. The end buyer is the one that will buy it from you. So pretty much instead of flipping houses, you are now flipping the contract. You are an entrepreneur. You are putting a house under contract with a seller, and you are turning around looking for a cash buyer or hand buyer. So I'll give you a quick example. So in this case, you have a seller that want to sell their house, and you're able to negotiate the price to $250,000. When you put it on a contract for $250,000, you go around and look for an end buyer, and you negotiated $260,000 with that end buyer. If that property successfully closed, you will be making the difference between what the end buyer pay and what the seller gets. So in this case, the end buyer paid $260,000 and the seller gets $250,000. The difference is your profit, which we call the wholesaler profit. Now, I need to tell you that this is a job and it requires a lot of education to get started. And that is why I'm telling you that this one module will not be enough for you to know everything about wholesaling. But of course, I'm willing to chat with you to see if this is even a viable strategy for you. Then I will give you additional resources to help you successfully do your 1 or 2 or 3 wholesaling. And if you still want to take it to the next level, then you might want to put some system in place, hire some people to make your life easier and successfully make it a business. I know a couple of people that this is what they do all day long and they make good amount of money from it. They are very successful. They even have a coaching program focusing only on real estate wholesaling. So again, I'm just introducing you to this concept of real estate investing. Now, in my opinion, some people call it real estate investing. I do not call it a real estate investing because I believe if you don't own a property in your name or in your LLC and you don't control that property, then you are not really a real estate investor. You are, in this case, we'll call you an real estate entrepreneur. But we all have to start somewhere. So I understand if this is an easy way for you to get started, at least to immerse yourself into real estate investing, see how the transaction works, see how you are able to at least have your number 1 win, and that will propel you or encourage you to go for the number 2, number 3, number 4, and from there. So it is a job, and you need a lot of education. You also need a lot of systems in place to be able to help you navigate successfully into real estate wholesaling. Now, there's a lot of marketing costs and time, and it can also be time consuming. Now, a lot of people that do wholesaling, they fall into 1 or 2 categories. Number 1, either they have a lot of time or they don't have a lot of money. So they like, okay, you know what? I have the time. I can do wholesaling, go and look for opportunity that someone in their busy job, let's say a doctor or an accountant, cannot have that time to go and find such discounted deal for themselves. Hence, you go find it and you look for that end buyer, then you match them together and you get paid at closing. Now, this concept is always easily talked about, but in reality, at least in my experience, it is not as easy as, the social media, the online gurus, and makes it look like. In my opinion, it's a lot of work, and sometimes you put all that work, you put all that marketing dollars, you still don't get results. So I strongly encourage you, do a self-reflection before you go ahead with real estate wholesaling. And again, you are not really a real estate investor. You are simply an entrepreneur bringing opportunity from the seller to the end buyer and you making, a profit of in between. Now, some states are now making this illegal for you to wholesale properties successfully. I know of Chicago, some part of Michigan, even in Texas recently, a law has been passed whereby you as a wholesaler have to disclose to both the seller and the end buyer your intention, what you're doing with the property, especially to the seller. You need to let them know that, hey, I am not going to close on this property. I'm simply an entrepreneur trying to matchmake you with an end buyer. And once the seller understands and they still want to continue, then you can successfully, put it under contract and get it to the next level. So that is what wholesaling is all about. I will drop a sample contract for you. Also, you could have some legal implication if you didn't do them correctly. I just mentioned that in Texas, you need to fully disclose that you are trying to wholesale the property, that you will not close on it. I've seen a lot of people get into trouble on this, so please make sure you disclose properly what you are intending to do. And if you're going to wholesale, I really, really recommend that you wholesale ethically, meaning that don't try to screw people over, don't screw up the seller, don't screw up the buyer. And the whole concept of wholesaling boils around you finding a great deal, a deal that is 40 to 50% the ARV, 40 to 50% below the market value once the property is fully fixed up. Don't forget that. If you can do that all day long, you will be a successful real estate wholesaler, not a real estate investor. So please put that in mind. Also, if you put anything under contract that doesn't meet at least 70% of the ARV, then you will really struggle to find a buyer that will buy from you anyway, because most of your buyers are either going to be a flipper or they're going to be a long-term buy and hold or short-term, real estate investor. So you have to understand that if you cannot find a good deal, then don't wholesale. And finding a good deal takes a lot of energy, takes a lot of effort, takes a lot of rejection. You have to face a lot of rejection from the seller. You have to face a lot of rejection from, realtors you're trying to work with. You're going to face a lot of rejection from your hand buyers that were telling you that, hey, this is not a good deal. You should have gotten it for this X amount. So I will tell you that it is not something to easily do, but if it's a route you want to take, absolutely do it. Now, the last one on this one is that it has to do with a lot of rejection from potential sellers. This is very, very so important, something you have to really put your mind on. If you are somebody that don't like facing rejection, you just want things to be very easy, then this is not a strategy for you. Now, even as a long-term buy and hold investor, as a fix and flipper, you can still implement some element of wholesaling into your strategy or how to find a deal. You can drive for dollars. You can start mailing out some, letters to potential sellers. You can do some, pay-per-click, online Google ads, Facebook ads, Craigslist, among other ways. You can do exactly what wholesalers are doing, but you know that you are not intending to leave that contract to somebody else, that you're going to be closing on it by yourself. So it is much easier when you close on the property by yourself. Now, there's another way whereby wholesalers will put the house under contract, they close on it by themselves, and eventually they double close. That is, they close on it in their name, and at the same time, they are closing it with the end buyer as well. I've seen some very big companies doing this. I will not mention their name, but that's what they do. They do double closing. Closing their name first or in their LLC name. At the same time, that same day, that same hour, the end buyer is also signing the closing document. So in a nutshell, they call themselves as a buyer, but in reality, you're still not the end buyer because they never own the property more than few hours, more than maybe 2-3 hours before the title transfer to the next buyer again. So that's something to be aware of. Now, should you do this? Absolutely, yes. If this is a route you want to go, do it all day long. Just be aware that it can cost you some money at the beginning or even ongoing. You're going to continue to spend money to market to those sellers before your phone can ring. Now, some people will also hire cold callers to help them cold call leads, buy a long list, among other places. And again, if it's something you want to take a deeper look into, I can give you more advanced strategy on how to do them. But I just want to make sure at least I introduce you to that concept. You know what it entails and you know that it is possible. Now, you can get your list from, batchlead.com. PropStream is a very popular one. List Source is another one. And you can, of course, hire those VAs from Philippines to help you start cold calling these sellers. And also you can get a bunch of, sample template or contract online. I would still recommend that you definitely talk to a real estate attorneys to make sure your contract protects you and there is no anything, because anybody can give you any template to fill out, but what if it's not the right template? So make sure you understand that. But this is wholesaling. A lot of people start from here if they don't have the money, but they have the time. But if you have the little bit of money and the time, I would say maybe you should start with fix and flip or buy and hold. Thank you, and I will see you in the next one. Bye-bye. All right, welcome to this models. In this model, I will be discussing how can you build your real estate investment team. Real estate is a team sport. You cannot do it alone. I did not do it alone. I am not doing it alone. I have team members I work with that makes my life easier, and I strongly recommend you don't even try to do it by yourself. If you do that, 2, 3 things may happen. Number one, you will be frustrated. Number two, you will not get results. Number three, you will quit. So I don't want that to be you. So that being said, what are the team members you will need in your team, in your real estate investment team? And building a real estate investment team is not very complicated, like most people would, think or make it sound like. It's very, very easy. And I will tell you how to go about it. So you're going to need an investor-friendly agent. You will need a contractor. You will need investor-friendly lenders. You will need a property manager if you choose that route. You will need an inspector, insurance agents, cleaners, among other real estate professionals you will need. But majorly, you need core four. Core four. 1, 2, 3, 4. Number one is your investor-friendly agent. Number two is your lender. Number three is your contractor. Number four is your property manager. If you have those 4 people in your team, your life will be very, very easier, and you will get your number one deal done very, very fast. So let's start with an investor-friendly real estate agent. So not every real estate agent will be willing to work with you, because real estate agent comes in different shades. There is an investor agent, there is a luxury agent, there is a first-time home buyer agent. There's agents that just specialize in only selling, only working with sellers, not buyers like you. And there are some agents that will tell you point blank, I don't work with investors, something like that. So you have to understand that, you might have to talk to 4, 5, 7 agents before you find the 1 or 2 that will really work for you. So investor-friendly agent is very, very important. And where can you find them? The easiest way is referral. Ask people that are already doing what you want to do in your local market, not somewhere else. Let's say you are in Dallas, Texas, and you have to ask for referral in your own local markets, not asking for referral from somebody in Detroit, Michigan. You get the idea. Biggerpockets.com is another way, another place you can find agents. They have an inventory of rockstar agents, and I'm proud to say I'm one of them. Pretty much you put the information of the kind of thing you're trying to do, and they will match make you with an agent in that local market that have the experience to help you pretty much. And because you find them on that place doesn't automatically mean you will still not do your own screening. I do recommend you jump on a Zoom call with them, talk to them, see if they can truly help you, and among other things. So you can go to real estate events, you can go to Zillow, you can go to realtor.com. You can find some agents on LinkedIn. You can also do some Google search, but the top 2 on this list will be the referral and biggerpockets.com. Those will be my top 2 recommendation of where you can find an investor-friendly agent. Now, I will take you to this slide. If you find that investor-friendly agent, this is something you should definitely be looking at from them. Now, because they are investor-friendly agents, right, they should be an on-fire agent. And on-fire agent is an acronym for on fire, meaning that they are on fire, they are hot, they know what they're doing. And I'll give you this. It's an acronym that means organize. O means organize. N means very well networked. They have to be able to give you all those your teammates that you need, or your team that will help make your investment journey easier. They have to be able to focus on you and keep you focused. And they have to be an investor themselves or investment savvy. Responsive is another one, because no matter how good they are as an investor agent, if they are not answering their call or their text message or their email, then whatever they possess, the knowledge and experience they possess, is useless to you because they can't help you. Now, experience is another one. They have to be very well experienced. Now, I will touch base on a few of this. And as you continue to interview real estate agents that want to work with you or that you want to work with, make sure you check them out. You screen them for this one. The biggest one I will touch is the F and I. They have to be focusing on you. A good investor agent should not be pursuing the same deal that you are trying to get. Even though they are an investor themselves, they should be able to separate being a real estate agent that is working with a client than from being a real estate investor themselves. They should be able to remove the hats. Like, hey, on this transaction, I'm working with this client as a real estate agent, not trying to drag the same deal with you. They have to keep you focused. This is very, very important. You see, a real estate agent that is very successful will not be afraid to keep it straight with you, will not be afraid to tell you when you are being unrealistic. And to be honest with you, you probably don't want to work with the top agent because they are already crushing it. and they probably don't care so much about you that you're just getting started. And they also maybe think that you're going to waste their time anyway. So you might not go for the top guys. Also, don't go for the bottom people as well. Look for somebody in the middle that they are not new, but they are also not super busy that they don't have your time. So they have to be able to keep you focused. Example of keeping you focused would be that you call them this week. Hey, John, I'm looking for a buy and hold in this market with this criteria. I want it to be a single family home within the price range of $250,000 to $300,000, relatively new, between 2010 built or newer. Following week, you call them, now I want to go and do a self-storage in, Austin, Texas. The next week, you call them, and now I want to do a mobile home park. They will not take you serious anymore because you will quickly lose your reputation that obviously you are new, you don't know what you're doing. So, and most of them, if they are very good, they will keep you back on track. Like, hey, Sally, that was not what you called me for at the beginning of our relationship. I want you to understand that as a good real estate agent that wants you to succeed, it is important for you to keep focused and just don't be bouncing around many strategies or many markets. They'll be able to tell you that, but if they're not shooting it straight with you, it might be a weak sign that they are not comfortable telling you the truth, or they are very afraid to lose you as a client. And like I said, the one that are very successful will not care about, losing you, because if you walk away today, many people will also come work with them because they are successful anyway. They don't really need you to, to pay their bills. I'm sorry, this might be sounding a little bit harsh, but as an investor agent myself, this is what I do every single day. And I try to keep it real with this new investor. So as you go into interview agent, be aware that as much as you are screening them, they're also screening you as well. So now back to the other teammates. So, before I go, you have to be responsive with those agents and you have to treat them right. And you have to know what you want. And this is not just for real estate agents, for all the other real estate professionals that you're going to be working with. This is very, very important that you are responsive. When they send you something, make sure you respond to them at least within 24 hours. You have to treat them right, treat them the way you want to be treated, because at the end of the day, they are human and they are all working to get paid. As the same way you are looking to build wealth through real estate, so as they are doing as well. We are just using different vehicle, right? Now, also, you have to know what you want. Don't bounce around multiple markets, multiple strategies, and 2, 3, 4, 5 months go by, you still didn't do anything. Most of the time, those agents would not even pick your call again, or the other professional as well. The number 2 teammate you really need is your contractor. If you're buying a fix and flip property and you are not going to be doing the work yourself, you 100% need a rock star contractor. You need an honest contractor. Now, a good real estate investor agent can connect you with other real estate professionals you will need. This is a free service. This is a free thing I just pass on to anybody that I'm working with, because I already have those people in my network. I've already worked with them. I've already have some good experience working with them. So it's very easy for me to just recommend. Of course, because I recommend doesn't replace you doing your own due diligence on those people I recommended, but you still have to, but you have to make sure, you have to know that I've done a lot of work. Maybe 95% of your questions has already been answered if those referrals are coming from me or from your real estate agent, as the case may be. Now, if you are talking about referral, if you are not in Texas, we cannot work together for any reason, you should still reach out to me, because I will be able to connect you with another real estate agent in the market where you want to invest in. So that is very, very important. Now, the number 2 is a contractor. You need a contractor. Referral is another way you can get them. You can ask me. You can ask any successful real estate investor. You can go to anywhere they are selling a construction material, like your Home Depot, like your Lowe's, all those places where they are selling building materials. You can definitely see all these guys with their van, like, hey, renovation, anything that said, so we fix houses, residential and commercial, all those kind of van that say those kind of stuff. You easily grab their number and call them. Or as you are even in Home Depot, maybe you go to Home Depot around 6 a.m., 6:30 a.m., 7 a.m., you will definitely see all these contractors that come in to, pick materials. And that's how you can talk to them. Hey, Jose, hey, Rodriguez, what's going on, my friend? Amigo, you talk to them, and before you know it, you can go visit the kind of job they're doing. And if you like them, give them a chance. Now, Facebook, Google, Yelp, biggerpockets.com, Thumbtrack is another place you can find contractors. Most of these people, they are putting themselves out there because they are very sure of what they do. Now, please make sure you check their review. Contractors are very, very difficult people to work with. As a matter of fact, that is the most difficult part of this business. If you're doing fixing and flipping and you don't have, people management skills, you will struggle to keep a contractor and you will lose money eventually. So make sure they have good review. Don't go with the cheapest one, but always get at least 3 estimates so you can compare and see who you want to go with. Also, I will focus on more responsiveness, and quality work over the dollar amount. If somebody is super cheap, it simply means they are not the best because they are afraid of charging what is really, really standard so they don't lose that customer. But it means that the quality will suffer. And who is the owner of the quality? You. You will suffer it because if you're doing a fix and flip or even a buy and hold, then people will start coming back to you for that problem that was not properly fixed. And you have to pay somebody else to go and fix it. Now, if you see all these dump stars going to job sites, you can definitely follow those dump stars, see where they are going, and talk to the superintendent or the supervisor on the job. Now, you can also drive, when you're driving around and you see a contractor van passing you by, again, they always have their number, the kind of services they provide. You can grab their number on their car sign and call them. You can visit local job site. I love this one, where when you go visit a local job site, you're going to see those guys that are really swinging the hammers, that are, putting the nail on the wall, that are doing the roof. Those are the guys you really want to talk to, not sometimes the big boss that are just sitting in the office. You want to talk to the guys that are on the site. So that's how you find a contractor. It's very simple. It's not complicated, but as above all, the referral will be your best bet to get started. And maybe followed by, the Home Depot, going to see the guys that are already doing the job, and maybe the job site. Those are the top 3 from this list I would really recommend. Now, the next one is an investor-friendly lender. You see, you need a lender to fund your buy and hold or your fix and flip. If you do it buy and hold, most of the time you will do a long-term, financing, 30 years mortgage. If you're doing a short-term kind of project like a fix and flip, you will need to use hard money lender or some kind of other private money lender. I will get into that on the next module. Now, how do you find them? You can also find them from referral. Easy way. You can go to biggerpocket.com. You can go to Zillow, but to be honest, referral is always your best bet, because if somebody has had a good experience working with a lender, then that's the best place to start, right? So that being said, the next one is property manager. Now, property management, they also choose people they want to work with. If you are not a good person and you're coming to them with an unrealistic expectation, they may easily just decline you that, sorry, we are not taking on any new clients. That simply means they don't want to work with you. They are always taking clients. I can tell you that. But if you're coming to them with a negative energy, or they just don't like those kind of questions you're asking them, then they might just easily decline you. And I'll give you sample questions to ask property managers. It's going to be in the resources module. You can also see it at the end of this module. It should be there somewhere for you to download and see sample questions to ask property managers, so you are not asking them the question they don't like. So now, referral is another way to get hold of them. You can also do some Google search and see which property management company are really good. They will charge you between 8 to 10% of your gross monthly rents, but it's all negotiable. Some of them will have a flat fee. I have a dedicated module for property management, and I will talk more when I get there. Inspectors, insurance agents, cleaners, all these are the other real estate professionals you will need one way or the other. And again, your real estate agent, which is your number 1 team member, will definitely be able to provide you with those connections, those good people they have worked with, so that you can have a smooth working experience. Now, that being said, this is all about this module. This module is very, very important. I do want you to come back to this because, to be honest, building your team is something that is not very easy, but with the help of the good real estate investor agents, you can definitely make that easier on yourself. If you are not in Texas, and I cannot recommend a good contractor or property manager to you, I definitely will connect you with a good real estate agent that will be able to make those recommendations to you. Don't forget, come back to this module, watch it over and over again, so that way you can, stop stressing yourself on how to build your real estate investment team. Thank you. I'll see you in the next module. Bye-bye.
I hope you find value in this video. So make sure to click on the link below to see all my resources I have for you. And make sure to join the private online community where I can even further support you. And if you want to work with me one-on-one, you will see the invitation to apply to join my private one-on-one real estate coaching program. That is when I can fully support you. That's where I can understand your situation. And that's where I can get you results faster. So again, make sure to click on the link below and see all the stuff I have for you there. And I will see you inside. Peace.
All right, welcome to module number 13. On this module, I will be showing you how to find that deal. How do you find your ideal property? So you see, everything we'll be discussing still, starts with you finding that ideal property that will work for your strategy. Now, there are so many ways you can find that deal based on what you're looking for. And this is why it is extremely, extremely important to narrow down and define exactly what you're looking for, especially for your first deal. If you don't know what you're looking for, when you find it, you will not know you have found what you're looking for. So please make sure you define your buy box, you define your buying criteria, and try to stick to that for at least 1 year. So that being said, where can you find your ideal property? Number one place is always to work with an investor-friendly real estate agent. This is what they do all day long. They sell investment properties, right? So if they sell investment property, they can easily find you one. Provided you are realistic and you are a good person to work with, they should definitely be able to help you. Number two is wholesalers. You can work with wholesalers, like I've mentioned in previous module. Wholesalers simply find opportunity, a good deal, 40%, 50% below market value, and they bring it to someone like you that are busy, that cannot find the deal yourself, and they make a cut from that deal. So that's how they get compensated. Now you can also get deal from your sphere of influence, people that know you, like you, and trust you. And also referrals, people that know you, that, hey, John is into real estate. He's always looking to buy real estate. When they hear somebody that is in maybe a little bit of a distress situation and they need to sell their property ASAP, or they don't want to work with a real estate agent to put it on the market, then you want to make sure you are the person they remember. I've even seen people, giving some kind of referral fee for bringing them deals. So you can be someone they are bringing the deal to, or you can be the person that is bringing the deal to somebody else, depending on your on the phases of your journey, how much capital you have to take down a deal by yourself. Now, you can also find a deal by networking, going to events, looking online and see, what kind of events is giving out deals to people. Of course, they have to know you, like you, and trust you before they can bring any deal to you, because everybody wants somebody that can close on that deal, either a real estate agent or not. Everybody care about who can close. It's not only real estate agent that care about a deal closing. Anybody that have interest in that property want it closed, and they will only bring it to you if they know that you are a good person. Even when you are new, just be a good person. That will check a lot of their boxes, and they will bring that deal to you. Now, of course, there's a lot of websites where you can find investment properties. Your local MLS is the big one. So in Houston here, we have what we call HAR.com, which is Houston Association of Realtors. This is where anybody and everybody that are selling their property through a real estate agent in the Houston area and surrounding cities, it will be added to MLS, which is the local MLS here in Houston, HAR.com, and you will easily be able to see that property. That is why it's important for you to define what you're looking for and make sure you set up some kind of search alerts that sent to your email immediately such property become available. You can be the first to see those property and quickly analyze it and decide if you're going to make an offer or not. Now, real estate events, if you go to some local meetups, you will meet some people that their job is just to find a deal for investors. Mostly they are called wholesalers. You can network with them, have them add you to their database of serious investors. And when they find a deal, they blast it to you. And if you like it, you pursue. If you don't like it, you move on to the next one. Zillow is another one that you should definitely set up some alerts in. But to be honest, if you're working with a real estate agent, they will understand your criteria and set you up for such properties, so you don't have to go to multiple websites. As soon as they hit the market, you will be notified based on what you're looking for. Now, if you say your maximum is $250,000 in this particular zip code, you will not see something else that is above $250,000 in another zip code. Even if it's above $250,000 in that same zip code, you will not see it because that is not within your criteria. So be aware of that. Realtor.com, Redfin, again, these are all online stuff, but if you're working with a local real estate agent, they'll be able to be pulling the property from MLS and be, sending it to your email. Now, all these other websites are still picking it up from your local MLS, So if you're in Dallas has they have a different local MLS. If you're in Houston, they have a local one. If you're in New York, there's a different MLS. If you're in Atlanta, there's a different MLS. So they're all, but Realtor.com, Zillow, Redfin, they are all pulling from those local MLS and they are just syndicating it to their platform or to their website. So be aware of that. Before I go, working with a wholesaler is very important, but you have to understand that some wholesalers are very unethical. They want to inflate the ARV, which is the after repair value, so that way you can pay them more money to get a property. But this is why it is very important for you to know your numbers and don't overpay for the property. That comes with a lot of experience. In my professional opinion, I do not recommend you work with a wholesaler for your first purchase. After your first one, yes, you cannot work with a wholesaler, but for your first one, get that protection from a real estate agent that know what they're doing, so you can avoid costly mistakes and somebody taking advantage of you that because you are new. So that is my quick recommendation on that before I move on. Number 6, you can drive for dollars yourself. You can do some driving for dollars, drive the neighborhood you like to buy, investment property, and also see who is willing to sell. You can put some yard sign or some stickers, some notes in the door of any houses you see with a tall grass, unkept yard, or some kind of distress that you can smell or you can see. Put your contact information on the door, and you never can tell. They might call you back. Now, you can also do some online ad like pay-per-click, hey, we buy houses and all those stuff that wholesalers usually do. Do that as well. If you have the time and the resources and, of course, the capital to do that, I would say do that as well. But being creative in your deal finding come with some level of experience. So most of the time, I don't see new investors going around doing all this creative way. They always work with an investor-friendly real estate agent. That's where they always start from. That might be you as well. But hey, if you know that, hey, I want to get a better deal, I want to be able to see a deal that nobody has seen, of course, you can be creative and go through all these other strategies. Number 6, biggerpockets.com. They have an agent finder, directory whereby you put what you're looking for and they match you with a local real estate agent. And I am actually one of them in my own local market, which is Houston, Texas. PropStream is another popular one. You see a lot of wholesalers or anybody looking to find a deal off market. They use PropStream. I think it's about $99 per month. You pay them, they give you the leads, you start marketing to those leads, you start cold calling them, among other things. Deal Machine offers similar services to PropStream. Mashvisor is very used in the short-term rental space, similar to Airdna.co. You can also use that one. But these are where you can find a deal. Now, where should you start from? If you're going to listen to me, I would say start with the investor-friendly real estate agent. Be honest with them, be responsive with them, and know what you want. You will get results faster, narrowing it down to working with an investor-friendly real estate agent. After you've seen what that agent can do for you, then you might start exploring the option with the wholesalers. But if you don't want to do that, you can definitely explore these other options. But it means that you will be spreading yourself too thin, and eventually, if you don't have the guidance of a real estate agent, you stand a chance of overpaying for that property or making some costly mistakes that will have been easily avoided if you work with a real estate agent. Now, all these other creative ways, you have to be able to negotiate the deal by yourself. You have to be able to understand the contracts. You have to be able to get it closed without the help of an agent. But again, if you work with an agent, that's what they do for a living. They know the contracts. They understand negotiation, among other things. So where to start from? My recommendation would be my number 1, look for a very, very good investor-friendly real estate agent and work with them. Now, working with an investor-friendly agent, if they are very successful, they will not be so afraid to lose you as a client. And that way, they will make you to sign some kind of buyer representation agreement. This is what protects their time, because at the end of the day, they are working and they have to get paid. They don't like investors shopping around several agents. They want somebody that is committed to them, somebody that understands that they are working and they need to get paid, somebody that has a win-win mentality, not somebody that just cares about themselves and doesn't care about the agent. So if you are that person, trust me, a good investor-friendly agent will find you a deal and you'll be happy. And that can be your start to real estate investing. And after you get that, if you think, I don't want to work with any agent on my next one, absolutely, then start exploring all these creative options and do it by yourself. But even at that, you still need to be very good at negotiation. You need to be good at contracts and how to navigate escrow and all those other stuff. So that being said, this is how you find a good deal, or this is how you can actually find a deal that works for you. Now, what is a good deal is very subjective, and I will definitely tell you more once I get to deal analysis. We're going to analyze a deal and buy an old deal and a fix and flip deal, maybe a little bit of, wholesaling, because those are the 3 strategies I'm really trying to, keep you focused on here. Thank you so much, and I will see you on the next one. Bye-bye. All right, congratulations to yourself again. You are making a lot of progress. You are almost at the middle of the modules, and I really want to thank you for sticking around with me, going through these models one by one, I can tell you are doing the right thing, because this will definitely separate you from those that didn't take action. So that being said, welcome to module number 14. On this module, I want to walk you through the process or the steps that majorly involve when you are looking to buy real estate, or when you're looking to buy any kind of real estate. To be honest, this is the high level process you will go through. So that being said, I will take you through this one by one and give you a high level what it's all about. So first of all, you have to decide who you want to work with. You have to meet with a real estate agent. This can be a phone call, can be a face-to-face meeting, can be, Zoom call, any kind of, meeting. You have to meet with them and discuss your criteria. And both you and your agent has to be on the same page on what exactly you are looking for. I've mentioned this many times. If you don't know what you're looking for, you will not know where you find it. So discuss your goal with your real estate agent. Make sure they understand what you're looking for. Of course, make sure they are investor agents so they can help you acquire an investment property. And once that is established, the next thing is to get a pre-approval letter. So once you get a pre-approval letter, they most likely will connect you with their trusted lender. Like I mentioned in the Building Your Team modules, a good investor agent will have other rockstar professionals to refer you to. And it's now left for you to still do your own due diligence on those referral and decide if these are people you actually want to work with or you don't like any of them. And trust me, if they refer somebody that you don't like to you, you are not obligated to work with that person. So feel free to shop around for yourself, get referral from any other sources that you trust, and just make sure this is somebody you want to work with on the long run. To make your life easier, stick to, the same lender or the same realtor for at least your first 2 transactions, except they prove otherwise, of course. So that's it. So you get a pre-approval letter, and you're also going to start reviewing the properties that your agent will be sending to you. Now, if you are working with any real estate agent, they might tell you how they want to work with you, but typically they will set you up for a search alert based on your criteria. Then you will start receiving those emails. And based on what you're receiving, you will start, narrowing down what you like, what you don't like. And this is why it's very important to define what you're looking for, because you don't want to be reviewing 40, 50, 100 properties. You want to narrow down to the best of your ability, so you're not wasting time to see property that doesn't even check your boxes. After that, you will definitely jump on the phone with them and tell them, hey, John, hey, Sally, hey, James, I like this property. And they will be willing to discuss it with you and tell you how to navigate it, what kind of offer you should make. And, is this even a property that fits into your criteria, your goals, based on what you've discussed at the beginning? If it's not, a good agent will actually tell you to move on to something else. Instead of trying to convince you to buy it, they will advise you otherwise to move on to something else, because, hey, you discuss your goal with them, and this is not fitting to your goal. Except you're changing your goal. And if you change your goal or you change your strategy too often, then those agents will see you that you are not consistent, you are not sure what you want, and they may even see you as a time waster. So be careful with that. So number 3 is you email them or you text them or you call them the property address, and you guys jump on the phone to discuss it. If everything looks good, then your investor agent will send you the sales and rental comparable. Sales and rental comparable is pretty much what are similar houses, in the similar conditions, have sold for within 0.5 mile or maybe 1 mile of that address. That's pretty much it. Similar bedroom, similar bathroom, similar square foot. They will do the same thing for both sales, and same thing for rental if you're going to be renting it. If it's a flip, they will be giving you 2 kind of comparable. They will give you the as is comparable, and they will give you the after repair comparable. That is as is, meaning that the current situation, current status, current condition, how much are similar houses in this condition selling for in this area. Now, this can be sometimes difficult to find because you might not see so many distressed properties or property in that terrible shape around that one. So, but this is where the experience of that real estate agent comes into play. Be able to adjust and make some adjustments and some recommendation and some, experience judgments pretty much. So that's probably what they are to do there for you if it's a flip. But the after repair value should be very easy because you can easily see, oh, my house looks similar to this one. If I can renovate it to this standard, then I can be rest assured that I will be able to get this kind of number as well. So that's something you should be paying attention to. Now, if that looks good, they give you the sales count and the rental count, and you like it, and your real estate agent as well like it, the next thing is to make an offer. This is very important. So you make an offer, and once you make an offer, trust me, your offer will not be accepted immediately. As a matter of fact, you might need to make a couple of offers before you actually get something under contract. Under contract means the seller has accepted your offer. Now you're in contract. So you have to make offer. If you don't make offer, there is no way you can actually close on something. It's like you don't play, there's no way you can win. So you have to play first before you can even stand a chance to win. So you make an offer, and during this process, there's a lot of back and forth with both your real estate agent and the seller agent, because there is a two-part to every transaction, right? There is a buyer agent, there is a seller agent, and they're going to be discussing, oh, hey, well, we don't like your offer. If you can change this, we're going to take it. Oh, we don't like that. Change this. There was a lot of back and forth in this. So that's what we call negotiation. Eventually, if everything works out for both parties, the seller will sign it. And once the seller signs it, congratulations, you are now in step 6. You are now under contract. When you're now under contract, there's a lot of things that goes on here. First of all, the escrow company will start doing their job. The title company here, we call it in Texas, we call it title company. The title company will open a title for that property and be able to do what we call a title search. You do a title search to make sure the property is clean. There is no any lien on it. There is no any claim or any kind of lien, like lien, L-I-E-N. If there's any kind of thing on it, they have to make sure they clear the lien before you can actually close on that property. Now, once everything is clear and the title company is comfortable moving forward and insuring the property for you, then they will give you what we call a title commitment. A title commitment meaning that, hey, we look at this property, we've looked at the history from the beginning till today, to the current owner, from the first owner to the current owner. We are comfortable that we're going to be insuring this property for you. That's when they will give you a title commitment. That is, we are committing to you. Now, while you are also in escrow, many things will happen. This is pretty much where the deal either go to closing or not. So here you will be doing home inspection, where your inspector will going to come there and check the property to make sure you are buying what you're actually thinking of buying. If it's a distressed property, of course, you already know it's distressed. You already know a lot of things need to be done. You should not be surprised with that. But even at that, I will still do home inspection, because I've lost money before because I tried to bypass the home inspection. That was a terrible mistake. So don't make that mistake. So I do home inspection. If you are borrowing money from a lender, the lender will also be doing an appraisal. An appraiser is to tell you the current value of the home. So appraiser protects you as a borrower, so that way you're not paying too much for the house. He also protects the lender to make sure they are borrowing you money, based on the current value. They are not, underwater when they borrow you. For example, you borrow $300,000. They want to make sure the house at least worth $300,000. If it's a buy and hold, if it's a rent ready, like turnkey, new construction, you want to make sure at least it worth that. But if it's a distressed property that you're going to be renovating, you want to make sure your ARV is, first of all, reasonable, and second of all, that they believe that house can actually, worth that amount once it's all fixed up. So that's what happened in escrow. There's going to be a lot of back and forth between yourself, the lender, and the title company here. This is where your agent has to prove their worth. They have to be on top of things. They have to keep you informed. And you also have to be responsive here. You need to provide the document they ask for. You need to give them what they need. You have to make sure that you are playing your part so this can go through. Now, while you are there, we can move to, number 7. Stage 7 here is the final details, where your lender can ask you to verify one or two things, ask you for some extra documents. You also going to do a final walkthrough here to make sure the house still remains as you put it under contract. Nothing has changed. Among other things that will be happening here. And once everything looks good, then they will also schedule a closing date on this number 7. This is where they give you, hey, everything is good. We are ready to close. This is what day are you available to sign the document? And you're going to choose that date based on your availability. Now, you don't have to go to the title company. They can actually send a mobile notary person to your house, to a Starbucks, to a coffee shop, to, any kind of place you want them to meet. It can also be at your job if you want your employer to know you're buying a house or you're buying an investment property. So you can sign anywhere. You do not have to be at the title company, because I've seen people buying properties out of state, which, most of them are my clients. They always say, hey, do we have to fly down to Texas? No, you do not. So you don't have to. You can sign anywhere you like, provided your lender approve it, of course. But 99% of lenders will allow you to sign remotely. They can meet you in person. Now, also, there's something we call notarize.com. Notarize.com is where you actually sign from your computer. You don't have to meet with anybody. You just have your driver's license with you, and also have your property address and all those things. Obviously, you will have wired the money as well here if you're doing a wire transfer, or you will have sent the check to the title company if it's going to be a check. So this is all the final details, but pretty much you close. So once you do all that stuff, then you sign the paper. After you sign the paper, now you close. Congratulations. Now you own the house. Now you own that investment property. Congratulations. Now we can call you an investor. So this is a high level steps you will go through if you're looking to, for you to do your first deal. The step one is probably the most important. You have to define what you want, and you have to meet with that agent or choose that agent you want to work with, and everything else should take care of themselves. And most of this process is being controlled by the real estate professionals, like your realtor and your lender and the title company. Those are the three key three key players here. Now, you don't need the title company. The seller always choose the title company most of the time, or the escrow company, they call it. Now, if you're in a state where you use an attorney, they can use an attorney, but most of the time, all these are determined by the seller and the seller agent. So don't worry. Number one is where you need to be super active, and maybe number two, because you have to apply for loan, then the rest, will take care of themselves. So I just want to help you in case this is your first time buying a real estate. You don't know what does the process even entail. I just gave you a roadmap to close on your first or your next investment property, either a fix and flip, either a buy and hold, short-term rental. They all go through the same process to make sure that you are being protected and there is nothing falling through the cracks. Thank you, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. All right, welcome to module number 15. In this module, I will walk you through how you can analyze a rental property. How do you know it's a deal? That is a question you can only answer by analyzing the property. And after you analyze it, you're going to match the analysis with your own set criteria, your buy box, your investment criteria buy box. So I'll walk you through how you can typically do this. I will be taking you through how to use the Bigger Pockets rental calculator. I'll also be taking you through my Excel spreadsheet I put together that can help you analyze properties in less than 10 minutes and make a decision if it's a go or no go. Now, you can definitely use dealcheck.io as well. And you can also build your own Excel spreadsheet if you're somebody that is Excel wizard and you like to, understand the whole formulas and what happened behind the scene. Build your own. There's no harm in doing that. So like I told you, the first one I'll be showing you is how to analyze rental property using Bigger Pockets rental calculator. So all you have to do is go to biggerpockets.com. If you don't have an account, I do recommend you create an account. At least it's free for you to create an account. After you are on biggerpocket.com, all you have to do is go to tools. Under tools, you see rental property. Rental property is a calculator. You come here. You can even watch this video that pretty much going to tell you exactly what I'm telling you here on how to use the calculator. It's very easy. It's very, very detailed, and it's user friendly. So please try to use that if that's the route you want to go. Now, I've used it many, many times. If I click on this, you see a bunch of analysis I've done. I've used this like I can't even count. So definitely I was using it every day when I was getting started. I recently bought this property, and you see I still use it to calculate, what I can expect. So that being said, we go here, we go to tools, rental property. From there, we will go to start new reports. From start new reports, then you will see that, okay, now you have this place. So what property do we want to analyze? Now, you can easily go to Zillow. You go to Zillow.com. Here, you come to buy home for sale. This is we try and look for a property to analyze here, right? So you come here. Let's say you already understand your buying criteria. You don't know the address, but you simply want to say that we come to buy. Under buy, we said home for sale. Then from here, we said that we are looking for houses in a different price point or something. But maybe let's make our life easier. Just pick the first one, just for the sake of this analysis. When you pick this first one here, that, I like this house. I want to really see if I can buy it. How do you know if you can buy it? You really want to quickly look at the picture, right? You look at the picture and you see if it's something you like. So if you like it, definitely, I would say, take a deeper look into it. Nice house, it looks decent. Doesn't need so much work. So yeah, I think I would like it. I want to analyze this property. So what do I do next? I simply go back and copy the address. So I start from here. You can also put the picture. So you copy the address. Once you copy the address here, you go back to your calculator, right? So go to your calculator and you paste the address here. Once you pay the address, if it's correct, you automatically will bring it up for you in blue that do you mean this address? You say yes, and everything else will be autofill for you. You see, it's actually imported data, because Bigger Pockets collects data from so many places and they are making your life easier. So definitely you use that one. If you want to put a picture, you can snip into the picture from the listing. You want to make it look nice, you save it and you upload the picture here. Definitely something you can do, but I would say that's for you to mess around with it. Now, what is the purchase price? So purchase price simply means how much are they asking for? They are asking for what? $291,000. It's a 5-bedroom, 3-bathroom, 2,670 square foot. So we are trying to determine, is this a deal or not a deal? That's what we're trying to do, right? So they're asking for $291,000. We put that amount there. When we do that, the next thing we want to do is to, closing costs. Closing costs will typically be between 1% to 2%. So I'll use the upper range. I'll say 2%. So 2% of 291 would be around what? 4,000 something. Maybe let's write to $300,000 times 2. Or if I have to let me use my calculator here. All right, so this is giving me 5,820. 5820. That's what goes in there. The next one I will be rehabbing this property. No, you are not. If you want to see the breakdown of the closing costs, you can click on this blue link. Anything you don't really understand, they have this blue help for you to clearly see what it means, but most of the time you don't need it. Now, moving on is to the loan. What kind of loan you're going to be using? Typically, investment property are purchased with 25% down. If you want to do 20%, that's possible as well, provided you and your lender discuss that. Now, if it's going to be a cash purchase, simply check on cash, but most people probably going to be financing one way or the other. So interest rate, whatever your interest rate is with your lender, let's say in this case, 7.5. So point, are they going to be charging you any points? Most of the time we'll put 0 here. Loan term is typically 30 years. You put 30 years here. Next to income. Now, income means how much it's going to rent for. Gross monthly income means what are you going to be renting the property for? Or is there any other kind of income you're charging the tenant? Let's say you are collecting HOA fee from there. You're charging them trash fee, water, all those things. You put that here. But gross income typically is what the property will rent for. Now, Bigger Pocket have this rental estimate where they just kind of give you what they think is going to rent for. But to be honest, the confidence level said low, so I will not trust that. First of all, I will tell you how to get the rental, how much it's going to rent for. You might want to start with Zillow itself. Go to Zillow and see what Zillow said it's going to rent for by simply scrolling down the property. I think towards the end, you will always see what they said it's going to rent for. And I will tell you the best way to get it accurate because these are still not going to be accurate. You can see more features here and other things. So you get the idea. You can mess with all those things. Now, before you waste your time doing this, make sure this is a property you really, really want to pursue. If you don't like it, you think you don't like the neighborhood, you don't like the look of the property, save yourself the headaches, move on to something else. So that's what I will tell you. Now, if assuming that you already like this property, you want to continue, then we want to see what is it going to rent for. So coming down here now, you said they gave you the market estimates for 289. They said between this 275 to 304 is what they think it should be selling for, or what they think it is worth. Now, what I'm looking for is I want to see what did they say it's going to rent for. It's giving us tax history as well, which I'm going to get to that one. So now monthly cost is this, which is it's not going to be accurate, but at least it's giving you an idea of what is possible. So rental value, this is what I'm looking for. Rental value, you see, this one said 2414. 2414. This is definitely more accurate compared to what Bigger Pocket said is going to rent for 1822. So I would say 2414 is the amount I'm comfortable with. As a matter of fact, it's because I'm a local, expert here. I know this is going to rent for 2,500 easily. So we continue 2,500. And even if you see the confidence level of Bigger Pocket said is low, so they're not sure about that number because they don't have enough data to support it. So expenses, we'll move on to the next thing. Now, property taxes, they say 6,996. How did they get these taxes? I think it pulled based on the data, based on the property address and the amount of data Bigger Pocket has, it auto-populate that for you. Or if you're not sure if that's accurate, you can definitely go back here. You see how well we're looking on Zillow here, right? We saw the tax history. So actually, you will come here, and if you know the property tax rates, every community or every subdivision usually have a tax rate. So if you know the tax rate, you can say, based on the tax rate, you can calculate it by yourself. But if you don't know it, just use whatever you can get, and eventually you will double check all those numbers with your realtor. So if I can't find it here, which I believe I should be able to, let's see, tax history here. I should be able to find it here. Let's see, what is the monthly? If I give it a monthly, yeah, okay, look at this, 4,000. This is the annual taxes, 5,170 something, 2022. Okay, so let's see. June. All right, let's see. Property taxes, it's 422 a month. Definitely, this is what they're doing here. They are multiplying the sales price with the tax rate. This 1.74 is the tax rate. But in this place, I know it's probably 1.7 is probably going to be too low. I will be conservative. I'll say 2.5. You can find this in the county record. If you copy the property address and look it up on H card, which is the county record, you can easily see what it's going to be. So in this case now, I have 5,000 something. I probably think this is around 5 to 2.8. Might be the tax rate for that place. It's a little bit high. So let's say 2.6. So I think 2.60 might be a more accurate property taxes, or maybe let's say 2.5. So I'm just trying to save you a lot of headaches here. But I would say maybe 2.0, let's say 2.1. Yeah, 2.1, we're just going to take 2.1 or 2.3. If you want to, you can say 2.3. Now, there is a better way to see this, of course. Every listing will have the property taxes. So 2.3 is the tax rate. You can multiply that by the purchase price, and it will give you what your tax is going to be yearly per annum. So when you do that, you go back here and you say 2 point what? 2 point, I'll just use whatever Bigger Pocket give me. Eventually, we'll double check that once we are about to submit an offer. So insurance right now is really going crazy. I would say it's about, averagely, I'll probably budget around $140 per month. You can change this to monthly. So I'll say monthly, $140. So now repairs and maintenance. Here, if it's anything that is 10 years or newer, I just put, 2%. Anything that is 10 years or older, I put, 5%, because I know it's older property. I might have to deal with one or two issues very soon. Vacancy typically would do 7%, especially if you're buying a newer house or a relatively new house that is from year 2020, let's say year 2005, your date, you can expect vacancy to be very low because people are going to stay there longer because the house is nice. Now, capital expenditure, I'll just put, again, same thing for my repair maintenance, because it's relatively new. So maintenance management fee is, if you're going to be hiring a property manager, you put 8% here. Electricity, gas, water, sewer, those are typically paid by tenants. HOA fee, I think I saw it as $45. Garbage is also always paid by the tenant as well. Yeah, that's it. Then you see your results. That's it. Finish analysis. So when you finish analysis, you see this very nice report showing you what it looks like. So in this case, it's showing us that we're actually negative $370. You see, this is what you want to see here. It says it's negative $370. So that could be because of several things. Number one, if you can start tweaking your number. Let's say, okay, I know it's going to rent for $2,600, then you can change the rent to $2,600. You go back to your income here. First of all, 25% is very typical. So you put 25% down. Let's say I'm able to get 7.1 interest rate. I change that. Let's say I know that I can rent it for $2,600. I change that. And also maybe I know that, hey, that property is a little bit overpriced. Based on the discussion with your real estate agent, maybe you can get it for around $281, $10,000 less. Yeah, and that's it. Now you can do expenses again. Property taxes, we already figured that one out. Let's say I know that the house is really new. There's really nothing to be repaired every month. I can change it to 1%. Maybe CapEx, the house is also relatively low, 1%. Management fee, if I'm going to be self-managing myself, I can ignore that one. And, that's it. Then you see the result again. Based on that, you see your new numbers. So if you are not comfortable with this number after you've made those adjustments, now it's $181. So in this case, this might be a deal to pursue. But if you think that 181 is too small for you based on your criteria, then you might want to move on to something else. So this is how you analyze rental property using Bigger Pockets calculator. Of course, you can share this. You can enable editing and share it with me or share it with anybody you like. You can share the link, copy the link here, and you can also even add your logo if you have a company or have an LLC. You can add it, or if you want to download the PDF as well, you can download it and share this with your lender, your partner, your wife, your coworkers, anybody that you're probably trying to bring on board to invest with you, you can definitely share this report with them. So this is how you analyze rental property using Bigger Pockets rental calculator. You see, I didn't put a picture. If I put a picture, you will have sent a picture of the property somewhere here. So but I didn't do that. So this is the number. You see how nice the graphs, the data are. You see the year one, year two, and all the stuff here. So very nice. You can download it. You can send it to anybody. But if you want to share with me, I prefer to have the link so I can help you double check your number. So that being said, I hope you find value in this one. On the next part, I will show you how to use my Excel spreadsheet to do it. Thank you. Bye-bye.
I hope you're finding value in the video. As much as I have put it together for you, make sure to click on the link below in the video description. You will see all the resources I have for you. I do want to make sure you're able to implement everything you are learning from here, and I don't want you to get stuck. If you need my help, you can easily see my link to my calendar in the video description below. You can even join my private online community, or if you want to work with me one-on-one, you will see the invitation to complete a quick survey in the video description where you can work with me one-on-one, and I can be able to get you results a lot faster. Again, don't forget to click the link in the video description below, and I will see you inside. Peace.
All right, on this model, I want to discuss how to analyze a fix and flip property with you. You can use Bigger Pocket rental analysis. You can also use deal check, and you can use, of course, this Excel spreadsheet I'm providing to you here. And if you are very experienced with Excel and you like to formulate your own, absolutely go ahead and create something that you are more comfortable with. But that being said, this is a calculator I normally use to analyze a fix and flip opportunity. We're going to pick a property here together and we will analyze it and see what it's going to look like. Now, you should definitely read this before you start. This is just an analysis tool. It does not mean everything is going to be accurate. It does not mean that you will get results. Every property, every situation, every investor will be unique. So make sure you understand this and make sure you act accordingly. That being said, make sure you follow along with this video. If you miss something, rewind it, listen to it again, and practice. So that being said, let's pick a property. We're just going to, teachers, hypothetically pick a property. We're going to call it, let's say 123, Forest, with a Forest Drive. Forest Drive, you put the address there. The next line is the project month. How long is it going to take? Typically, I normally like to estimate 5 months. No matter how quick I know I can finish the project, I like to do it for 5 months, or let's say 6 months. So to be more conservative, say 6 months. Now, if you know you can get in, get out quickly, then you can adjust your number accordingly. But conservatively, I would say don't estimate to finish any project for less than 3 months. So in this case, I will assume this project should take about 3 months. So we just want to double the time that it would take. So we say 6 months. Now, next line is the after repair value. After repair value means once you fully fix that property up, how much is it going to worth? What is the value? So in this case, let's say after repair value will be $350,000. So here, $350,000 is the after repair value. Now we move on. How much are we paying for the property? Let's say we're going to be paying $225,000 for the property. So 225. Now we pay 225, right? 225. You see how the numbers are beginning to populate. Now, moving on. What is the renovation cost? Let's say you took your contractor there. Now they give you an estimate to fix that property. After you got 3 quotes, of course, 3 different quotes. With those 3 different quotes, let's say one is around $28,000. Another one is around $25,000. The other one is around maybe $30,000. We're just going to stay in the middle. We'll say $28,000 for renovation. Right there. So, we have 28. Now, closing cost. Closing cost is typically between 1 to 2% of the purchase price. In this case, we are buying it for $225, right? So closing cost should be around $2,250. But in this case, we're just going to double it. We said times 2. That would be $4,500, right? So $4,500. We move on. Now, holding cost is the cost of holding the property from when you purchase it to when you are able to sell it back. Key to key, they call it. From when you get the key and you start fixing it up to when you deliver the key to the new owner, which is the buyer. So here, typically, we like to do, 6 months as well, because the length of the project is always equal to the holding cost as well. So we said 6 months. So for 6 months now, let's estimate your water, your electricity, your trash, maybe your security system, anything that will cost you while you are holding the property, right? So that is what we call holding costs. In this case, I will estimate about, $1,000 per month. So times 6 months will be what? $6,000. So that is the holding cost. Now, if you are going to be buying this property on your own and you are not going to be financing anything, you're using your own cash, so definitely you are done. So this is a good deal. Now, I will stop here for now. Let's say I stop here. So let me explain this one to you. So profit margin here. Profit margin simply means that how much profit do you want? Typically, I don't like to do anything less than 10%. Of course, you can change it to 8% if you want. But typically, I like to, see something 10% or better because I like to be conservative. What does that mean? It means that if I'm buying it this is based on the after repair value. So if the after repair value here we said is $350,000, it means I want to make $35,000 or more, right? So of course, you see the number now is saying projection. If everything works like this, and I use my cash to buy it and fix it up and sell it within 6 months, I'll be making $86,500. And this deal means, is this a deal or no deal? It automatically change to yes or no. If it's yes, means go ahead. If it's no, means, hey, revise your number or don't go ahead, move on to something else. So this is, if you are buying with your own cash, fix and flip, you are done. Now, you might not be done. Sorry about that. You're not done. So you're going to put, when you're selling it back, you have to put the real estate agent commission. Typically 6% is very common in Texas. And also closing cost is going to be around, let's say conservatively 1% of your sales price. Sales price is $350,000, right? So we said is what? $3,500, 1%. So you can just change it. I think it's 1%. You put it to percentage, 1%. But if you want to be conservative, you say 2%, 2%. Now, even at that, $58,000 is still a deal for me. So I'll move on. So if you're buying with cash, all you have to fill out is this one. And you fill out the commission you pay to an agent and you are done. Now, please be aware that only change what is in yellow. Do not change what is in green or white. These are already formatted for you. Just change what is in yellow. So once you change something in yellow, you will see the numbers in white and green will start changing on their own without you doing anything. So please be aware of that. Now, if you're buying cash, you're done. If you're not buying cash, then how can you fund a fix and flip? You can use it, hard money lender. You can use hard money lender to purchase it, and you can use some private money as well. So let's get to the hard money part. So HML means hard money lending, and I put the full meaning here, hard money loan, So LTV means loan to value. How much are they going to borrow you out of, the purchase? So let's say conservatively, they normally do 70% of the ARV. So in this case, when you know the ARV is $350,000, then you can expect the hard money guys to borrow you 75% of that. So if you do your calculation, you see that 70% of 350 will be around 263 or so. Let's confirm here. 350, 123 times 0.7. 7 times 350. So 245. Yeah, this is it. Add money loan right here. 245. That's correct. So this is the add money loan. Again, anything in green and white, don't change it. Just punch in your number in yellow and you will see the changes happening themselves. Now, what is the point? Typically, hard money lenders will charge you some points to borrow you the money because they are into business, right? They are business people. They are not borrowing money just to help you. They are borrowing money to make money. So hard money points, typically you can expect between 2 to 3 points. I'll be conservative. I'll go with 3 points. See, now be careful. As you are borrowing money with hard money is taken out of your profit. You have to understand that because the more people you invite into your party, the more, food you have to buy, the more catering you have to do. If you can do it by yourself without any third party, use your own money, your 401k, your IRA, your any kind of stock account you have to do it by yourself, you're going to maximize your profit. But if you're getting started and you don't have the money, obviously hard money is the route to go, or any kind of private money you can use. So I'm going to tell you more about that in the financing aspect. But if you invite hard money to the business, into the deal, you can expect them to take from your profit. So just be aware of that. Now, interest rate is typically between 10 to 14%. If you're a new investor, you probably will be getting around 13% conservatively, So you can see how the numbers are going down. From 58,000 or so that we were here before, now we're around 35. Now, If everything looks good, you use hard money, and like this, there is no anybody involved again. You see how all this thing will be filled up. So it means that the hard money will borrow you $245,000. Their loan point is 2 points is equals to 7,350, which is based off of the ARV as well. Because if you do 350 times 0.02 should give you 7,350. Let's confirm here. 350 times 0.02 it's 7,000. Let's see. Oh, I did 3 points. So 3 points would be 0.03 times $350,000. So it's based off of the amount, the loan amount they are borrowing you. So they are borrowing you $245,000, $245,000 multiplied by 0.03 will give you 7,350. That's how they get this number. So these 3 points is based off of this loan amount and giving you this. That's how you get that. Also, hard money loan total interest. If you are holding the money for 6 months, you can expect the 13% they are collecting from you is also based off of the loan amount. So 13% of the loan amount is what? Equals to, I'm trying to do this so that we'll be on the same page. 0.13 100 times 245. Yeah, so you can expect that 13% they are charging you is annual. So if you are holding it for only 6 months, then you're only paying half of that, which would be 15,952. Yes, that's correct. So 15,952 is what you get there. So this 13% is annual interest, but you're only holding their money for 6 months, then you can expect to pay half of that. So you can even say maybe it's 12%. You're able to negotiate, you got 12%. Now your number looks good. So that being said, this is how you analyze it. If you're using cash, all you fill out is the first 1 year and your interest and your real estate agent commission, because they're going to be helping you to sell it. It's typically 6% here. 3% goes to the buyer agent and 3% goes to you, goes to the seller agent, which is the agent working with you. Now, you might be able to negotiate 5%, but in my experience, 6% is very common if you want them to really, help you sell that property really fast. Now, if you are bringing hard money in, you need to complete these parts. And now you see how your numbers are changing. That's it. Now, this is the hard money loan numbers. And now the fee, sometimes they do have fees like, hey, maybe they call it junk fee, like the fee for us to even do the paperwork or admin fee, whatever name they call it, is pretty much junk fee, additional fee, in addition to the points and the interest they're already charging you. Now they want to charge you a fee as well. So that's why, again, when you bring in hard money into the equation, you're going to have to give out some money in order to get the deal done. But if the deal is good enough, absolutely do it. You have to start somewhere. I did start with hard money as well myself, but eventually I had to move on to private money so that way I can keep more of my profit. So now hard money loan fee, let's say they're charging you, $995 as, junk fee. So that's it. Now you can put that one here. Everything is filled up. So down payment now is saying 18,500. Hard money fee is what? $23,045. So the total amount you need out of pockets to close on this property is going to be $41,544. $41,544. So this is the you can call this one, your loan amount or your down payments, total out of pocket. If you want to call it this way, you can actually call it something like this, say total out of pockets, total down payments or something. So that way, and I'll tell you total down payment. Let's call it total down payment. So this can be your total down payment. You bring this money out of your pocket. So now what if you don't have this money out of your pocket? That's why I now have, we call it second loan amount. Second loan amount means that, okay, hey, 41,545, I don't have it. What can I do? I still want to leave this property. Then you can, look into your network or your community, your family and friends, anybody and everybody that probably trusts you. Talk to them. Hey, John, hey, Sam, I have this great opportunity. I'm going to be flipping these houses. This is the potential on the property, but I'm stuck. I need $41,000 to be able to close on the property. Will you be willing to partner with me so we can do this together? something like that. And if they say yes, okay, now you get to what is your term? What do you want for us to do this deal together? And based on that, you go from there. So we're going to make some assumptions here, which are very typical. Now, if you have this $41,000, you are done. You can come out of pocket with that one, use the hard money, get it closed, get it done, and pay them back once you're done. If you don't have it, this is now the step 3. Now, don't forget, step 1 is you using your own cash. You fill out only this one, and whatever you see here is your number. You're done, right? If you don't have that, then you can now say, okay, I'm going to use hard money. Then when you use hard money, you can expect to see, once you bring them into the equation, your number will definitely go down. Now, based on using hard money so far, right, which means you will now come out of pocket with $41,544. It's still telling you is yes because it's above $35,000, which is 10% of the ARV of the after repair value. It's still making sense, right? Now, if you now bring in a third person, you are number 1, hard money is number 2. You now bring in a third person to raise the down payment because you don't have it. Your profit will definitely even go down more because you're trying to invite more people to the party because you don't have the money to get it done. But it's better to still get it done if it makes sense to do so than not to do any deal because we all have to start somewhere. So we're going to make up some assumption here. Now, let's say you don't have the down payment. Now you're bringing in Uncle Joe. Uncle Joe say, okay, hey, this is the time I'm going to use to work with you. That is when you come here. You see, that is when you come here. Second loan point or your private lender point, whatever they want. Let's say they want to charge you point, right? So let's say they want to charge you 2 points. You put that percentage there. Or let's say 1 point, you're able to negotiate 1 point. Similar to the hard money, the way they charge you point here, right? The second part is their interest. Again, similar to hard money. How much interest do they want? Let's say they also want, hey, I want 12% of my money. Now, this 12% now is now divided into 2. It can be annual. Some of them will say, hey, I will borrow you this money based on 12% annual interest. So if you only hold on the money for 6 months, then you are paying half of that. So technically, you're paying 1% every single month. So if you hold it for 6 months, you're only paying for 6 months, which is 6%. But if some of them, I say, you know what? I don't care if you flip this property in 2 months, 3 months, 6 months, 8 months, 9 months. I don't care. I still want my annual interest rate. So at that point, you're going to click on this drop down and select this arrow that says straight. That is straight return. They don't care about how long you take to fix the property. Of course, within 1 year, you pay that 12%. Now, if you roll over to year 2, obviously, you just incur another 12% in interest. That's why experience is very important. Don't take on more than what you can buy, more than you can chew. Don't buy more than you can chew. So now, you see, when I change it to straight, it changes to no. You say, hey, this is now $30,000. Our goal is to make 35. Why are we are making 5,000 less now? What do we do? He said, nope. Now, if you're just getting started, if everything is like this, I will still do this deal because it makes sense to get the experience, get the $30,000 in your pocket and move on to the next one than to get 0. So I will still do this deal if I'm in your shoe. Now, moving on, I have this, and okay, let me explain this to you as well. So if you see the down payment here, the down payment now show you that if you are bringing in a private money person or a second lender, any kind of other ways for you to get that $41,000, you can expect the loan point to be 415 because again, this is based off of how much you are borrowing. You see, the loan point is very small here because you're only borrowing $41,000. Now, second loan interest. The second loan interest means that this number you saw here, interest of 12% for 12 or 6 months that you are holding the property. Don't forget here, 6 months is only going to be this. So if you look at this is a very small amount because you are borrowing small amount. This is a big amount because you are borrowing a lot of money. So that's how you see. The more money you borrow, the more you pay them in points and in interest. Don't forget that. Now, I have this column here so you can see if everything go as planned. Maybe I was able to sell it for $350, everything check, you'll be making this $30,054. If you make $7,000 less, you will make what? If you make $7,000 less, that is, you sell it for $343 instead of $350, then you make $23,614. Now on this one, if you make $12,000 less, you make $19,000. And you can click on this and see what it made. But it just kind of give you a quick eye level. Hey, worst case scenario. Worst case scenario here is maybe you sell it for $23,000 less than what you plan to sell it for. Instead of 350, you were able to sell it for 325, and everything remained the same. You will only be making $8,894. Now, it is better to still make something like this and get the experience, get the knowledge, and move on to the next one than to make zero. I've seen people holding on to a flip longer than needed because they don't want to cut their price. They don't want to cut their profit. But the longer you hold it, the more money you lose. As you can see, holding period is costing you money in points, it's costing you money in interest. If you don't even have the down payment that you're bringing in a top person, it's even costing you more money. So be aware of that. Now, this last column is very, very interesting. It's very, very interesting because sometimes you see this person that is bringing in this down payment say, hey, I don't want you to pay me interest. I want to get equity on that property. So if they want equity, all you have to do is, instead of you changing this from no, you change it to yes. Now you see, it's now changed. Everything will now be zero. Now when you come to this loan point, this will all be zero because at this point you are not paying them anything, right? They're gonna be getting, they're gonna be getting from your profits, right? They're gonna be getting from your profit. Sorry, they're gonna be getting from from the profit. You guys will be sharing the profits, maybe 50-50, 30-40, 10-20, whatever you agree to, right? So you say yes. Now, what is the equity? Let's say they want to take 20% of your profits, 20%. Now, you see, now the partner that you borrowed this for the $1,545 from going to be making $7,091. $7,091, which is 17%, 17.1% actually on their $41,000 they borrow you. So it still makes sense than anything. But let's say they say, hey, I want 25, then you change it, and you continue like that. So at that point, the deal is still looking good. He said, will you do the deal? He said, yes, you should do it. Based on what? Based on your own criteria. So this should definitely be something you should practice over and over, but I believe it's very straightforward. By the time you practice with it like 2-3 times, you will understand it and you'll be able to use it over and over. That being said, this is how you analyze a fix and flip property. Now, if you want to use the bigger pocket calculator, you can definitely go there as well. It's very similar to the way I show you for how to analyze the rental property using the bigger pocket calculator. It's very simple, very easy to use. Mess around with it and you'll be fine. And above all, practice this over and over again. This is going to make you money if you do it the right way. But at the same time, do not bite more than you can chew. Understand your risk level, risk tolerance, and act accordingly. Thank you, and I will see you on the next one. Bye-bye. All right, welcome to module number 17. This is definitely getting almost to the end of the course. I am very happy that you stick around with me up to this point. This is one of the most important modules here because I'll be talking about the loans and financing available for you to buy your real estate investment. This is going to be broken down to about, 3 different modules so that way you can, be able to digest the information. I'll try my best to break this down into 3 major categories. So, and I hope you find value here. Now, there are major 3 ways for you to finance your properties, and these are, loans that are divided into 3 major ways. So this is definitely, you have the conventional financing, which is your qualified mortgage and non-qualified mortgage. You have the government loan programs like your FHA, VA loan, USDA loan. We're going to talk about that. And you have your creative or non-traditional financing method. So these are the 3 major financing methods I will be discussing. So I hope you find value here. Now, that being said, there are factors you need to consider before you even choose your finance you want to use. So you need to understand the loan term. How long is do you want to own the property? Do you want to own the property for? What is the purpose of the loan? What is the purpose that the property is supposed to serve for you? If it's a short-term loan, there is a loan for that one. If it's a fix and flip, there is a loan for that one. If it's a long-term buy and hold, there is a loan for that one. So you need to know, what is the loan term? How long do you want to hold it? And what is the purpose? The second one is the loan amount. There are some limits to loan amount. So once you get to some limits, obviously you do not qualify for certain kind of loan. You need to go to the next level kind of loan. So we're going to discuss that. The down payment requirement. How much is the down payment typically required for the kind of loan you want? You also need to understand that because different loan has a different down payment as well. Now, interest rate and fees. What is the interest rate you're going to be getting if you get loan X as compared to getting loan B? You have to understand that the property location, very important. Some lenders will not lend you money in some location. They will not lend you some kind of lending will not be available in some location. All these you also have to understand. And most of the time, your lender will explain all this thing to you and give you your best option based on the property and your profile. Your credit score, of course. I mean, this is very important. You need to, have a decent credit score. I would say 600 and above. You should be good to go. But of course, if you can have 700, 800, 800, 850, that would be the best. But definitely credit score is also very important. Now, your experience level when it comes to real estate is also important because some loan you will not qualify for them because you don't have the experience to take on such kind of project or such kind of property. So don't be discouraged when a lender tell you that we cannot borrow you money for this kind of loan for this kind of property. So just understand that. So now that being said, let's move on to the first part of it. Now I broke this down into three. Like I said, you have your conventional financing. Your conventional financing simply means any loan that is not insured or guaranteed through a government agency, which are your Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. So Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac are the government agency that typically regulates the mortgage industry. And your lenders typically, once they originate the loan, once you close, within 2 months, they typically will sell that loan in a secondary market. So that way they free up their capital and go lend it to the next borrower. That is how it works. So they keep recycling the same money to many, many borrowers. And that's how you see they make money from you from the fees. They make money from you from the points. They also make money from you from the interest rate. So that's how they make their money, but they recycle the same dollar amounts every time. So that's how they make their money. So for them to do that, they have to follow the Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac guideline or the buy box because Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac have their buy box. If a loan falls outside of those buy boxes, then Fannie Mae or Freddie Mac will not buy it from your lender. Hence, your lender have to keep that loan in their own portfolio. And that's when you see that those will come with higher interest rates because they know you'll be tying down their money for a long time. They cannot easily sell it and go borrow it to the next borrower. So just be aware of what Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac mean and how loan works. This is typically how they work. So now we have this type of conventional loan. I have conforming conventional loan. Conforming conventional loan, it means that they are conforming to the Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac that I just explained. Example of this would be your typical, bank loan like your Chase Bank, Wells Fargo, Navy Federal. You go talk to them. These are your typical loan. Your credit union, you name them. A lot of them will also fall into that. And other financial institutions and some private investors as well. They still like to follow the Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac because they are investing their money by borrowing it to you. So they can eventually sell it, to Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac and make their own spread, make their own profit, and go lend the money to the next borrower. So typically that's how it works. Now, the second part is the non-conforming conventional loan. Non-conforming means that the loan exceeds the Federal Housing Financial Authority, FHFA, loan limit, which is still, talking about the Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac. It exceeds their limits or they use underwriting standard that are different or not conforming, that is outside the buy box or the guideline of Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac. An example of this is your jumbo loan. Your jumbo loan, you have your jumbo loan. Jumbo loan is a loan that exceeds certain amount of dollars. So in some cases here, they will say, hey, conventional loan, we can only lend you up to $750,000. Once you pass 750, it becomes a jumbo loan. So that's what I mean. Now, DSCR loan is also another example of that. Your bank statement loan, your no income, no document verification kind of loan, any loan that is typically that presents more risk, to the bank. It's called, jumbo loan or non-conforming conventional loan. Pretty much that's what it means. So the next one is your fixed rate conventional loan. So interest rate is fixed for the entire duration. That one is very easy. The next one is adjustable rate conventional loan. This is a kind of loan that adjusts themselves typically after 5 years. So we call them hybrid HAM, or you just call them, HAM, which is adjustable rate mortgage. Again, they fluctuate for the life of the loan, but they typically adjust every year. Most of the time, they are fixed for the first 5 or 3 or 7 or 10 years first. And that's example of those would be your 5-1 arm, 10-1 arm loan. This can be very good if you know your exit strategy that I'm not going to own that property more than 5 years anyway. So you can get the loan because the interest rates are typically cheaper at the beginning, but once they start adjusting, then they start going up. So if you know, hey, I'm only going to own this property for 5 years, then get a 5-1 arm, execute your plan, sell it, move on to the next one before the interest rates start adjusting. Now, there's the other one that is low down payments or no down payments, low or no down payment. So you see your 0%, 3%, 5%, 10% down payment. Majorly for owner occupied, I have to warn you, this is not meant for investment property. Because I see a lot of people, hey, can I get 10%, 5% down payment to buy my rental property? Most of the time, it's not available for for investment property. Is majorly for owner occupied, and this is perfect for somebody that want a house hack. You want to live in one unit and rent out the other units. You can put 0% down. You can put 3% down. You can put 5% down, 10% down. But your typical investment property, you will need at least 20% down. Now, recently, I've seen some banks that have been very creative or some brokers that have been creative, but hey, we can do 15% down payment to buy an investment property. That will still fall into this category. Even 10% is now possible. Of course, this will come with a higher interest rate and you may not qualify for them, but there is 15% down payment for sure. 10%, some lender might do it, but it's also very difficult to find for an investment property. Well, if you're going to be living there, absolutely, they love owner occupied because they see that as less risky. And the reason is not far-fetched, right? If people run into problem, investment property are one of those that will let go first. Because put yourself in the shoe of the, let's use yourself as an example, right? So God forbid you run into a hard time, right? You want to do everything to keep your primary residence. You want to do everything to keep that your primary residence where you have your children, you have your wife, or you have your spouse in there. You want to do everything to keep it, right? Because they're already going to school there. Your life is already stabilized on that. You don't want anything to destabilize you. So you will do everything to make sure you are paying your mortgage. You do everything to make sure your mortgage is current, to make sure that you don't lose the house to foreclosure. But it is an investment property. If things got difficult and you try your best, people easily just let it go. Like, hey, you know what, that's fine, take your house back. That's why you see investment property always come with a little bit of more down payment requirement because the bank wants you to have more skin in the game. That is what they want. They want you to have more, more stake in that property as well. So now the last one on this category is your conventional renovation loan. Yes, conventional renovation loan. Example of this is your choice renovation loan and your home style loan. I'm sure home style is very popular. If you do some research about, hey, renovation loan, you're going to be hearing about home style. So this is a loan that they finance you the purchase price. They also finance you the cost of fixing the property while you are living there. So very similar to your FHA 203K, which I'm going to get to that one in the next module. So this is your conventional, and definitely they allow you to finance on purchase as well as the necessary renovation at the same time. So let's say the purchase price of the house or the cost of the house is $300,000 and you need $50,000 to fix it up, right? They can finance you $350,000. So it's called home style loan. Of course, there are, some terms and conditions will be applied. They have to check you up to make sure you qualify and more other things, but just know that this exists. So to summarize this module, you have your conventional, which majority of the first-time investor always use. Most likely, this is what you're going to use if this is your first time or even second time buying an investment property. This is the kind of loan you probably will use. Now, they can have other kind of loan. They call them different name, but this is the bucket they fall into. Just be aware of that. If somebody say, hey, bank statement loan, hey, self-employment loan, all those things is still non-conforming conventional loan. That's what they're talking about. So I just give you the bucket. So when they mention the name, just say, hey, is this a conforming loan or non-conforming loan? You need to ask them that question, and they will tell you that is non-conforming. Anything that is non-conforming comes with a little bit of higher interest rate and some additional, fee you have to pay because they are taking on more risk on you. So that being said, I will see you on the next model. Thank you. Bye-bye. All right, welcome to module 17B. So in this module, I will be taking you to the second part of the financing. You see, financing is very, very important, and it is one of the major reasons that stop a lot of people from investing in real estate. So that's why I'm actually taking my time to break this down for you, and I hope this actually help you to overcome your financing options questions. So I discussed about conventional financing in the previous module, and on this one, I want to talk about the government's loan program. There are government programs that you can use to get started into your real estate investing. Now, I need to warn you, this is majorly for owner-occupied kind of loan. They are not really created for real estate investors. But over the years, as people get more experience, people get creative, we've seen this being used to purchase investment property. Of course, the intention still have to remain that you want to live there. So you want to make sure that you tell them you want to live there and you should live there for at least 1 year, or unless something changed beyond your control. Let's say you use FHA to buy a property and 3, 4, 5 months into you stay into the house. Now you got a new job in San Diego, California, or now you have to move. So with that being said, the government understand that the lender is not going to come after you for that, but do not commit mortgage fraud by deliberately lying that you will live in a property when you know that you will not live there. You just want to take advantage of that low down payment for you to acquire an investment property. This is not good. This is called mortgage fraud, and you can have a very, very, very steep penalty, and I don't want you to be involved with that. So that being said, these are government program. FHA, very common. Federal Housing Administration has a loan program that encourage people to buy real estate, to own house. So they want to encourage home ownership. That is the major focus of FHA. And typically you can buy a fourplex with FHA loan with as little as 3.5% down payments. Again, that's why a lot of people like that loan, because they can buy fourplex, live in one unit and rent out the other 3. Now, while I'm here, there is something we call FHA self-sufficiency test. FHA self-sufficiency test. They want the income you are getting from the other 3 units. In this example, you are buying a fourplex, you live in one side. Now, the other 3 units, they want the income you collect from those other 3 units to cover all your expenses. Talk about your mortgage, your HOA fee, and all those other things. They want it to cover 100% of that. This is extremely difficult to find, and that is why you see that most people don't really use FHA for more than duplex. Now, I'm not saying it's not possible for fourplexes, but you have to be aware of that FHA self-sufficiency test. And any lender you are working with, please mention to them that, hey, are you aware of FHA self-sufficiency test? Are you sure this property is going to go through? I've seen 2 or 3 transactions that blew on my face simply because of that FHA self-sufficiency test. So make sure your lender is experienced with that. But if you're buying a duplex, you shouldn't have that problem. If you're buying a single family home with FHA, you should not have that problem. But once you step above 2, now you're getting to 3 or 4, you will run into that problem. Now, you cannot use FHA for anything more than 4 units, because this is always a very common question. Can I buy 10 units with your FHA loan? The answer is no. FHA is meant for owner-occupied. 1, 2, 3, 4 units. Anything more than 4, it becomes your commercial loan. So be aware of that. But this is a very easy way to get started if you are still renting or you don't have a lot of money. Even if you currently own a house but you don't mind moving, you can convert your current home to an investment property, to a rental property, and go ahead and buy another one with little money down and use that, live in one side, rent out the other side, and start counting your dollars from there. So that is the number 1 on the list. Now, I did mention this briefly. Any loan that is backed or guaranteed by the government agency, it is what you call the government loan program. That's self-explanatory. Now, Veteran Affairs, VA loan, is the second one on the list. And of course, this is a loan that is guaranteed being the keyword, by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs. So this is designated for veterans, people that have, actively served in the military, in the Navy, in the Marine Corps, or they are actively serving or they've served before. Those are the people that qualify for that. Also, there are families as well always qualify. If you are a spouse or a relative of an active military person, you might qualify for a VA loan as well. Of course, like every other loan, they have their terms and conditions. They have their credit score requirement. You have to meet for you to be able to qualify for that. Also, you can use it to buy fourplexes, similar to FHA, but you cannot use it to buy more than 4, because again, they want to encourage home ownership with little to no money down. So you cannot say you want to buy a 10-unit apartment complex with a VA loan 0% down. So VA loan is 0% down. FHA minimum is 3.5. Now, because they are minimum doesn't mean you should put the minimum down. If you have more money, obviously put more money down. But if you now have more money, then you probably don't want to use this one, then go conventional loan. Again, this is something your lender will be discussing with you, will be advising you on, and will be giving you your best loan option based on your goal and based on your current situation, based on your financial constraint or financial profile. They're going to advise you based on that. Now, the third one is the USDA loan. This is very common in the rural area. There's a lot of income restriction on this one. You need to make very low income to moderate income, and it has to be in a place they consider rural. So a place that is up and coming. It cannot be very close to downtown. It gotta be rural. So that's where they usually use those one. In the Houston area here, the likes of your Cleveland, Liberty, Dayton, the likes of your Conroe might qualify for this. But if you get into Houston, KD, Cypress, those will not qualify because, hey, we're already in town. So I'll be aware of that. So the idea of this is just to tell you that if you have limited money, you can still get started with real estate investing. But you have to live in one of the units for at least 1 year. After 1 year, you can move out and rent the other unit that you are living in, rent it out and go and repeat it again. Now, the challenge will be, will the house appreciate fast enough for you to be able to refinance out of this kind of loan to a conventional loan so you can free up your eligibility again? That is market dependent. Appreciation is not something I can promise you because I don't control that, because you will not be able to use another FHA loan until you free up your current eligibility on your current home, except you're moving to another state or any place that is like 2-3 hours away from your current place, and you can justify that you have a new employment there, then they can allow you to use another kind of, the same loan to have it 2 times, but you probably will not be able to use more than twice simultaneously. Of course, you can use it many, many times, but currently you cannot use it more than 1 time. So just be aware of that. But again, this is a very easy way a lot of people start. Or hey, if you don't even want to go that route, then buy your single family home with a VA loan if you're a veteran, or USD or VA or FHA loan. Stay there for 1 year and move out. After you move out, convert it to a rental property, go do the same thing again, among other things. So I hope this really helps you. This is the way you can get started because there is no excuse. If you need any help, reach out to me and I would love to chat with you one-on-one on this. Thank you. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. All right, welcome to this module. In this module, I will be talking about the financing options that I call creative or non-traditional financing. Creative or non-traditional. These are not traditional way of financing. These are your seller financing, hard money loan, private money loan, lease to own, home equity line of credit, cash out refinance, some kind of personal loan, 0% credit, self-directed IRA, 401k, stocks accounts, and cross-collateral. These are your, typically they are non-traditional. So non-traditional. So any loan that is not conventional and is not insured or not guaranteed by any kind of government program, and it doesn't fit into the Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, and most of the time they are not being sold at the secondary market. That is, the lender has to keep that loan to themselves. So these are your non-traditional kind of loan. I will start with this one, seller financing. Seller financing simply means the seller is becoming the bank. So typically, it will come with a higher interest rate, but can be very flexible if it's something you want to explore. Flexible terms, easy closing, there is less paperwork involved, and you can get started from there. Now, the seller will be asking for higher purchase price. They will also typically be asking for a higher interest rate. And within 5 years, they still want you to refinance. And most of the time, I'm not saying you cannot get a 30-year seller financing, but they really don't happen that way. They want you to seller finance for a few years, and after that, they want you to refinance so you can be able to pay them off, and they use the money for the next thing. Now, the second one is hard money loan. Hard money loan, I mentioned this briefly in my how to analyze a fix and flip. Now, so this is a private investor. You can even be a hard money lender yourself. So you are lending your money to an investor to go and fix up a property or to acquire a property, and they will pay you back within the time that you agree on. So they are usually very short-term loan, typically within 3 to 6 months or 3 to 12 months. As the case may be, most likely they don't go past 24 months. So in my experience, I've not seen any hard money that's more than 2 years, because it doesn't make sense for you as an investor as well, because this typically comes with a higher interest rate. So why will you keep paying high interest rate for 2 years? Except you run into a very difficult issue on the project. That is when they can start giving you some extensions. But those extensions cost money, and they also cost you points, and interest rates too high and all that stuff. So now, for people that have a high DTI means debt to income ratio is high. They typically go with hard money loan, because they don't want to be, going through all the red tapes of the bank, or all the FEDIMA guidelines that is too restrictive. They just want to, like, you know what, I just want to get this property closed. So they can bypass that by going through hard money, and after they close, they can refinance, and all those stuff. So now, private money loan is also possible. Your uncle, your church member, your religious place, your friends, your family, your high school mates, your cousin, anybody that has extra money can be private money lender. And typically, what you do there is to talk to them. Hey, I have this project. This is my projection. This is what I think is going to happen. Are you willing to lend your money sitting in your 401k so we can do this deal together? And if you agree, like I show you on that, second loan, if you don't have the down payment for your fix and flip, you can definitely get a private money to help, meet that down payment requirement, plus your hard money. Now you're doing this deal $0 out of your pocket. So that might be something you want to do if you find yourself in that shoe. Now, these are people that like and trust you. Of course, you can't meet a stranger today and you want them to lend you money tomorrow. I haven't seen anybody that has worked for. So they are flexible terms, they are less paperwork, they're quick closing, and they're typically short term as well, typically no more than 2 years. But of course, they come with the higher interest rates as well, because, they are lending you money in order to make money from their money. Most of the time, people are withdrawing their 401k because they are not, getting higher return, or they are withdrawing their cash in the bank and giving it to you because they are frustrated with the return from the bank. So typically they want higher interest rate. That's why they're borrowing you the money in the first place. So now, the next one is lease to own. So if you want to acquire a rental property and you don't have money, another strategy you can use is to, lease the property from the owner, typically for 1 to 2 years. And you will sign a lease to own agreement that tell you that within that 1 to 2 years, you have the right to buy the property. So if you know that I know my financial situation will change in the next 1 or 2 years, but I don't want to lose this opportunity of this property, and I'm also currently renting, right? So instead of me continuing to rent while I'm working on my finances, I can decide to rent the house I want to buy. So you rent it from the owner. You continue to live there. While you're living there, you're improving your credit, you're improving your finances, you're improving your education. Then before the expiration of your lease, you sign the contract with the seller to buy their property. Now, typically on your lease to own agreement, you will have, you guys will have agreed to the amount that you'll be buying the property for if you choose to exercise that right. You don't have to exercise it, but typically they will have charged you some fee upfront that you're going to have to lose this money if you didn't eventually buy the property. But if you buy it, those down payments, they call it, will be applied towards your, down payment to buy the house. But if you don't buy it, those fees that you pay them is gone. So now you typically want to make sure it's something you want to do, because again, you're going to pay them that fee upfront and you don't get it back. Now, once you now buy the property, the seller becomes your bank, right? Because it's a lease to own. You are leasing it from first. From there, you buy it from the seller. Seller becomes a bank. And maybe within 4 or 5 years, everything changed for you so good. Now you can now refinance and pay off this seller. Now you have a conventional loan, right? Or you refinance to FHA loan, among other things. So, but it's just a way to get started. Like, I don't have money, but I'm still renting. I don't even have the down payment. I only have my monthly rent payments. Just start somewhere. Start from lease to own. Now, the next one is a home equity line of credit, HELOC. This is very, very common in the creative real estate financing world, because people that currently own a house they've seen some appreciation on their property over the years. So what they are now doing is that let's free up some of this equity we have that have been lazy in the property. Let's free up that equity so we can use that equity as a down payment for the next property purchase. People do this all the time. And this is not only for investment property. People do this as well for, for their primary residence.
For example, maybe somebody bought a house in 2015 for $350,000. And 2015 to 2023 is around 8 years. So over the course of that 8 years, they keep paying their mortgage. Maybe they even pay some extra, payments every month, or every 2 months they pay something extra. Now the value of their house now worth around $600,000, right? It means they have roughly, good amount of equity in the property, right? So they can withdraw that money. They can do what we call ELOC and free up that money and use it to stretch it over amount of property they want to stretch it on. If they want to buy multifamily, that would be a chunk amount of money for down payment. If they want to buy single family, they can buy, a couple of single family using that money. So now, of course, ELOC means it's like credit card, right? Once you withdraw the money, this is how it works, right? You apply with the bank, do appraisal on your house, and based on what they feel, they borrow you, up to 80% of whatever equity you have in the property. Now, they will typically open a bank account for you, maybe their local bank, and they will transfer that money there. Now, the money is sitting there. You don't start paying the interest on it until you withdraw the money, until you tap into it, just like your credit card. If you don't use it, you don't pay. But once you withdraw from it, then you start paying. That's what it happens. So typically, if you know that you are not making money fast enough, you don't want to use ELOC. So, and if you know, hey, I don't want to think about how I need to repay this money, then this option will be for you, which is cash out refinance. You can do the same thing, but instead of you doing it in form of a line of credit, you do it as a cash out refinance. Cash out refinance meaning that you are getting a new loan and you are telling them, hey, I know I have $300,000 in this property. Give me that $300,000 house and let's refinance. Let's reset this loan pretty much. Now your loan balance will go up again and you have a new loan, but that money is yours. You can use it to do whatever you want to use it for. But you will be getting a new loan term. In your 30 years reset again, your interest rate reset again. So if, let's say you have a 3% interest rate, now you might be getting 7% interest rate, depending on the market as at the time you are refinancing. So this is something to be aware of. The battle is always, should I do ELOC? Should I do cash out refinance? I just help you to understand. If you know you can pay off that money quickly back, then ELOC might be a way to go. Or if you know, I don't need that money right now, but I want to make sure I have it ready in case I see a good opportunity, ELOC might be an option for you. But if you know that, hey, I want to have access to this money and I don't want to think about how quickly I want to pay it back, then just do a cash out refinance. Now, like I mentioned, there are personal loans as well. You can take personal loan, let it sit in your bank account for like 2 to 3 months, then use it for your down payments. 0% credit card, I've seen that very common these days. People get all this, 0% credit card maybe for 8 months, for 18 months, for 24 months, and they quickly use it to fix and flip, that project. And once, the project is completed, they pay off that credit card back. You can also tap into your self-directed IRA or your 401k. Yes, this is very common. I've done this many, many times myself. Withdrawn from my 401k, use it as a down payment. And once I'm done with what I want to do, I start paying back myself. Pretty much, I'm borrowing money from myself. You can sell your stocks, of course, sell it and use it as a down payment. You can cross collateral. Let's say you have 3 other properties. You can tell the lender, hey, I have these 3 properties. This is what they're worth. This is my balance and this is what I have in the deal. Then they can, use those equity you have, similar to this cash out refinance and ELOC, then they use that to lend you money. So pretty much this is the last part of the financing. I hope you find these 3 modules valuable and make sure to watch them over and over again. Financing is something that stops a lot of people from investing. I don't want that to be you. So that's why I took my time to break this down to show you have a lot of options. Now, there might still be 1 or 2 options out there that I did not mention here. Definitely discuss it with your lender. It doesn't mean I cover 100% all your financing option, but it simply means I cover maybe 98 to 97% of it. So there's still other creative way people are financing real estate. Just understand the risk and understand, is this something you are willing to do? If you're not willing to do it, it's too complicated for you to understand, then move on to something else. Thank you, and I will see you on the next one. Bye-bye. I hope you find value in this video, so make sure to click on the link below to see all my resources I have for you, and make sure to join the private online community where I can even further support you. And if you want to work with me one-on-one, you will see the invitation to apply to join my private one-on-one real estate coaching program. That is where I can fully support you. That's where I can understand your situation, and that's where I can get you results faster. So again, make sure to click on the link below and see all the stuff I have for you there, and I will see you inside. Peace. All right, welcome to module number 18. In this module, I want to tell you or show you how to write and structure a winning offer. You see, you cannot become a real estate investor if you
don't make offers. You have to make offers. You have to play to win. Unfortunately, there's no way around it. Now, making offer does not mean you have to close on that property, but it simply means at least you are showing a good intention of getting closer to you becoming a landlord or a real estate investor, whatever strategy you decide to settle for. At this point, I hope you have actually made up your mind on your strategy on what you're going to do, because if you have not, I would say pause the video and decide on that before you actually move forward. Now, how do you write a winning offer? How do you know what you need to do to make your offer accepted? First of all, you need to identify a rockstar real estate investor agent that understand investment property, that are most likely they are investors themselves. This Everything I'll be telling you here, like 90% of that is their job. They will be working on that to make sure they guide you to the right path and they advise you accordingly. Now, you have to choose a real estate agent you want to work with. And after you've done that, you will find a property you like, you have analyzed it. Now you want to make an offer, right? The number two will be to establish a clear criteria. I call it crystal clear criteria, 3C, crystal clear criteria. You have to know what you want, because if you don't know what you want, you're just going to be wasting everybody's time. You see, I'm addressing all this one before I actually tell you what goes into the contract, because this is very important. What goes into the contract doesn't help you if that's not the property you want. So you have to know what you want. Now, after you've checked the number one and number two, then you move on to number three, which is now very important. You have to understand what the seller wants. You see, there's always two parts to any real estate transaction. There is the buyer side, there is the seller side. There is a buying agent, there is a seller agent. So you have to know, what does the seller want? Now, this is not typically your job. Your agent will be, figuring out with the seller's agent that what do they really want. So you can craft your offer to address those, concern for the seller. Now, it depends on the market. If it's a buyer's market, this might not be so much important, but if it's in the seller's market where everybody's competing for that same property, this is even more important for you to understand that. And your agent will be asking the listing agent, of course, like, hey, Jessica, what is your seller looking for? And they'll be able to chat up and down and be able to, come up with, and use that to advise you, obviously. So that is number three. Number four is you need to attach a fully underwritten pre-approval letter and proof of fund. You see, pre-approval letter is just a letter that a lender gives to you. Most of the time, they have not done a due diligence on you. They have not digging into your profile. They just give you something in black and white just to show that, hey, you've talked to us. We know you. We know you want to buy a property. This is a pre-approval letter. You can start go shopping. Most of the time, that will not work in a competitive market. You have to make sure that you have a fully underwritten pre-approval. That is, the lender have checked your credit score. They have collect all the documents they want from you. They have sent it to their underwriter. They have known that your DTI is low. They have also looked into sample property you're looking to buy. So that way they know that, yes, if you find that right property, we are ready to go. We're going to hit the ground running. That is what we call a fully underwritten pre-approval letter. Now, also your proof of fund, right? Let's say you have your bank statement, your 401k, your stocks account. If you can print that as well, but I always advise that you block out your account number for your security. If you can, print that and send it to your agent. So your agent will be using the pre-approval letter, fully underwritten pre-approval letter, and the proof of fund, which is your bank statement or your stock account that shows the money there. Those two, along with the contract, will be presenting you as a very serious and ready buyer, and that can separate you from other buyers that are also competing for the same property. Now, number five is that you have to offer your highest and best offer the first time. People don't have time to mess around back and forth with you. They just want you to submit your highest and best offer the first time. Along the line with that, you can also make sure your earnest money deposit is large enough. Now, EMD means earnest money deposit. In Texas, here is typically 1 to 2%. Here, if you can do 3% of the purchase price, that would be ideal. Now, you don't lose that earnest money except your contingency has expired and your agent failed to protect you. Now it's gone. So you don't lose that earnest money deposit, but it's something that signifies that you're really serious. You really want this property. You're not messing around. You're not wasting people's time. Also, your down payment, instead of you doing 5% down, if you can do 10%, absolutely go for it. It still shows that you're a serious person. Option fee as well. Option fee. Option fee is the fee that you pay for you to have an option to terminate the contract within the stipulated day. You all typically have 7 days, 10 days. So within that 7 days, if for whatever reason you don't like the property, something changed, you can terminate that contract without any penalty other than you losing that your option fee. You're going to get back your earnest money deposit, but you lose your option fee. Option fee is typically $50 per day. So if you're doing 7 days auction period, you will probably pay about $350. And again, anything is negotiable in real estate, but this is what I've seen over the years. So understand that anything else that will make the life of the seller easier, just be considerate and understand that this is a two-way street. It's not just all about you. It's all about you and the seller as well. So now number 6 is fewer contingency, like fewer contingency in terms of your financing, appraisal, inspection, closing date. Make those as short, as brief as possible. If you can waive any of them, do it. But as a new investor, I would not recommend you waive any of this because these are there to protect you as a buyer. Now, if you can make a cash offer, absolutely go for it. Cash is always king because now the seller understands that they don't have to deal with all the financing contingency. They don't have to worry about your loan falling through. They don't have to deal with all the back and forth that happen with lenders and the title company. So if you can do cash, absolutely do it. And that even gives you opportunity to negotiate a lower price if you are buying cash. Now, the next one is offer a pre-lease back to the seller. You see, if you are buying a property and the seller is living there, they most likely will need some time to move out to their next property they are buying. So if you want to be very competitive, you can just offer them, hey, Mr. John, I understand you have to move. I'll give you 30 days free to stay in the house so you can move, and have everything ready. So we are not rushing you. That would definitely put you ahead of other competitors. So if it's something you can do, you are not rushing to move into your next home or your next investment property, then give them that lease back. Let them enjoy and not having to rush, out of the house. If you can do it, of course. If you cannot do it, absolutely, then they don't have a choice. But if you can do it now, if you can still do it, but you want to get paid for that, it doesn't have to be free. You can still charge them what you're going to charge for your regular tenant. Let's say monthly rent is $2,000. Then charge them $2,000 if they want that option. But if they don't want it, then absolutely, you don't have to charge them. You don't have to charge them anything. And once the closing happens, they have to move out, and you get your keys, and you can, clean the house and make it ready for your tenants. So moving on to the next one, which is number 9, quick closing. Typically 2 to 4 weeks. If you can close within 2 weeks, that would be the best. But most likely you don't want to do anything more than 4 weeks because most real estate transactions, even if you are going to the bank to get a loan, even if it's FHA, VA, USDA, they typically will close within 4 weeks. So you want to make sure you're not putting anything more than 4 weeks or 30 days as your closing date. That will make you a weak borrower or a weak buyer, and most likely they will move on to the next buyer. Now, number 10 is that have your lender call the listing agents. You know what? This is very good. I've done it many, many times and it works. Have your lender call the listing agent. Typically, your real estate agent will give the phone number or the contact information of the listing agent to your lender. So your lender can call the listing agent, and they are doing this for one reason, just to improve, to boost your profile in front of the listing agent, which the listing agent will in turn advocate for you with the seller. So they are improving their confidence about you as a borrower, about you as a buyer, that, hey, we've gone through his profile, we've gone through, the bank statement. We know that this borrower is very good, is very solid. If you accept our offer, we are confident that this borrower will close without any issue to you, the seller. So that is what they are doing for you. They are speaking on your behalf. They are advocating for you. In addition to whatever your agent has done, the lender is just, adding on to that. So that is number 10. And the last one is that, make a backup offer. Sometimes you like a property, but everybody want to get that property, especially if it's a very desirable neighborhood and it's also a multifamily. People like it the same way you like it, right? If you made an offer and for whatever reason, your offer was not the best for the seller and they move on with somebody else, then you can make a backup offer. Backup offer simply means that if for whatever reason, the offer they went with, the one they accept, fall through, it didn't go through, it terminate for any reason, then you become the next buyer in line to get the property. Of course, there is a form to attach to your offer that will say, hey, this is a backup offer. And we understand that if the current buyer closed, then there is nothing for us. But should the current buyer did not close, it fell through, something happened, please consider our offer as the next in line to get this property. So these are the 11 things you can implement or discuss with your real estate agent. Typically, is number 2 to 10. The number 1 is just you selecting an agent that will help you implement number 2 to 11. This is very simple. It's not complicated at all. And I do want you to really, really, really understand your options when it comes to how to structure your offer. Now, you are your agent or partner, so make sure you are on the same page. Make sure they are speaking the same language you're speaking. If you're not on the same page, you're not connecting with them, it doesn't worth it. Move on, look for another real estate agent. I hope this is very helpful. I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye. All right, welcome to this module. In this module, I will be talking about property management. How should you manage your property? You see, this is one of the aspects of real estate that is always underrated because people don't pay attention to this. I don't want that to be you, because no matter how good of a real estate investor you are, if you buy the best property in the best neighborhood, if you don't properly manage the property, you will eventually not realize your goal of actually even, investing in real estate in the first place. So I will talk about property management here, and we will, I will probably still be able to jump on the call with you to discuss this. Now, property management, you can go about it in 2 ways. Number 1, you can self-manage. You can manage the property by yourself. And when I'm saying self-management, it doesn't really mean you have to be talking to the tenants. You have to be picking their calls. You have to go and fix something yourself. And this is why you want to buy a good property in the first place, a property that will make your life easier, a property that doesn't need so much work, a property in a decent neighborhood that will allow you to get a good tenant, a high qualified tenant, because the quality of your tenant directly affects your experience. Have a not so good property, you will have a not so good tenant, and they will keep calling you for issues. So everything starts from your property. So you need to see your property as your product. If you have a good product, you attract good customer. If you have a not so good product, then you can, expect that you're going to be dealing with the not so good customer as well. So self-management is what I recommend for you if you are just getting started, because it will allow you to learn about property management. It will allow you to know what kind of questions to ask a property manager if you eventually hire one. And it's not complicated. It's very easy. If you buy a new construction or relatively new house, I do recommend you self-manage by yourself, except you are not in the state where you are buying. Then you might need to hire a property manager. Even at that, if you're buying a new construction, you can still self-manage from anywhere, in the world. So I use Hemlin as a property management software to manage some of my portfolio, the single family one, but the multifamily, obviously I have a property manager for that one. Now, Avail is another one that you can also use. I've heard about, of good things about them. Rent Ready, it's also out there. And these are just the top 3 that I pick. Personally, I use this one. You don't have to use any of this. You can do your own research and, find another one that you like. And maybe they're even free and they have a good customer support. Then you can go with that one. But these are just my top 3 recommendations. Look into them, as soon as you're about to close on your property. Make up your mind on which out you want to go. You want to self-manage. If you're going to self-manage, you will need a software. Now, you also probably don't need a software if you are some people, but to make your life easier, you need a software that will allow a tenant to pay their rent and a repair request, maintenance request. Let's say something is not working, you want to give them an avenue for them to submit that request instead of calling you directly. So that is my recommendation. Now, if you're doing that, you need to know how to screen tenants, right? How do we screen tenant? How do I know this is a good tenant? Well, what I use is TransUnion Smart Move tenant screening. It is free to you, the landlord, but the tenant have to pay them, I think, $42 as of 2023 for them to do their background check, and they will check the background, credit, income, eviction, history. They will check all those stuff. So anybody that has been evicted before, or they have a background issue before, I would say it's an automatic decline for me, because I really don't want to deal with that. If somebody has been evicted before, most likely they will be evicted again. But if they have a very unique situation, maybe what led to the eviction was very, very difficult situation, and you're willing to listen to them, absolutely make your decision from there. Because somebody has been evicted before does not necessarily mean they are bad people or they will do the same thing, but statistics have shown that if people have been evicted before, they most likely will do it again. So that will be your call. You need to make that decision as the owner of the property. you want to, continue with this person or just decline them, move on to the next person. Now, if you don't like this management approach, you want to now hire a property manager. That is your option number 2. You can hire a property manager. I will give you a few recommendations for property managers. Obviously, you still need to jump on the phone with them, ask them your questions, make sure you're comfortable with them. And if everything works out, give them a shot. Now, I will tell you this, if you can sign a month-to-month agreement with them, that would be the best for you. So that way you don't commit yourself to a 1-year agreement. Let's say it didn't work out. At least you just have to manage them to the end of the month. Then you can let them go and self-manage yourself or hire another property manager. But most of them probably want you to sign at least 6 months agreement. But hey, anything is possible. If you say, hey, month to month is what I want, I don't want any long-term agreement. If they agree to that, that will be your best option. And as time goes on, if they continue to exceed your expectation, now you can now sign a 6 month. From a 6 month, you can now sign a 1-year agreement with them. So, but definitely your property manager can make or break your real estate investment. So make sure that you choose the property manager carefully. Now, once you hire them, please let them do their job. If you are not comfortable with them in the first place, then don't hire them. Once you hire that property manager, please let them do their job, because most of the time they are professional. This is what they do for a living. They understand tenants' relationship more than you think and they know all the laws, all the rules and the red tapes to avoid when trying to get a good tenant. So these are things you should be aware of. Let them do their job, trust them. But if you don't trust them in the first place, don't hire them. And you can self-manage yourself, or you can, look for another property manager. So that being said, this is all I have for you on this module. Again, I will drop the vendors list or my recommendation of the vendors I recommend you talk to in the resources tab below. You can download it and start engaging with these people. Now, I'll have to warn you here. Most property manager will not take you serious until you have a property under contract. If you don't have any property under contract, there is really nothing to discuss. There is no any subjects. They like to have a subject property. Hey, this is the property I'm closing on 2 weeks' time. I want to interview you as a potential property manager. That is a subject line. But if you're just making a random or general inquiry, it will not really take you serious. Some of them will probably even tell you, please call us once you have the property closed or once you have the property under contract. That's what they will tell you. So be aware of that. And I'm not surprised, like every professionals, their time is money. This is what they do for a living. They are not in the business of just talking to everybody. They want to talk to people that will actually transact, that will actually deal with them. So take note of that. Don't waste their time. Know what you want and go for it. Yeah, I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. All right, welcome to module number 20. I'm very happy that you're able to get along this path. So in this module, I want to show you or discuss additional real estate strategies that you can use to scale up your real estate portfolio. Now, I do recommend you stick to one strategy for at least 1 year. Once you just, when you are getting started, I don't recommend you start messing around with most of these strategies. Stick to one strategy for at least 1 year. Get results. Close 1 or 2 properties using one strategy first. After you've done that and you now want to explore more what is possible, then you can start thinking about this. So I will walk you through these 11 strategies, which some of them are probably already mentioned, but I will just go over them again. So number 1, if you are currently renting a house, this is very important. You might even want to start with just buying a house first. If you're still renting, buy a house first, because when you buy a house, you can save money from renting. You can start building equity. You can start seeing all the benefits that has to offer even before you own an investment property. So quick strategy is, if you're still renting a house and you really want to own a house, please buy your primary residence. That is what I will tell you. Except you have a valid reason for why you don't want to buy yet, then that's when you can, start your real estate investing before buying your primary residence. So I always recommend people buy your primary residence first. At least you will learn about real estate one way or the other and see if you even want to be a landlord. It can even be a test for you that, do I even want to be a landlord? Do I even want to, invest in real estate? Is this something I'm even passionate about? So that's what I will tell you. Now, if you now currently own a house, you can go to step number 2. You can move out from your current home and rent it out to a tenant and go buy another house. So the reason why you are doing this one is that you can escape that 20% down payment requirement when you are buying an investment property. You can move out from your current home, go buy another one with another 0%, 3%, 5% down payment, or 20% as the case may be if you choose to. But if you're buying your primary residence, it allows you to put as little as 0% down. And this is why I see people doing all this all the time. They move out from their current home, turn it to a rental property, and go buy another primary residence. After 1 or 2 years, they do the same thing again. As a matter of fact, I know someone that has done this like 10 times, and this is how they build, their over $3 million real estate portfolio by simply moving every 2 years. That's what they've done. Nothing complicated. We just want to buy our primary residence. We buy in a good place. We stay there for 1 or 2 years. We move out, go do it again. Easy. They are cutting that 20% down payment requirement. That's it. Now, number 3 is house. I already have a module on this one. If you don't know what it's all about, I do recommend you go back and watch that module again. So pretty much you live in one side of the unit and you rent out the other side. Wholesaling, I've also mentioned this. Wholesaling, it is not a real estate investing per se. It's more of a real estate entrepreneurship. You are pretty much looking for deal. We call them deal finder. You find a good deal and you bring the opportunity to another investor that will close on that property. So you are simply a middleman, trying to connect seller to buyer, but you are the one that, that found the seller, negotiate a good price, and go find the buyer as well. So you're a middleman connecting both the seller and the buyer together. And once it closes, you get paid your compensation for bringing that opportunity to both of them. Most likely, without you, the seller would not have been able to sell their home, or without you, the buyer probably will not even know about that property. So that's why you are getting compensated. Now, this is becoming more difficult now. Some states want you to be licensed and a real estate agent for you to wholesale a property. And the state that doesn't want you to license, or that is not requiring you to be licensed, they are making it mandatory for you to disclose your intention and your business plan to both the buyer and the seller. So example of this is in Texas. They just passed the law that said you have to disclose that you are a wholesaler, you are not going to close on that house, and this is your intention. So be aware of that, number 4. Number 5 is short-term and medium-term rental, like your Airbnb, VRBO, Furnish Finder. This is short-term rental. Short-term rental, it's a strategy whereby you are renting parts or all of your house to guests, and they pretty much stay per night. You charge them per night, and they stay there. They give you a review after they've left, and you send your cleaner to come and clean the house again, and you rent it to the next person. So this is more of an hospitality business than real estate investing, because I've seen people thinking they can just set up an Airbnb and just forget about it. No, you cannot forget about it. If you forget about it, things will go wrong, and you will probably get a lot of bad reviews, which will bring you down in all these platforms like Airbnb, VRBO. So if you do that, definitely will affect you. But if you are a very process-driven person, you like to put system in place, you can still run a successful short-term rental. I know a couple of people that are doing that, but they put system in place, and even with system, the first 3, 4, 5 months, you are testing stuff, you are tweaking stuff, you are adjusting as needed. But after 1 year of doing it, then you can expect that your system can be now more reliable and work for you while you're taking your vacation. So, but short-term rental, medium-term rental, they are still more of the active business than real estate investing. They still require your time and your energy and your attention. So that's number 5. Number 6, syndication and crowdfunding. I put this together because sometimes people use them interchangeably. But real estate syndication, most of the time you hear about multifamily syndication, which is what I also do as well. Pretty much you are investing your money into a large multifamily, let's say 100 unit apartment let's say in Tulsa, Oklahoma, or in Atlanta, Georgia, in Houston, Texas, in Dallas, Texas. So you find these large multifamily syndicators, you put your money to invest with them, and they give you return based on whatever they promise you. So this does come with some level of risk, and it comes with some due diligence from you. You have to know and trust and like those operators, or we call them syndicators, or general partner is another name we call them, before you invest your money. If you don't like them, you don't trust them, can't just verify what they do, please don't invest your money. Save your money in your account and you'll be fine. Crowdfunding is similar to that, but crowdfunding simply means like fund rise. If you heard about fund rise, they pretty much pull your money together and use it to invest and give you some return. Very similar to syndication. Now, real estate investment trust, REIT, is another one, and it's also very similar to crowdfunding, pretty much. Well, sorry, I don't think so. It's not similar to crowdfunding. This one is like stocks, but the stock is like they are investing in real estate. So these are large real estate. You invest your money just the way you invest in stocks, and they use your money to buy real estate and manage them, then give you the return they promise you. Number 8, I've mentioned this in the financing module: cash out refinance or ELOC. You can actually cash out refinance on your current home if you have one, and use that money to start your real estate investing. Or you can do ELOC, which is home equity line of credit, and use that proceed from there to as a down payment. I've mentioned the pros and cons of both of them. If you want to see, go back to the module on financing, and you'll be able to understand that. Now, number 9, you can also become a private or hard money lender. I mentioned this in my fix and flip module, where we will be lending your money to an investor that will use the money to go and buy and fix up a property. And once they sell it, they pay you your money back with interest and points, whatever you guys agree to. You can do that as a business. You can do that as an individual. It doesn't really matter. Just make sure you trust whoever you are lending your money to. Now, number 10, Section 8 or Government Assistance Program. Now, Section 8 is a section in the Housing Authority whereby the government subsidize the housing expenses for some low-income citizens or people. And the way they do this is simply having them to apply. There are some boxes they have to check to make sure they are not making a lot of money. And I've seen people falling out of this status that they were in that bubble, pay some certain money, then they fall out because, hey, you're making more than $40,000, for example, in a year. They won't allow you to be on Section 8 because it means now you can go, rent by yourself. You don't need to be in a government program. Now, there are also some private organizations, some local government organizations that, doing something similar to this, but you can call them Section 8/Government Assistance Program. No, so I've also seen some religious places that also are helping their members subsidize their rent or even paying the 100% of their rent based on the member situation. So it might be something you want to look into. Now, this is a strategy for people that want to play it safe. They want the government to just pay their rent every single month, no question asked, provided the tenant is still occupying your property and provided the tenant is still qualified for that program, because they do fall out of the program. They do, they make certain money, or they do so, or they have a bad behavior, or they can fall out of the program because there's a checkbox they have to keep checking on this. And also the government obviously will be inspecting your home every year to make sure your house is safe. You're not just putting people in a place that you cannot live by yourself. They want to make sure that that is not the case. So number 11 is vacation rental. You can actually buy vacation rentals like Miami Beach, any kind of places that you like to visit. You can actually buy a unit. It can be a townhome, it can be a house, places that you like to go, or any attraction places that you like to go. Now, this can serve you two purposes. Number 1 is when you are taking vacation. This is a place you like to go all the time, right? You can use that to vacate. You can stay there while you are in town, and when you are not there, you put it on Airbnb or you put it on those vacation rentals and have people manage it for you. So these are additional strategies you can implement, but I do recommend you start with one strategy. I've seen people wasting a lot of time, energy, money, and they go frustrated because they were trying to bite more than they can chew. I don't want that to be you. I want you to get results. I want you to do something with this mentorship opportunity. I don't have this opportunity when I got started, so I really wish I have this kind of guidance. But here you have it. Please make something out of this. Thank you, and I will see you on the next one. Bye-bye.
I hope you're finding value in the video. As much as I have put it together for you, make sure to click on the link below in the video description. You will see all the resources I have for you. I do want to make sure you're able to implement everything you are learning from here, and I don't want you to get stuck. If you need my help, you can easily see my link to my calendar in the video description below. You can even join my private online community, or if you want to work with me one-on-one, you will see the invitation to complete a quick survey in the video description where you can work with me one-on-one, and I can be able to get you results a lot faster. Again, don't forget to click the link in the video description below, and I will see you inside. Peace.
All right, welcome to module number 21. So you have been taking notes, you've been watching this diligently, you've been writing something down, you've been thinking, what do I need to do next? So in this module, I want to walk you through exactly what you need to do now. And please do not continue if you have not decide on all these things I'll be discussing here. I don't want you to just watch this just for watching sake. I want you to take action. So this model is specifically geared towards helping you to know exactly what to do, taking action. So number one, you have to decide which location do you want to invest in. I mentioned to you that location is very important. You need to decide, where do I want to live? To make your life easier, if you live in the Houston area, then you should start from Houston area. Live in Dallas, start from Dallas area. If you live in San Diego, California, start from there. That is where you should start from. Start from your backyard. That is the number one on location. Number two is property type. What kind of property do you want to buy? Are you going to be going after single family or multifamily? I have a modules about, single family and multifamily, comparing them together for you, so you know which one you want to go for. So major things that stop people is the funds. If you know you have the money, then go for multifamily. If you don't have so much money, start with single family. Just start somewhere and make a decision. Now, it is more important to decide than what you decide on. Because some people will waste a lot of time trying to decide on something, and before you know it, they've lost 3, 4, 5 months. So decide something today, stick to it. As you continue to learn and continue to try to implement stuff, if you run into roadblocks, you change your strategy. You can always change whatever decision you've made. Making decision is not final. It just means let's get started. That's what it is. Now, number 3 is the price range. You need to decide what price range you want to buy. Again, this is always determined by the amount of down payment you have. If you're buying a property of $1 million and you only have $40,000, obviously that you probably cannot buy that $1 million property. You might need to go buy, a single family home. Or if you're going to be living in one of the units, maybe that $1 million property is a duplex, it's a fiveplex, it's a duplex or X of fourplexes, then you can live in one side, get out the other side. So, but money is very important to know how much you actually have as a down payment. That will tell you how much your price range needs to be. Now, what condition do you want to buy the property at? If you notice, this is the 3C I was talking about. The 3C, what does that mean? The crystal clear criteria. So you have to decide the condition. Do you want to buy something new, like a new construction? You want to buy something relatively new, maybe built from year 2015 till date? Or you want to go buy something that is distressed, start up a house that needed siding, foundation, roof, new flooring, new paint, all those stuff. You have to, what condition do you want to buy in? Now, the buying condition is majorly determined by your risk appetite. How much risk are you willing to take? If you are someone that doesn't like to take so much risk, you might want to play it safe, buy something relatively new to get started, or even a new construction. I've personally been buying a lot of new construction recently because it's just easier and I don't have the time to, manage contractors. So if you want to do something like that, absolutely think through it and take action from there. Now, profitability. How profitable do you want that your investment property to be? Now, this is where a lot of people always, get it wrong. They want to make $500 on a property that is renting for $1,000 or $1,200. This is not realistic. So you have to decide what is the profitability you're expecting from that that property. So what is the deal to you? What is the profit looks like to you? Some people will say $200 per door is fine. Some people, I don't get $500, I'm not going to do it. Some people will say, hey, I just want to break even because I know that it is more important to get started than to waste so much time and never still do anything, because they know that the rents do go up every year. So in year 2, the rent will have gone up. Now, if they are only cash flowing $100 from year 1, it should become, $200 from year 3, $300, year 4, and like that. So number 6, you need to get pre-approval letter if you'll be financed. If you're not buying with cash, you need to get pre-approval letter. Nobody will take you serious. Don't have a pre-approval letter. Matter of fact, most rockstar real estate agents will not even make an offer for you without a pre-approval letter. So get a pre-approval letter ASAP. Your real estate agent should be able to connect you with a lender they trust to get you pre-approved. And I'll be dropping my vendors list in the link below, so you can download it and see the property managers, the appraiser, the inspector, the lenders, even insurance agent I have. You can talk to them and get this relationship started. So now, number 7 is you need to now start analyzing property. Please do this in the order I'm telling you. There's a reason why I put them in this order. If you don't put them in this order, then you will be wasting a lot of time and be running through issues. So don't forget, you need to model what works. If everything is working for somebody, simply copy and make it work for you too. So don't try to figure things out. Something that a lot of people has already figured out several years ago. Don't try to figure it out on your own. So you need to start analyzing property, which is my number 7. Analyzing property will help you perfect your skills. It will help you smell a good deal from a bad deal, and it will help you make decision very fast. You make decision very fast because you know what you're looking for. You can know, hey, this is not a deal for me. I'm moving on. Or this is a deal. Let me pursue it further. Number 8, you need to tour any property you are very serious about. Now, don't waste your realtor's time. If you know you're not going to be pursuing that property, don't bother to call them and be wasting their time. Only see a property that you really, really like and you know you're going to be putting an offer on. If you know you will not be submitting an offer, you are not sure, just simply do a Google search and walk on the street, and see what it looks like from your computer. You don't need to drive down there. And by the way, that's what I normally do before I analyze any property. I simply copy the address, paste it on a Google map, and drop the little guy, the yellow guy, and walk the street to see what does the neighborhood even look like. If I don't like the neighborhood, I don't see myself investing there, I don't even waste my time analyzing it. I just move on to the next one. Now, after you've toured the property and everything still look good to you, let's say you're a little bit distressed and you are comfortable with the amount of work needed to be done, then you submit an offer. Submitting an offer, I also have a module that talks about how to structure your offer and make sure your offer get accepted. You can definitely watch that module again in case you forgot about how to structure an offer. Now, your real estate agent will be putting the offer together. They will write the contract, they will negotiate it. That is their job. But you have to make sure your offer is reasonable. Don't try to insult send a lowball offer. If you know your offer will be extremely low, then just walk away from that property because you'll be a waste of everybody's time. And be aware, you don't want to waste your real estate agent time and your other real estate professional as well because they are working to get paid. You don't want to waste their time, please. If you're not serious about that property, scratch it, move on to the next one. Now, you're not going to submit all the paperwork to your lender after you made an offer, right? Most of the time when you are getting a pre-approval in number 6, they are not collecting all the documents needed from you. So once you submit an offer, that is when you start giving your lender all other documents to make sure they have everything they need from you, and you start locking in your rates and all those other stuff. Now, number 11 is you have to allow your agent to negotiate for you. Again, please follow this in the order. There's a reason. So once you go on, if your offer gets accepted, of course, then you have to allow your agent to negotiate because there will be, so when you do your inspection, right, there will be some things that may come up from that inspection report. If you are not totally comfortable with those things, agent, much they can get from the seller to compensate you for those repairs that you're going to be making. Definitely, this is something I do for people all the time. As a matter of fact, it's a default. We always negotiate repair on properties, except it's a new construction. If it's a new construction, I simply send the inspection reports to the builder and the builder will fix it because it's a new construction. If you made it through the whole process of the escrow and eventually you close, then you celebrate and you plan for the next one. So this is the order I want you to follow. If you're asking me, hey, Wale, I've watched all the modules, I don't even still know what I need to do next, come back to module 21. This will tell you what to do in the order to do them. I hope this is very valuable. Thank you. I will see you on the next one. All right, so we are in module 22. In this module, I want to show you other resources and tools and anything that you will need to make your life easier. So in this module, I am putting all the tools that you need that I know will definitely help you and make your life easier in this module. So if you're looking for any kind of, I don't know where to find the calculator, I don't know how to find the fix and flip analysis, I don't know what kind of tools I should be using to find a neighborhood or to find this kind of data. I'm putting all this in one module. You can always listen and watching module 22. This is where you're going to find everything. So if you look below, you will see PDF for you to download. You also see the Excel spreadsheet for the rental analysis, the fix and flip, and you'll see the link to many other places where you need to be able to watch those and see what I have for you there. Now, before you finish with this module, I do watch some of these my videos here, and I'll probably will put additional videos from other good sources, so that way you can expand your knowledge about real estate So I'm starting with the number one. This is how to close your first or next property. I put this together. It's on my YouTube channel. You can see the link here. I've also seen people, not sure should they invest for cash flow or appreciation. I also put that here. You can watch it on house hacking. I think I have like 4 or 5 videos on house hacking on my YouTube. I put 3 of this here specifically on house hacking. Now, number 4, I put, why you need to define your buy box, your buying criteria. You need to define it. And I also put that video here. So I explain on fire agents because you're going to be working with a real estate agent. You need to know what is the quality of a real estate agent you should be working with. I explain that one here. And of course, you can see the link to Bigger Pockets, Investment Calculator, Deal Check, Bright Investor, Post Scouts, all those things. You're going to see them here. And many other resources. As I put them together, I'll be putting them here in Module 22 for you to download them and watch them and help them to help you. So that being said, I hope this is very helpful. Please watch all this video. I have them here for you. Trust me, if I know it would be a waste of your time, I will not put it here. So I know it is not. It is not a waste of your time. These are valuable content I do want you to watch and pay attention to. That being said, I'll see you in the next one. Thank you. All right, so this is the official final modules. And in this module, I just want to quickly answer some of the frequently asked questions that I've received over the years of working with new investors and maybe mid-level investors, which I probably think you are probably one of those. So I want to answer this question up front so that way you have the correct answer based on my opinion, based on my experience. Now, you might see some additional information on this online, and you might see some conflicting information as well. But I would just say that, you make the best decision based on your own goal. Now, I am not a CPA. I'm not a real estate lawyer. So I am simply a real estate investor, just like yourself. Any information I'm giving here is just for informational purpose. You should still consult with your attorney, talk to your CPA to make sure this is actually applicable to your own situation. Now, that being said, so I have this in the question and answer format and recommendations. If you want to call it, that's why I call it recommendation. It's not like you have to do this, but this is a recommendation. So let's start. Type of property. And these are the areas I normally receive a lot of questions. I may probably throw in additional one for you or say, digress a little bit, but you get the gist. Now, property type. What should I start with? Should I start with a single family or start with a multifamily? It's a very common question. Start with what you can afford and can handle. If you can afford a $300,000 property, start from there. If you know you have more money and you can undo a larger unit, start from there. There is no right or wrong way to start. Just start somewhere. For what? Now, the question on partnership. Should I partner with a family and friends? It's always going to be depends. It depends on your relationship with them. It depends on how well they trust you and you trust them. And it depends on what's everything to the table. So, but in my professional opinion, I would say do one deal successfully first before partnership. You want to do one transaction successfully on your own and risk your own money first before you start risking your family and friends' money. Every investment comes with some level of risk, and you want to take on people that like trust and know you for several years. Maybe you guys went to high school together, you guys went to college together, maybe you guys go to the same church, the same mosque. You don't want to ruin that relationship when you are still learning. So do one transaction, at least one. In my opinion, I would say do 5. But if you want to be very, very aggressive with partnership, you want to quickly leverage on that from the beginning of from the onset in your investment journey, I would say do at least one transaction successfully first. Make it profitable first before you start asking people to give you money to invest. Number 3, cash flow concerns. Somebody will ask me, hey, I saw this property is in a great neighborhood, but the cash flow is negative, or it doesn't even give me any cash flow, or very little cash flow, but it's in a great neighborhood, it's in a great school. What should I do? My answer is always going to be cash flow is only about 15% out of the 100% benefit of owning real estate. You see, like I mentioned to you, there is a lot of benefits of owning real estate or being a real estate investor. Cash flow is just one of them out of like 20 benefits. So if you look at that, in my opinion, it's around 15% out of the 100%. If you draw your pie, right, your pie chart, right, 15%, like a slice of a pizza, that is what cash flow is. So if you will not buy real estate because it doesn't cash flow, but you're not losing money, it's not bleeding you up every month, then you're losing other 85% benefit of owning real estate. So just don't forget that. Cash flow increases over time as well. From year one, you might be cash flowing $100. Year two, really go up. Year three, they should go up more. Year four, like that. You get the idea. So that's what always happens. Plus, it's very hard for you to have your cake and eat it. You want to buy in a great schools, great neighborhood, fed after property, and you still want it to cash flow. It's very difficult. There's a reason why it's highly sought after. We are competing with regular home buyers. So don't forget that. That is a very, very common question I receive. And this, trust me, it stops a lot of people from taking action. I know that they've been, on this journey for 1 or 2 years and they're yet to buy single property simply because they say, hey, it doesn't cash flow. Wale, I'm not going to buy it. Well, I will tell you that there is more benefit to owning real estate than cash flow. Now, should I buy in an LLC or should I buy in my personal name? This is one of the questions that it also depends. If you are a small landlord getting started, I would say buy in your personal name, make your life easier. You're going to be getting a better loan terms than going through an LLC. But if you want to start big, maybe you want to start with a 10-unit apartment complex, 20 units, 50 units, even a 5-unit, I would say, yes, start an LLC, form an LLC to start holding those properties. But again, this is not a professional advice. This is my own thinking. This is my opinion. You should definitely talk to your CPA, talk to your attorney on this to advise you on based on your own situation. Now, property management. Should I hire a property manager or self-manage? I did mention this in my property management model. You should definitely self-manage if this is your first one, because this will allow you to learn about the fundamentals of property management, fundamentals of tenant relationship, and fundamentals of how to manage the manager. If you never managed a property before, even when you're hiring a property manager, you don't have any experience to ask them question off. You're just asking questions based on random question you saw online that you should be asking property managers. So that is what I will tell you. Now, time for real estate. So some of my people understand that benefits of owning real estate, they understand that, but they don't have the time. They are busy professionals. Now, what should I do? I understand the real estate. I want to really do it, but I don't have the time. What should I do? Well, the simple answer might be you should invest in real estate passively. Passively invest in real estate, like real estate syndication, multifamily syndication, like REITs, real estate investment trust. You can also become a private money lender or hard money lender, or you can even buy a land, to hold it for so long. And if you want to take your passive level to the next level, you can even buy and hold rental property and put a long-term tenant into it and, have a property manager and cash flow for you every month. So that's the route you can go as well. Now, should I get my real estate license? This is also another very common question. The answer is no. You don't need a real estate license to be a real estate investor. If you're getting your license, you're pretty much buying yourself another job. And, it depends on how much time you have. Might be a route to go get your license and, know more about real estate. That is how I actually said I wanted to about real estate. So I got my license. But it's not the route for everybody. If I didn't have my license, I would still be investing in real estate anyway. So that was why I got my license. So now, financing options. I have covered a lot of financing options. Now, some people will still say that, hey, I'm still confused on financing option. I would say discuss this with your lender. This is the best way to have a direct and more tailored response is to jump on the phone with your lender and ask them those questions. Tell them the property you're trying to buy. Tell them your financial situation, and they will tell you the best loan product for you. The next one is working with the wholesaler. This is very common because, hey, we are an investor, right? We always want to find a good deal. We want to save money. Yes, you should work with a wholesaler for sure. But I don't recommend this for you if you are just getting started. Wholesalers don't have any fiduciary duty to you. They are all about their own pockets. They want to maximize their profit. They want to cover their marketing costs. And most of the time, they do this very aggressively. And the way they do it is to inflate the ARV. After repair value, they will inflate the number. Let's say the ARV is supposed to be $270,000. They can tell you it's $290,000, $300,000. Depends, right? So, and they will telling you, hey, this is based on the amount of repair you're going to do. So, but you want to be always conservative, but wholesalers are not always conservative with their ARV, which is an important number that determines if that property is even a deal or not a deal for you. Also, the due diligence is on you. They don't do the due diligence for you, but you do it by yourself. And if you don't know what you're doing, you can easily lose money and you regret your action. It is very important for also review and interview a couple of wholesalers if it's still the route you want to go. And maybe you will talk to people that have done deal with them and see if this is even a company or an individual you even want to associate yourself with in the first place. Now, market cycle and timing the market. People always ask me, when is the best time to buy an investment property? Or when is the best time to start my real estate journey? When is the best time to do this in real estate? The best time is yesterday or maybe last year, but the next is today, right? The next time is today. You should start from where you can start from. Start from today, start implementing those little, steps I've, covered throughout this module, and start talking to people, start asking for help. That is how you get started. Nobody can time the market. Any gurus telling you out there, any news they are talking about, they are all speculation. We don't have a crystal clear of when the market will be 100% in your favor. Everybody is just making the best decision based on the current data, based on the current economy, and based on their current financial situation. So that is what you should do. Don't try to time the market. Make the best decision based on where you are right now. And trust me, you'll be happy you did 4 or 5 years down the line, because real estate always go up in value, and you don't want to regret buying real estate when the price was still affordable. I've seen a couple of people that were very upset that they didn't just buy that investment property in 2020. Now they saw what happened in 2019, in 2020 itself, 2022. And I think I missed the boat. But hey, that's what happened if you are overthinking stuff. So, all right, the last part is direct marketing to sellers. So people will ask me all the time, should I start marketing to sellers because I couldn't just find the property that works strategy or for my investment goal on MLS? First of all, I will debunk the fact that there are no deals on MLS. There are still deals on MLS. You just have to work with the right real estate agent that really understand what you're looking for. And you also have to be realistic with what you're looking for, because sometimes people are not realistic. So that is on that one. Now, you can definitely market, directly to the seller if you have the budget and you can be consistent enough to do this over and over again, because they do take quite a amount of money and level of consistency to get a deal off markets. Trust me, it is not that a new investor want to do until you start closing maybe 4 or 5 real estate in a year. Then I say, okay, you know what, let me some kind of other creative ways to find a property. But other than that, I would say stick to working with a realtor, understand what you're looking for, have a realistic expectation, and you should be fine. That being said, I hope this helped you put, clarity to some of these popularly, frequently asked questions. And if question, don't be afraid to reach out to me, and I would love to, help you remove that roadblocks, because that is what this mentorship is all about. Thank you, and I will see you in the next one. Bye-bye. All right, this is the final recording in this module. So I want to thank you for run with me. I want to thank you for taking the chance to see what I have to offer you, and I hope that you find value in this, partnership. Now, if you are in the Houston or Dallas or Austin, San Antonio area, and you really want to work with me as your real estate investor agent, I welcome that opportunity to be able to process with. And if for whatever reason we cannot work together, I will definitely be happy to recommend other rockstar real estate investor agent to you that will be able to help you in any markets that you choose to in. I consider myself a very successful investor agent, and I'm well known in the Houston area because I live in. So if this is a route you want to explore, definitely don't be afraid to reach out and let me know that, hey, Wale, I really want to work with you. How can we get started? And I will, take you through the journey. Now, there's so many benefits of why you might want to do this. Obviously, I'm already your mentor. I'm already showing you the rope. It just makes your life way easier to work with your mentor that is already teaching you all the stuff to actually make it happen for you. So that's number one. Number two is I'm a problem. I have a lot of problem skills, because real estate is not easy, like I mentioned at the beginning. And there's a lot of problems to be solved. There's a lot of things we need to. So we definitely want to make sure that you are well taken care of. I do have the lot of network of people that will be able to help. I also, I've done this for myself, so it's very easy for me to do it for you. And I have the local market knowledge, of course, among other things. So if that's the route you want to explore, reach out. I will definitely be able to take it to the next level with you. Now, you can always reach out to me by email. Is probably the fastest way to reach out to me, followed by text message and followed by phone call. Now, if it's something that really will require me to be on the Zoom with you, we're going to set up a Zoom call for me to understand what you're talking about and be able to help you solve that problem. Above all, my goal is to help you remove those roadblocks that stop a lot of people from even getting started in real estate. So that's why you are partnering with me. That's why you are here. And I don't want you to not do anything with this information you've so far. Make sure you actually implement them. Make sure you get results. And maybe one day we can actually do a deal together. We can buy, apartment complexes together and, talk about how we all got started and all those stuff. So don't forget to reach out if you need any help. I do hope that you find a lot of value in this one. Now, we want to help so many people. So if you know anyone that this mentorship opportunity will, please feel free to share the opportunity with them. Now, you can have them give me a call, or give them my number or give me their number, whichever one is easier for you. But let them reach out. Probably will be the easiest way. Let them reach out to me. I will talk to them. If this is a good for them, then we'll onboard them to the coaching program. And if it's not a good fit for them, I will let them know because, like I said, I'm not into taking people's money if it's not the right fit for them. Somebody that is struggling to pay their bills, probably this is not for them because you should at least have a stable income and have a stable job before you think about investing. So if that person is not in that position, it's probably not the best for them, and I will advise them accordingly. Even if it's not what they want to hear, I will still tell them because I care more about people, buying what they really need, not what they think they need. So that being said, feel free to recommend this to anyone that will highly benefit from it, and I will see you on the Zoom call. Thank you. Bye-bye.
That was a lot of information. And if you're still here right now, I really want to congratulate you. That already tells me that you are somebody that like to take action, that you're not just here to just watch and just gather the information without doing anything. So you have done what 99% of people will not do. You've committed to hours and hours of your time to actually understand how real estate investing works. And you have invested your time, your attention, your energy into this program. Again, thank you. And I'm taking you because this one action you've taken has put you ahead of so many people. Now, if you take everything that you've just learned in this course and actually implement them, you should close your first or your next real estate deal in the next 30 to 60 days. This has worked for so many people, so this is not theory. So please do not doubt yourself, do not guess it, just implement them step by step as I have laid down for you. But here's the real reason most people still stay stuck even after going through a real estate course like this one you just did. It is not because they are lazy, it is not because they are not intelligent, it is because of so many noise and confusion in the real estate space. There are so many strategies, there are so many options, there are so many real estate educational platforms, and there are too much generic advice that is pulling them from different directions, even the advice that is not the best for them. So this is why you see so many people still get stuck even after they have all the education, and we call this they are trapped in the analysis paralysis phase. And they are trapped in the analysis paralysis phase because they are chasing so many strategies like the real estate flipping, bird strategy, wholesaling, Airbnb, syndication, among other things that might not be the best real estate investing strategy for them, or at least at that level they started with. And you see these people that because they keep learning but they are not executing and they are confused and they are overwhelmed. So this is why I put together the Net Worth Builders Academy. This is where we fix all your confusion and we replace your overwhelmness with clarity. We replace all the guessing with clear guidance, and we give you the one-on-one support that will help you to be on a fast track to real estate investing and build a long-term wealth through real estate, as I've done for myself and as I've done for hundreds of other people. So I am inviting you, if that's for you, I'm inviting you to join my online community of like-minded people. I've mentioned this before. You will find a lot of support here. Now, if you now want my one-on-one support, if you are a very serious, action-driven person that really want to build a long-term wealth through real estate, and you want to do the buy and hold strategy, and you want to avoid all the confusion, all the complication, I am inviting you to join my one-on-one private investing coaching program where I can personally support you one-on-one and give you all the guidance, all the help that you need to close your deal faster and be on the fast track to long-term wealth building through real estate. And again, this is only for serious action-driven person that already know what they want. They already know their limitation, but you really want that clear guidance, that one-on-one support to be able to call me, text me, and get one-on-one support from myself and my team. Because in the program, we start with clarity around your situation and we design your buy box based on your situation, based on the amount of money you have, based on the amount of time you have, based on other factors that is going on in your life that maybe I don't even know right now. But in this program, I'll be able to fully understand that and give you a tailored advice and give you a roadmap that will work for your situation, as I have done for several other people. And more importantly, you're going to stay in contact with me to make sure that you are doing everything you're supposed to do, and you can close on that your first or your next real estate deal in as little as 60 days. And as you can see, you are not doing this alone. You are doing this with me, and you are doing this with other rockstar real estate professionals that are waiting to help someone like you. And this is even the funniest thing. For this real estate program, I stand behind my process and the system I've built. If you have done everything we've asked you to do, and you've done that and you've implemented, and you still couldn't close your first deal in the next 6 months, I will continue to work with you to coach you for free until you close your real estate deal at no extra cost. Again, this is for action taker, because for me to be able to fulfill my promise, I need to make sure you are not lazy. I need to make sure you are not just talking without any action. Now, like I said, joining the real estate coaching program is optional. If you implement everything I've said here, and you have joined my online community, and you are watching my YouTube video, you should definitely be able to record some success. This is just for people that really want to go faster and get that one-on-one support to cut all the nonsense and all the fluff away and make sure they are just focusing on one thing and they can get results faster. So if that's you, again, I invite you to click on the link in the description below. You will find the link for you to apply for the coaching program. We are very picky with people who will choose to work with, because again, we really want to make sure we're a good fit, because if you're not a good fit, it's not going to work, and I just don't want to take your money for nothing. So if you want accountability, you want clarity, and you want direct guidance, the link again is in the description below. Make sure to click on it and join the Network Builders Academy coaching program, where I will be able to help you one-on-one. Thank you again for sticking around with me. This has been a pleasure, chatting with you for a couple of hours, and I hope you implement everything you have learned here. Either way, I respect you finishing the course, and now let's get to work. Thank you, and I will see you. Bye-bye.